In the magnificent estate of the Raguse family, Duke Balgur Raguse stood by the large window with his back to his son, and with a cold voice announced a harsh sentence to the boy Thor Raguse. Balgur Empire had decided his fate. He was to be sent to another country as a political hostage. Thor froze from the sudden announcement and barely uttered a shocked exclamation. The father, without turning, coldly said that the carriage for his departure had already arrived. He turned around, his face a mask of stern indifference. The Duke looked down on his son and said that Thor was no longer wanted here. His son desperately tried to understand, asking why it was him, of all people, who was to be given as a hostage. The Duke answered instantly and harshly, because Thor was good for nothing. This moment was etched into Thor's memory. He saw his father for the first time in 3 years, and these were the words that greeted him. He stood humiliated amid the cruel laughter of the court, realizing that at that moment he had to sever all ties with the family. 3 years had passed since that day. He lived as a commoner and had no intention of returning. The soldier from the Duke's house found him at work and, without explanation, brought him back. The memory of his father's former rage echoed loudly in his head, a cold, stern statement that without combat skills Thor was useless to him. Returning to the present, the captain of the guard addressed the Duke and confirmed his intention to discuss the results of Thor's evaluation, and the Duke's face was gloomy and impatient. He began his report with a contemptuous smile, recounting how at 10 years old in the Shinden Temple they tested Thor's skills. The results, according to him, became a serious problem for the Duke family's eldest son. He had no combat abilities at all. The old official with a monocle continued his condemnatory account. The second evaluation at 12 confirmed that Thor only knew simple magic, but most importantly did not know how to attack with magic, and the surrounding nobles whispered with contempt, calling the Duke's son a disappointment and disgrace, and one even wished that he would disappear from the empire entirely. Duke Raguse looks down on his son, his voice heavy with disappointment. He reminds Thor of the family heritage of combat skills, a lineage meant to lead the empire, and admits that he had great hopes for him, but the son turned out to be a deep disappointment. His rage grows, he points an accusing finger and roars that Thor, the eldest son of the family from which the Sword Saint came, cannot fight and cannot use offensive magic, and demands to know if Thor can comprehend the despair of a father cursed with such a child. When the words hit him, thunderstance, this is what awaits those who have none. Do you have any combat skills at all? This harsh sentence originates from the history of the Dalgarian Empire, which expanded its lands by force. Aristocrats and commoners alike are judged by their combat prowess, and those who lack it are rejected. Confronted with his father's anger, Thor agrees but defends himself. He may not know how to fight, but he possesses alchemy. He speaks with desperate energy, explaining that his alchemy is needed for repairing and restoring things. He says he manages a government office and believes that by honing his craft, he will one day be able to create entirely new items. His father pounds his fist on the table and roars for him to be silent. The Duke considers Thor's ambition to build a workshop worthless. He laughs at the idea of creating new items and reminds Thor that the Empire already has the sacred swords and shields of heroes, the most powerful equipment that exists, and to him this thought is laughable, while Thor remains stunned and speechless. Or he clenches his fist, realizing that his words are in vain. The decision has already been made, he has reconciled. He asked his father to tell him about the place where he is being sent as a hostage. His father warns him that it is dangerous there and reveals a grim fact. All previous hostages sent by the Empire have disappeared there, no one returned. Thor swallows this gloomy news and his face hardens with anxiety. He looked unbelieving, his voice trembling as he asked for confirmation. No, it can't be, the territory of the Demon King, he stammered, the words stuck in his throat. His father, Duke Raguse, coldly corrected him. No, he said, and at the very thought his face darkened. The Duke admitted that just the mention of the lands of the Demon King fills him with a horror that makes him want to end his own life. He told the harsh truth about border policy, explaining that the Empire must act against the bloodthirsty demons and half-humans who live closest to the domains of the Demon Lord. Thor absorbed this, realizing for the first time that there is some exchange between the two forces, and wondered if his father was really sending him to such a place. Then the Duke revealed the true nature of this exchange. Every few decades, a human sacrifice was made to appease their monstrous neighbors. Nearby, other nobles mockingly said that killing people supposedly confirms the demon's power. And when the terrible truth struck Thor that he himself was to become this sacrifice, his father ordered him to disappear quickly. He had not yet reacted to the command when the Duke's fist struck his stomach, and from the force of the blow he bent over in pain. He fell to the floor, gasping. "That's all," said the deceived one, turning away from his son and not even looking back. The son could only look up from the floor, his mind torn by pain and disbelief. Shock and pain merged into one burning sensation. His face twisted with rage, and he growled the full name of his father, Duke Balgareges. "I hate you." The Duke froze, looking back with complete contempt, and threw out, "You are dead," his voice devoid of any emotion. "I do not speak to the dead." And with these last cruel words, Thor was driven out of the country where he was born and raised, forced to leave forever the greatest estate of his family. Now he is a prisoner in a guarded carriage heading towards his fate. He looked at the desolate landscape stretching before him, the territory of the Demon King, a land now inhabited by former enemies of humanity. He could only guess what truly awaited him in that abandoned land. As he traveled, his thoughts pulled him into the past, to the history of that conflict. Hundreds of years ago, the Lord of Demons with a mighty horde surged onto human lands, and to counter this threat, the people of that time took a desperate step. They summoned heroes from another world. The Demon King and his troops were powerful, but the summoned hero proved no less mighty. After a brutal and prolonged battle, the hero, along with brave human warriors, drove the Demon King's army from human lands, and after this decisive defeat, the open war between them ceased. This cessation of hostilities led to what the world has become now. A boundary was established. The human world lay to the south, and beyond the forest to the north of the Tikoku Empire stretched the lands of demons and half-humans. It is said that the demons, pushed north after their defeat, harbor deep hatred for humans, yet despite this, no great war has erupted since. Thor thoughtfully looked at this grim history when his thoughts turned to the land itself. A vast, mysterious kingdom spread before him. The domain of the Demon King remained unknown, shrouded in legends of ancient enmity. Enclosed in the tight darkness of the moving carriage, Torgus leaned against the wall, fatigue on his face. He looked out the window, but nothing was visible. Nailed boards blocked the world and left him in almost complete darkness. From the outside, the scale of his imprisonment was immediately visible. The carriage was surrounded by a formidable escort of 20 guards, including Mount Aquary, and he understood escape was futile. Even if he broke free far away, he would be quickly caught. His irritation grew. It was precisely because of this that he had so persistently tried to distance himself from the Duke. He sincerely believed he had severed all ties, but it turned out that the past is not so easy to shed. His thoughts again drift to the life he built himself. He remembers taking the civil service exam, an important step that allowed him to officially take his mother's surname and leave behind the surname Regues. Duties were modest, organizing documents and handling matters. He reflected on his choice to serve in the Empire of Doleria. Civilian life was special. Such a position was not for an adventurer, not for an officer, nor for an ordinary soldier. Though other departments looked down on his work and the pay was small, here he finally found his place. Although the job was not prestigious, he sincerely loved it. The memory of how he decisively stamped a document, and a quiet satisfaction played on his face, only emphasizes this. The reason for his satisfaction was simple. The workshop was the only place where he could fully apply his alchemical skills. He remembered standing before a magnificent sword, whose form was restored and shone with hidden power, as if a testament to his mastery. Suddenly returning to reality, he clenches his fist. He was just repairing that very magical sword, hoping to make it perfect. Now it seems impossible. A cold phrase echoes in his head, a harsh verdict of his fate. "You are a dead man." His gaze falls on his hands. In them are two completely ordinary spoons, as if these were the only tools he has. A spark of an idea ignites within him. He recalls that one of the spoons was used by a soldier during a meal. With renewed determination, he raises it, eyes wide open with concentration, directs his will and commands his power. Activate alchemy. He focuses his will, and the ordinary spoon in his hands begins to warp and melt, dissolving under the force of his alchemical touch. Molten metal is still malleable, and he immediately gets to work pressing and pulling, carving a sharp blade from the piece. This is his unique ability, alchemy. It allows him to purify, synthesize, and recycle substances, create new materials and objects by combining them or changing their very nature, and also gives him the skill to evaluate. This power reminds him of the dream he held in his heart to one day open his own workshop and become famous as the alchemist Thor. Clenching the newly created knife in his hand, his resolve hardens. He cannot and will not die here. Suddenly, the carriage doors abruptly opened and the rider shouted loudly, "Careful, we are approaching the border of the Demon King's domains." They release him outside, and suddenly he finds himself surrounded by a squad of Imperial soldiers, and the stocky commander addresses him by his full name, Torgus. The commander points to the endless landscape before them. Thor gazes at the distant mountains and with a heavy feeling in his chest understands. The Empire ends here. This is the edge of the human world. Thor turns to the commander and resolutely demands to know what is his plan regarding him and who will take him into custody. The commander is silent and Thor's gaze slides to the dark, ominous forest in the distance. Is the true border there? Instead of an answer, the commander barked an order to the archer, and the soldier, already having placed an arrow with a tied ribbon on the bowstring, aimed and released it. From the darkness of the forest emerges a threatening figure with glowing eyes and sharp horns. Thor's eyes widen in shock. He recognizes the creature, and one of the Imperial soldiers confirms their worst fears. Half-human has come, and the squad they summoned is already here. Not one creature comes out of the forest, but a small retinue. A young woman with pointed ears in a maid's outfit stands casually, as if it is the most ordinary thing in the world, and on her sides 2 massive minotaurs with bull heads serving as guards. Calmness is on her face as if tethered. Dark eyes hold a steady, unreadable gaze as she watches the people before her. Her guards shift their colossal weight. Their powerful, muscular bodies radiate a heavy, disturbing presence in the quiet border zone. He can only watch, cold sweat appearing on his face. The reality of his situation crashes down on him, leaving him frozen with horror. Among the dense foliage of the forest stands a calm elf in a servant's uniform, nearby a massive, burly minotaur. Is this the first time someone has seen such a creature up close? Observing the half-humans from a short distance, Thor has decided that he needed to make a good first impression. He planned to take them by surprise to create an opportunity for a future escape. And while his Imperial guards trembled with fear, he stepped forward and introduced himself as a representative of the Dalgar Empire, stating his full name. The elf gracefully bowed, greeting Thor Regius in the Demon King's domains, introduced herself as Mabel, an elf sent to take him in the name of His Majesty. Thor looked stunned. Such politeness did not at all resemble a kidnapping or a ritual sacrifice, and even the Minotaurs bowed respectfully to Mabel. Imperial soldiers tremble with horror. One shouts that it is a trap and that approaching a half-human unarmed is madness. In his fever, he recounts folk superstitions about their power. Elves are supposedly mages who can destroy a dozen people with one strike, and minotaurs have superhuman strength and can crush a person's head. Thor calmly refutes their panic and says that the hosts behave quite politely. Angered by their behavior, he sharply addresses the guards. Why should he fear these creatures if his own escort kept him locked in the carriage and refused to speak to him? He says it would be better if the people from the Demon King's territory ignored them altogether, while the still agitated soldiers insist that caution is natural and his calm is true madness. Ignoring the soldiers' protests, Thor turns to Mabel and her Minotaur companions, sincerely thanks them for their hospitality, and Mabel in response apologizes for any inconvenience. He solemnly repeats his full title, Thor Regius, eldest son of Duke Regius from the Dalgarian Empire, and declares that he has arrived by order of His Majesty the Emperor and will accompany. When he finishes his statement, Mabel takes one slow, measured step forward. Thor watches her approach. Tension and uncertainty appear on his face while her face remains expressionless, eyes hidden under her bangs. Her stern face suddenly blossomed into a bright, sparkling smile. She clenched her hands with genuine joy and exclaimed that it was the first time in her life she had received such a polite greeting from the Empire, sincerely thanked him, addressing him as messenger, and informed that the lands of the Demon King lie to the north. He did not expect such a cheerful and sincere reaction at all. Thor smiled, slightly embarrassed, and replied that he looked forward to working together with her. He reviewed the document Mabel gave him and frowned at the word herald. Isn't that just a polite way of saying victim? From afar, his Imperial escort impatiently shouted for him to sign the papers and complete the transfer. When the formalities were finally completed, Mabel cheerfully announced that the messenger had been delivered, waved to the 2 Minotaur companions, explained that she had prepared them to assist, and they greeted warmly, then said they would go on foot into the forest. The very thought of stepping onto demon territory broke the Imperial soldiers. They scattered from formation and, screaming in terror, fled back the same way. Watching their retreat, Mabel quietly expressed hope that the peace agreement between their peoples would be protected forever. Her attention returned again to the one who remained, and she began to speak about the messenger. Thor sighed wearily, while from afar came the panicked cries of his former guards. They shouted that they would all be killed. Mabel, captivated by his calmness, inquired whether he was not afraid at all. After all, this was her first meeting with a person who was not afraid. Thor replied that there was a peace agreement between their peoples, so it would be impolite to show fear, but in solitude he admitted to himself that he was actually terribly afraid. Despite the inner fear, he recalled a recent unexpected surge of tenderness. When he stumbled, one of the minotaurs gently helped him up and treated him like a guest, and this memory was a small consolation. Continuing to walk, Mabel asked him to inform her if he got tired. He assured her that everything was fine and mentally noted that such kindness was a completely different world compared to how the Empire's soldiers treated him. Soon he realized, despite the difficult path, he not only did not feel tired since stepping onto the Demon King's territory, he had even felt better, and a strange, dark magical power swirled around, permeating his body and filling him with energy he had never felt in the Empire. The influx of power caused a chain of revelations within him. The absorption of magical darkness was completed and merged with 6 basic attributes. His skill alchemy transformed into creative alchemy, and hidden abilities in material alchemy, attribute alchemy, and appraisal mastery fully awakened. From the sudden change inside, he froze, not understanding what had just happened. As if at that moment, a semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes, displaying one word: status. He stood amazed, examining the details of his most powerful ability, creative alchemy. It was a power that awakened only in those who accepted all 6 elements: light, darkness, earth, water, fire, and wind, and with its help he could create objects having only information about their appearance and properties. The screen also showed in detail his other new skills. Material alchemy allowed him to create and synthesize new substances from his magical power, and additive alchemy endowed the target substance with desired properties. Finally, the appraisal skill grants the power to analyze the properties, materials, and effects of any object, and all this information is recorded as data directly into the skill itself. Standing among strange flora on the demon lands, he digested the new information. His alchemy skills had truly grown, and now creating a substance from magical energy was entirely feasible. He began to think that the reason he had never developed combat skills was that all his potential was directed toward the development of creative alchemy. And although the abilities were confirmed and he really could do it, it all seemed too convenient. His deep concentration attracted Mabel's attention. She approached worried and asked what had happened, reminding him that magic in the Demon King's lands was different from that of humans, could cause illness, and asked him to say if he felt unwell. He turned to her because a theory was forming in his head. Mabel confirmed his suspicion. In these lands, the magical power of darkness is very strong. Thor explained that in the Tikoku Empire fire and earth reign, and when Mabel asked if there is light and magic in the human world, he nodded there is. Everything came together. He remembered that in the human world light prevails and darkness is weak, so in the capital he could never accumulate enough dark magic, but here, in the lands of the Demon King, everything is the opposite. Darkness is insanely strong, and light is barely noticeable. Finally, everything became clear. To awaken creative alchemy, it was necessary to acquire the power of all 6 attributes, entering the lands of the Demon King and absorbing his abundant dark magic. He finally gathered all the necessary conditions to awaken his true potential. Thor and his companions were making their way along a rocky path in the forest. He extended his hand to Fia and warned that the road was becoming rocky. When helping her descend from a ledge, a sharp crack sounded between them as if something broke. Frightened, Fia quietly gasped when the pendant on the thin chain broke free and fell from her neck. She and Thor, with eyes wide open in shock, watch as the small ornament spins and falls through the air. One of the Minotaur guards notices that her pendant got caught on a branch. Thor immediately apologizes, but Fia picks up the broken piece and, calming him, says it's nothing, the chain was already cracked, but quietly adds that it was a gift from her mother. She looks down at the broken keepsake lying in the glove on her palm, and a quiet moment of sadness passes over her. Raising her gaze from the pendant, she gave Thor a gentle, reassuring smile and whispered, "Don't worry." But he is still concerned and asks if he can try to fix it, explaining that he has repaired broken chains more than once. His offer caught Fia by surprise, and she asks if he is a craftsman. Thor explains that in the Delgarian Empire he was not allowed to call himself an alchemist. He turns his thoughts to the past, where the only thing in his life was alchemy, fixing broken things. The alchemy workshop never opened its doors to him, and no one ever asked for his services. Despite the past, he firmly says to himself, "I am an alchemist." He understands that he once simply began to call himself that. A new thought appears in his mind. What if he becomes an alchemist in the territory of the Demon King? He solemnly introduces himself as Thor Regueuse, alchemist, and asks the FIA for permission to fix the broken chain. She and her 2 formidable Minotaur guards look at him with surprise. She, hesitating, asks if she can really ask for such a thing since she is not human. He smiles warmly and assures her that it does not matter at all. She explains that this pendant is a very important keepsake for her mother, and handing it to him, sincerely begs, "Fix it if you can." He takes the task with a determined gleam in his eyes and says he understands. Sitting with the pendant, he prepares to start work, directing his intention into the practice of creative alchemy. He carefully holds a delicate chain with a small stone in his palm and activates the skill evaluative grip to analyze the object. The appraisal immediately revealed what it was: a pendant made of the spirit of water stone soaked with the water element. The stone itself is magical, but its features are blurred from damage, and the chain made of unknown metal is weakened by age and wear. With this information, he considers his next move, notices an unknown chain compound, and contemplates creating a new metal filled with magical power and water properties, and begins the process of material alchemy. He recalls the principles of this skill. Material alchemy can be achieved by one's own magical power. Metal is born from the magical energy of earthly properties. Any metal can serve as a base. One must imagine how magic swirls when power flows into the conceptual core. Putting theory into practice, he directed his power-dazzling light exploded between his hands, and the restoration was instantly complete. The light went out, revealing the perfectly restored pendant. Fia froze in disbelief and asked if it was really restored, and her Minotaur guards were no less stunned, wondering how it could be so beautiful when it seemed that no magic had been used at all. Her stunned silence melted into admiration when Thor extended the repaired pendant. He noticed that even the Minotaurs looked surprised, and he felt the same himself. He explained that he forged the materials relying solely on magical power, true creative alchemy. Although he managed to quickly fix the ornament, he warned that there might be weak spots in it and advised showing it to a professional craftsman later. He addressed her, calling her a mess. Mabel. She seemed to be searching for the right words. She began to call him messenger, but quickly corrected herself just Thor and looked at the pendant that now lay on her chest. Her face instantly blossomed with a radiant, tearful smile. She clasped her hands together and exclaimed with pure joy that he had fixed it, a precious talisman from her mother. Her wild gratitude thrilled the Minotaurs. They praised Thor, calling him a wonderful person and a cool, famous alchemist who would definitely become the best. Thor, noticing that the chain was repaired without a single trace, simply told her he was glad she liked it. He listened to their praises in amazement. It was a new experience for him. For the first time, someone had ever been so grateful for his alchemical skills. This gratitude sharply stood out against his past. He remembered his father, who considered him worthless and wanted him to die, and the contempt in the Empire where his skills were called useless. Her voice pulled him out of the dark memory. She smiled warmly, asked if he felt the same, that helping people was important, and thanked him once again. Her kindness overwhelmed him. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he barely uttered that he was glad he came here. His emotional reaction made her think about the history of his craft. She wondered if that legendary alchemist from old books, the creator of magical swords and shields before the era of heroes, also honed his skills with the same simple thought: help others. She felt that those old craftsmen also created with one hope, that their things would bring joy to people. Turning to him, she called him Mr. Thor and asked him to just call her Mabel. She winks brightly and of course exclaims, addressing him formally, Mr. Alchemist Thor, and he, overwhelmed with emotions, closes his eyes in a tearful smile, thanks her for the advice, and finally calls her by name Mabel. With this new feeling of acceptance, his true journey finally began. Looking over the endless landscape, he pondered that this is exactly how his new life as an alchemist begins. As his carriage rushes across the boundless, open plain, Thor Regis looks out the window with a gloomy expression and quietly wonders if this is the territory of the Demon King. His gaze slides over the wide plains and catches a large river in the distance where ships go back and forth. When he looks closely, his eyes widen in surprise. On the ships are not people, but fish people. This land teems with similar creatures. Mighty bear people drag heavy sacks, wolf people herd flocks of sheep, and a peaceful mermaid has settled on a rock by the water. A young woman with small horns smiled and remarked that there are many different kinds of half-people, and he recalled stories from the Dalgarian Empire which depicted the Demon King's domain as a place of complete chaos. Her companion explains that it is actually much calmer here than in the Empire, and dispels a common Imperial misconception. Supposedly, if you just step onto the Demon King's lands, a demonic beast will attack you or someone will kidnap you. She reveals the truth to the now thoughtful Thor, explaining that due to the small number of inhabitants, everyone must work fully, and with a light smile adds that she wishes Thor would also work well here. He chews over her words in surprise. Good work. This thought strikes him. He was directly ordered to go to the Demon King's territory to be a hostage. His thoughts rushed to those who might have been here before him. He turned to the woman with horns and asked what happened to the other people who were previously sent to this territory. She looks at him and her face suddenly becomes serious. She says the last time was 50 years ago, before her birth, and asks if he only learned about this when he arrived. She continues, saying she heard walking alone in the forest is dangerous, so she secretly arranged a path for him. And elsewhere, an old coachman speaks to an invisible person, asks if they returned home quietly, and adds that he imposed no restrictions on them. Thor processed this revelation. His face hardened as he realized the consequences of the past 50 years. This misunderstanding was born from two completely different worldviews. Meanwhile, a high-ranking demonic noble said that in the Demon King's lands, people from the Empire were received as honored guests. Because people, considering themselves prisoners, inevitably tried to escape, and they were simply considered missing the Empire, never learned their true fate. The conversation again returned to the present, and Fia looked at Thor with anxiety. She directly asked if he was going to leave, emphasizing that there was no other alchemist like him in the entire territory. Frank's question caught him by surprise. She clasped her hands, pleaded with him to stay with them, and promised to make sure he would be comfortable. And as she spoke, Thor recalled his initial goal to establish peace between the Empire and the lands of the Demon King. He admitted to himself that he had actually thought about running away. Upon arriving at the castle, his first thought was to find a way to escape, but since his freedom had never been restricted, he realized it was pointless. His thoughts turned to the maid Mabel. It was she who gave him the chance to truly become an alchemist and find joy in his work, and remembering her kindness and the faces of the other inhabitants, he understood that he could not let her down. With a new sense of purpose, he looked at the ground and firmly decided, as long as he was on the lands of the Lord of Demons, he would do everything he could for this country. He turned to Fia and simply said, "Thank you." Her face immediately lit up, her eyes wide open with pure, uncontrollable joy at his decision. As they continued walking, Fia informed Thor that in about an hour they would reach the demonic castle, where an audience with the Demon King awaited him. She advised him to prepare. In Thor's mind, a formidable, shadowed image of the king immediately emerged along with a terrible warning. "Survive here, never ever anger the Demon King." Despite the warm reception from Fia and the Minotaurs, one single troubling thought gnawed at Thor. What about the Demon King himself? His destination was the Demon King's castle, a sprawling and formidable structure made of dark stone, with sharp spires piercing the gloomy sky. Inside its walls, they moved through a huge hall with columns. Thor and Fia, alongside their gigantic fermenter guardians, seemed tiny as they walked toward the far end of the chamber where a horned figure awaited. His heart pounded wildly with nervous anticipation. The horned official leading them was silent and stern, while Fia quietly gave a gentle, encouraging smile from behind. The official finally turned, his voice echoing slightly as he asked if Thor was a guest from the Empire, and at that moment the Minotaur guard loudly announced that the Demon King's newcomer Everguard had arrived, causing Thor to raise his head anxiously. Before him stood a tall figure in dark, royal robes, face hidden under a sharp white mask and crowned with massive curved horns. The creature introduced himself as the King of Demons, Rookie Everguard. Thor, kneeling down, solemnly replied that he was Thor Regis, a guest of the Dalgarian Empire. In the throne hall of the Demon King, Thor Regis stands before the majestic, shadowed monarch, respectfully introduces himself and immediately gets down to business, while the huge silhouette on the throne looks at him and loudly asks how Thor can be of service, whether the Duke sent him for some valuable knowledge or skill. He confidently states that he knows a bit about alchemy, a thought that had been wandering in his mind even before his arrival. He presented his offer as a bargain since he is treated more like a guest than a hostage. If the Lord of Demons wants him to work, he should just officially take him on as an alchemist. Behind the Demon King's mask, a slight gleam of interest flashed. Near the throne, Prime Minister Curve explains that alchemy is a technique not from their lands, and with irony notes that the Empire, full of alchemists, still sent one to another country. And when Curve addresses him by his full name, Thorgus begins to sweat under the watchful gaze. He raises his eyes, a spark of hope flashes in them, and asks if this means he will be hired. The Demon King extends his hand in agreement and promises to arrange a workshop for the guest where he can do whatever he wishes. Zamanarch asks a practical question: what does Thor need to start alchemy? Thor confirms his readiness with a simple yes. He explained that alchemy requires special equipment and requested, for convenience, a room next to the workshop. The Demon King agreed without hesitation to prepare it and asked what else he needed, and Thor could hardly believe how easily his requests were fulfilled. The ruler of demons silently observed Thor's reaction and thought how easily the young man agreed, then advised Thor to write and submit a list of everything he needed. Prime Minister Curve sharply intervened and ordered Thor to use his alchemical abilities to the fullest. He added that the usefulness of the final product does not matter and asked if it was possible to mass-produce something useful for the people of their territory, but Thor had his own question, and the Demon King prompted him to ask if. He thanks the monarch for his kindness but says he is puzzled. As a foreigner from the Empire, he does not understand why His Majesty is doing all this for him. The masked face of the Demon King slightly tilts, and he gives a simple but mysterious answer to find out. He asked the alchemist a question. Did he know that demons were once defeated by human wisdom and heroes from another world? This revelation stunned Thor. He could only think silently to find out. Demon King began to tell an old story hundreds of years ago, when the tribes of demons and humans were fiercely hostile. To oppose the mighty demons, humans summoned heroes from different worlds. These heroes, burning with the desire to improve their skills and raise their levels, fought for humanity with powerful forces and became so strong that the demons began to fear them. The obsession with power of one such hero later passed on to the people of this world and made the Empire believe that might is everything. This philosophy eventually led to the hero defeating the Demon King of that era, and the demons were driven to the north. After that, the hero returned to his native world full of great satisfaction. Since then, the practice of summoning heroes ceased. Although the hero left, his knowledge and powerful things remained in the world of humans. Bringing his tale into the present time, the Demon King again stood before Thor. The alchemist noted that this was a story from 200 years ago, but the king sharply countered that its age did not matter. The main thing, he insisted, was to acknowledge that they were defeated and to learn a lesson from it. The clawed hand gesticulated energetically as he clarified his position. He did not intend to be a demon king who fights, but insisted that he must continue to learn from humans. At that moment, Thor understood everything. This policy was the very foundation of the Demon King's dominions, and it explained why guests from the Dalgarian Empire were invited. And when this dawned on him, the Demon King covered his masked face and swore that he would not let those who died in that ancient battle die in vain. He continued, explaining that it was precisely in the lands of the Demon King that the alchemist's power could truly unfold, and emphasized that without this they would never catch up to the might of the Empire. These words lay on Thor's shoulders as a heavy burden. He could hardly believe it. Here, in the lands of the Lord of Demons, he was allowed to do whatever he wished, create whatever he wanted, and the Lord of Demons himself recognized him as an alchemist. Distrust receded and gave way to a flash of determination. He addressed the Demon King directly and declared that he first wanted to show what his alchemy was capable of, offering to create a wonderful item with his creative alchemy and give it as a tribute for such hospitality. The Demon King looked down at him, his face behind the mask revealing nothing, and accepted the offer with simple yet profound words. He would rely on Thor Regis. At that moment, a young demoness with long light hair spoke up, noticing that both the king and Thor were surely tired from the long journey, and the Demon King agreed, saying that quite some time had passed, and suggested Thor rest a little. With these words, the solemn audience in the great hall concluded. Elsewhere, in a huge cavernous hall, a majestic figure sat on the throne and looked down at a legion of burly, horned demons standing before her in formation. Her lips parted as she began to give orders, her voice sounding authoritative. Now. In the throne hall of the Demon King, the court gathered. Before the silent monarch on the throne, his assistant addressed the commanders with a voice that cut through the heavy silence, announcing that it was time to discuss their new guest from the Empire, Torgus. Among those present were 3 highest military leaders, an elf commander of magic, a lizardman commander of assault, and the commander of the Minotaur unit, all standing at attention. A hooded man spoke in an authoritative voice, acknowledging that the commanders might not know this man, but made it clear, no one is to harm him. The assembly voiced their approval. As he departed, he ordered, treat Thor Regis with respect and learn from him about the world of humans, and reminded to pass this order to their subordinates, for they are proud people. The elven commander, however, noticeably worried, respectfully remarked, he does not mind avoiding harm, but what can be learned at all from the guest of the Empire? His dissent was met with a sudden, sharp smile from an invisible observer. Before he could react, the lizard commander roughly placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, making him flinch. He turns back, his face changing from concern to cunning. The elven commander says that instead of mere observation, it is worth reminding the Imperial guest of the Demon King's power. He suggests a show of force. Let Thor see the troops led by the descendants of the fire giants, to feel how terrifying their lands really are. His words hung in the air, and a sudden, threatening figure in a mask responded to them. The eyes of the elven commander widened in shock at this unexpected appearance. The newcomer contemplates the proposal. He agrees Thor Regis must feel the fear that reigns in the lands of the Demon King. He says it is a sound idea and a great opportunity to show their power and skill. Noticeably relieved by the approval, the ELF commander stammers thanks for the fact that those figures understood. The sinister figure sighed quietly, her earlier agreement still hanging in the air. Despite the decision, the obstacle remained. His thoughts were interrupted by the fierce roar of a commander resembling a bat. He demanded threateningly to know if they had forgotten their history, how demons and half-humans nearly went extinct because their ancestors recklessly considered humans harmless. Words that humiliated the Empire, he growled, cannot be ignored. He continued the tirade, wildly waving his hands, and demanded that they look at how the Empire is now gaining momentum. The human state was relentlessly expanding its lands and becoming stronger, and he warned that many humans already have more power than they do. He struck his hand with a loud bang. The threatening figure interrupted him. His piercing gaze fell on the elven commander, who was now lying on the floor in bows, apologizing, and he asked how it was possible to say that nothing could be learned from the Empire, knowing about people like the alchemist Torgus. He announced that their guest Thor must serve him as an alchemist. If Premier Curve, after evaluating the boy's creation, finds no problems, he will use them on his territory, and so they will learn about the culture and techniques of the Empire. Curve, standing nearby, confirmed that everyone heard the order. The masked leader addressed Curve directly, acknowledged that Thor is from the Empire and that everyone fears his possible actions, ordered Curve to measure the boy's abilities, and then added a clear instruction for the maid Mabel: refrain. He solemnly ordered Mabel to watch over Thor Regis and become his guardian. She bowed her head with a calm expression and gratefully accepted this role. When she agreed, Curve spoke and turned the conversation to one specific event. He asked Mabel if it was Thor who repaired that ending. She confirmed this and explained to Her Majesty that the magical silver from which the water spirit stone pendant is made is a material they simply do not have themselves. Her words ignited a memory in the masked leader. He saw it with his own eyes. He turned to Curve and asked if Thor Regis really created magical silver without any base material. Curve replied that the truth could be determined through an official examination. The eyes of Prime Minister Curve lit up with determination. He called Mabel, and she immediately appeared, responding to his call. He turned his attention to the maid and asked if the pendant on her neck was a keepsake from her mother, then thoughtfully said that such an item had been passed down in his family for generations, but the power associated with it should have long disappeared. Answering her silent surprise, he lifted the pendant. Its central magical stone now shone with a dazzling light. He said the stone was repaired and asked aloud if it had previously been inactive simply due to damage, while Mabel and the group of half-humans nearby just froze in complete astonishment. In the Demon Lord's Council Hall, Prime Minister Curve gestured toward the restored water spirit stone. It shone dazzlingly, and the Prime Minister explained to the gathered commanders that their technology was incapable of such a feat, but Thor had fully restored it. He raised two fingers, explaining that Thor's arrival brought two important things, and beside him a noblewoman looked on with distrust. First, said Curve, is the very fact of the existence of an alchemist who instantly repairs magical items, and second, even more alarming, that the Empire already has many alchemists of such a level. This meant if the Empire manages to field an army of alchemists like Thor Regis, then any resistance would be futile. Commander Lyserman clenched his teeth and cut in, saying he always knew the Empire would not give up such a resource without a hidden motive, and he saw a clear threat in this. A grim possibility hung in the air. Every commander felt the weight of what it meant. The noblewoman pondered, Curve remained stern, the lizard boiled with rage, and the elf commander broke out in nervous sweat. Curve considered another option. He pressed his hand to his chin and thought that the Empire was simply too stupid to see Thor's true talent and carelessly discarded him. From the throne, the Demon King waved off this thought and firmly warned Curve not to underestimate people. It was impossible that the Empire did not know about such an ability. Curve bowed deeply, sincerely apologized, accepted His Majesty's wisdom, and promised to be cautious, then changed the subject and confirmed that he would arrange a workshop and a room for that man. Meanwhile, the maid Fia found Thor, apologized for the long wait, and with a smile said she would take him to the room leading him. She was inwardly worried that he must already be tired and nervous. But her assumption was far from the truth. Thor stood in a luxuriously decorated hall holding a delicate vase with a face flushed with genuine admiration and quietly caught his breath. His fascination was not limited to one object. He pointed at various furniture and excitedly wondered aloud what they were made of. When FIA asked if anything interested him, he smiled broadly and replied that everything did. Seeing his genuine joy, FIA felt her previous worries melt away. It turned out she had worried in vain. She smiled gently and said there would be time to talk later, but for now it was better to tidy up his room. She sees two formidable lizard guards standing watch in front of the room, and one of them directly says that they are here by order of the Prime Minister and their task is to guard Thor. She mentally doubts whether such tight security is really necessary and worries that Thor might feel uncomfortable, because although the guards are unarmed, she knows that a person would be completely defenseless against the powerful claws of the lizardmen. Her thoughts are interrupted when Thor returns to her with a confused look and admits that he still has so much to learn. But without any fear, he boldly turns to the guards and cheerfully surrenders himself into their hands. One of the lizardmen simply nods in response. He caught her off guard with his casual agreement. She explains her surprise and admits this is not only her first meeting with a lizardman but also the first time she saw a person address them by their race. She explains that people usually use humiliating words and adds, with their incredible strength and the natural protection of scales, it is quite understandable that a person would be scared. His reaction was not at all usual. Instead of fear, his thoughts instantly jumped to a practical problem. The lizard's scale would definitely catch on the clothing, and suddenly he was struck by an idea. He declared that as an alchemist he must invent a special, smooth fabric to avoid this, and this left FIA completely bewildered. She looks at him, pondering his unexpected, entirely scientific thought. Two guards watch. She simply smiles gently. He sincerely explains to the still stunned FIA that he is extremely interested in learning about the daily life of the various races living in the lands of the Demon King. He thinks that with such a variety of species and half-humans, each race has its own special problems and challenges, and his words paint images of the inhabitants of this land: mighty minotaurs, stocky bear people, jumping rabbit tribes, and graceful mermaids. With a determined gleam in his eyes and a clenched fist, he reveals his most cherished goal: to use his skills to solve the problems of the Demon King's people, improve their technologies, and create something that can change the world itself. His words impress not only the guards, even those watching from afar hear them. The maid Mabel assures Prime Minister Care in a hood that there is not a single lie in Thor's words, and Care agrees, saying he will inform the Demon King about hiring the young alchemist and allow him to work. He continues to observe and notices that Thor does not care at all about who belongs to which race, and Care concludes his only motivation is to solve the problems of half-humans and demons through alchemy. Care believes that anyone can see the sincerity just by looking into the young man's eyes. In the room, Mabel looks at Thor, admiration audible in her voice as she calls him incredible, and Thor turns to her and, briefly saying "I understand," agrees with her words. She closed her eyes and pressed her hands firmly to her chest in a gesture of sincere devotion, then solemnly swore, introducing herself as Mabel Refrain and promising to help Thor with all of her heart. He slightly bowed his head, formally accepted her oath, and said he would be under her care. Mabel blushed slightly and admitted she felt the same, and at that moment she became the guardian of the person who might one day change the course of the Demon King's dominions. Thor stands joyfully between two lizard guards, his hands waving energetically as he addresses his new companions and is ready to get to work. A painful memory surfaced. In a forest clearing, shadowy figures whispered among themselves, their words sharp and cruel. They asked how an elf with human, dirty blood who cannot even cast spells could be one of them. The young Effa they mock stands alone, her eyes wide open from pain. The voices continue to attack, calling her disgusting and a disgrace to all elves. Their cruelty intensifies. They shout at her, calling her worthless and good for nothing, demanding she leave, and the girl can only quietly whisper pleas for them to stop. No one hears her pleas, and from the torment she finally breaks, she screams for all of it to stop. But that memory turned out to be just a dream. FIA suddenly woke up, sat up in bed, recognized another childhood nightmare, and looked out the window, asking herself if the day will ever come when she can overcome her trauma. She slipped her feet out of bed and quietly whimpered that her feet were cold as ice. When her bare feet touched the floor, she shivered from the cold. Familiar cold awakens the same sadness. Her eyes fill with tears, and she wants to overcome this sensitivity to cold along with the trauma it caused. Her gaze stops on a pair of thick, fluffy socks. She knows wearing them in front of Thor will be embarrassing, but she feels there is no other way out. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Thor froze on the threshold of a huge hall with arms spread in amazement. Rows of large, sturdy chests stretched before him. He stepped inside, eyes burning with excitement. He had found the Demon King's castle storeroom, a room piled with countless items, and the sight was simply breathtaking. He noticed that the storeroom was filled with other abandoned items, damaged shields and armor with torn seams. Just as he was inspecting everything, his gaze fell on a lonely sheath lying on the floor. The initial remark instantly turned into delight. He raised his hands in triumph and exclaimed that the Demon King's castle was the best. He was incredibly lucky. He instantly suppressed his excitement. His face became stern. He decided that now was not the time to celebrate. The Demon King had not lent him this room out of kindness. It was an early bet that he could be useful. If he did not meet expectations, everything would be taken away from him. To prevent this, he clenched his fist with determination. He knew he had to create something that everyone would like, even the Demon King, and at the very thought, a confident smile spread across his face. With renewed enthusiasm, he began to review the items in the storeroom, humming with excitement. He came across a pile of objects suitable as materials and pondered which would be best for practical work. And his attention was drawn to one particular book. He took it in his hands and immediately noticed unfamiliar symbols on the cover. He guessed that the locals could not read what was inside, so it had been neglected. On the page was a drawing of some kind of chair, and next to it was a price 3,980. His eyes widened as he read the page. Before him was an item left by heroes from another world, a foot bath, advertised to have strong water jets and vibration that would always keep warm, and there was even a review from a 34-year-old worker who said it had freed him from sensitivity to cold and helped him find a girlfriend. He was breathless. The thought that such an amazing item was simply left here forgotten seemed incredible. His aunt was confused. He realized that he should not be able to understand the language of a person from another world. He froze, looking at the book in his hands. He looked closer and suddenly it dawned on him. He had read it as if it were completely normal. On the cover it said e-commerce catalog, and he aloud wondered if this was one of his over-alchemy abilities, some form of evaluation. Suddenly he realized this must be the skill that allows understanding the language of inhabitants of other worlds and sensing the abilities of objects. He flips through the pages and realizes this is an online catalog, a selection of goods for sale, with delivery only to a place called Neon. He recognizes this name as one of the countries of one of the previously summoned heroes, and this only strengthens his belief that this book must have belonged to one of them. Reading further, he finds a section about useful things, a list of items for recovery from another world that relieve numb shoulders, ease heavy eyes, and improve sleep, and suddenly, a terrible thought creeps into his mind. The assumption hit him with full force. He is shocked and thinks, could this be why the heroes were so astonishingly strong? His amazement grows. He finds increasingly incredible things: glasses that can magnify vision 20 times, and an oxygen capsule that provides a full night's sleep in just 2 hours. It becomes clear that whoever possesses such items quickly becomes stronger, and suddenly it dawns on him, could he himself create such objects using over-alchemy? Engrossed in thoughts, he suddenly breaks free from them at the voice calling his name. It is Mabel, who has just entered the room. She sets the tea set, apologizes for catching him off guard, explains that she tried to bring him tea but got no response, and noticed how focused he was, and asks what he was looking at so intently. In response, he raises the catalog. He asks Mabel if she can read those symbols in the book from another world. She leans over, puzzled. After a quick glance, she says she does not understand the inscription and explains. Such things occasionally end up in the storage. Several generations ago, the Demon King decided that any found item might be useful, so he ordered to keep everything encountered. While he is pondering this, Mabel throws him a sharp look and thinks to herself, his reasoning sounds like that of someone who does not clean their room. He watches as Mabel suggests brewing tea, places a small teapot and cups on the table. He gladly agrees. Adjusting the tea set, Mabel smiles slightly and says that she easily gets cold because the flow of mana in her body works poorly. Thor is surprised. He has never heard of such a thing, and she explains that although elves are known for magic, her weak mana circulation prevents her from using it, and she suspects it's because her grandmother was human. Because of this inability, even her own people pushed her away, but fortunately they noticed her talent for cleaning and working on the coast, and the Demon King took her in. Hearing her story, Thor cannot hold back his emotions. His eyes fill with tears, and he tells her how hard it must have been for her. She instantly calms him, gently stroking his head, and insists that she is not at all afraid of being unable to use magic, adds that the connection with her grandmother is not bad at all, and these words ignite an epiphany in Thor. He finally understands. She confirms his unspoken thought, explaining that she was interested in the race to which her grandmother belonged, so she wanted to meet. With a warm, sincere smile, Mabel says she is very glad. The first human she met, a representative of her grandmother's race, turned out to be as kind a person as she is. Her sincere compliment confused him, but he managed to quietly whisper, "You're welcome," and then said how incredible it is that the Demon King's retainers so often accept people from other countries. Mabel smiles and agrees. She says that newcomers find work where they can show their skills. She herself is an example, and while she speaks, an idea is born in Thor. He lifted the catalog again, looked Mabel straight in the eyes, and asked if she would agree to accompany him for an experiment. In the pantry, two broken shields leaned against a wooden wall, one a light kite shield with an elegant winged emblem, the other darker and more sinister, its surface warped around a single unblinking eye. Inspired by what he read, Thoriga paused and carefully studied the page from the Book of Useful Goods. He was attracted by a foot bath sold as a remedy for sensitivity to cold. The description depicts a square bath with shining letters, a price of 3,980 yen, and even a bright review from a 34-year-old worker who says it cured his chilliness and helped him find a girlfriend. He continues reading the advertisement, which promises a warm, comfortable life without cold. It praises strong streams of water and vibrations that warm, improve blood circulation, and even stimulate acupuncture points on the soles to enhance the flow of energy. Seems quite convincing to him. After all, the book was brought by heroes from another world. The plan has already taken shape, and he decided that the broken shields in the storeroom would be perfectly suitable as material. Only the fire magic stone and the wind magic stone remained to be obtained. These two shields were once powerful artifacts. The wind shield could deflect arrows and create storms, the other block blows and spit fire, but now both do not work. Their internal magic is completely destroyed. Having chosen the materials, he decides that it is time to soften the shields and extract their magic stones. Placing his hands on them, he directs his power and activates the skill of super alchemy. A powerful aura bursts around him. His alchemy works instantly. The hard metal of the wind shield under his touch becomes pliable, stretches like plasticine, and he begins to reshape it. While he was working, Mabel entered the room with a basin of fresh water, called him. He turned with a smile, holding the half-restored shield, and explained that he was turning the shield's body into material for a foot bath. She froze in complete shock, her voice a thin squeak of disbelief when she recognized the item in his hands, and she can hardly believe that he is using one of the shields from the warehouse for such a purpose. He laughs at her reaction and jokingly touches the soft, strange texture of the transformed material. Mabel also cautiously touches it. Thanking her for the foot bath, he proudly shows the final product, a perfectly formed bowl, explaining that it is the result of his alchemy. He raised his hands and announced that he was starting. From the saved materials, he intends to copy an item from another world. Focused and determined, he activated his super alchemy skill. His specific goal is to make a foot bath, one of the so-called useful things from the world of heroes. The skill worked, breaking down the two shields and their magic stones into simple components. Then he summoned in the air a diagram of the foot bath, using the ready-made graph as an exact guide to polish and rework the materials. Working, he immersed himself in concentration, carefully imagining the essence of the item. Mana from the magic stone flowed and dissolved in the water, filling it with power. He acknowledged a serious obstacle. Making an exact copy of the foot bath from the hero's world was impossible. The technologies of their civilizations differed too much, but he knew he could create an item with a similar function using magical stones and mana. For this to work, his design required two key components. A fire magic stone provided heat, and a wind magic stone created vibrations and a strong water flow. Together, they were supposed to improve blood circulation, drive out cold from the feet, and stimulate acupuncture points on the soles, just like the original device. When the image of the finished product was finally formed in his mind, he felt that its creation was now entirely possible. The alchemical process ended with a dazzling flash of light. The alchemy of creation was complete, leaving a new item in its place. He held his creation in his hands, and a proud, satisfied smile spread across his face. It was a success. As the creator, he already perfectly knew all the effects and abilities of the item and mentally ran through its characteristics. A 2-star foot bath with fire, water, and wind attributes. The fire stone heats the water, the wind stone creates flow and bubbles. Magical stones are consumable and need to be replaced annually, and the device itself will last 25 years. He proudly shows Mabel the newly made foot bath, convinced it will help her feet. Stunned, she can only ask if he really has finished it already. When he confirms that he has, her surprise only grows. She says that not even 10 minutes have passed, and she wonders aloud if all alchemists in the empire are so skilled. His face darkens when he admits he doesn't know his family always forbade him from entering workshops. Thor recalls his father's harsh words. Duke Regius shouted at him not to get conceited, saying there would always be alchemists of his level, and explains to Mabel that he actually doesn't personally know anyone else because that's what his father always told him. From this, he awkwardly concluded that there must be many alchemists there just like him. Mabel, with wide-open eyes, reacts in shock to his assumption. Her head spins. She cannot comprehend a world where many alchemists have skills at Thor's level. Seeing her reaction, he tries to downplay his deed, saying it's nothing special. He just copied a thing from the hero's world, and this only deepens her shock. He solemnly extends to her a foot bath and directly says, "I give this to you." She is completely confused and stammers, not believing that he could have given her such a thing. He, as if nothing happened, cheerfully promises to teach her how to use it and asks to be led to the water, and she, overwhelmed with emotions, can only agree. Thor Regis, when the newly crafted foot bath was ready, turned to Prime Minister Curve and announced that he would now explain how to use the device. The Prime Minister, with a stone face, simply replied, "All right, please explain." He suddenly froze, stumbling, asked why the Prime Minister was here at all. Curve explained that he couldn't resist, he just wanted to see the things Thor had made. Embarrassed, Thor thought to himself that maybe it was even better this way because technically he used their materials for free. The Prime Minister and the Captain of the Guard watched as the demonstration began with Mabel as the test subject. Thor first told her to fill the foot bath with water, then pour mana into the fire magic stone and wait. Steam began to rise. He told her to lower her feet. Mabel nervously agreed. She obeyed, lifted her foot, and carefully lowered her soul into the basin. Even before her foot touched the water, she wavered for a moment, her heart pounding from a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. She took a deep breath and finally immersed her feet. The water gently splashed, and she noticed how warm the water was. Thor then said, "Pour mana into the wind magic stone at the front of the bath to activate the vibration." When she directed her mana, the device activated. Powerful vibrating currents surged through the water and struck her feet. Suddenly it overwhelmed her so much that she was completely confused and with wide-open eyes gasped. Thor calmly explained that the sensation was the effect of the magical stone, and Mabel shouted that the water jets were hitting her sensitive spots and making her body involuntarily shudder. Her body trembled. She clung to the uniform and could not fight the sensation. It seemed incredible to her how warm, and all this feeling was so pleasant that her whole body was filled with soft, pleasant warmth. She exclaims, tears welling up in her eyes as an incredible wave of sensations from the foot bath rolls through her entire body. Her mind sinks into pure bliss as if she has risen to the sky. She bathes in this euphoria, and Thor sees how deeply the device works. He understands that a powerful change is taking place in Mabel's body. The foot bath drives away her feeling of cold, like a hot spring in an icy desert. She regains consciousness and, confirming that she is fine, blushes and adds that the mana in her body has finally started to circulate normally. Hearing this, Prime Minister Curve turns his attention to Thor. His gaze becoming sharp and inquisitive, he asks if the item created by Thor was one of the objects that give the hero health. Thor confirms this, although he admits he knows little about heroes. The Prime Minister presses even harder, stating that there are no records of heroes ever using items from this category of health goods. He emphasizes that, as the name suggests, these items only relieved fatigue, and demands to know why exactly this device had such a deep effect on Mabel's behavior. In response, Turcomly asks the Prime Minister a counter-question. He asks Curve to think carefully, reminds him that heroes are beings with incredible mana and powerful abilities, and asks if they really only have simple, harmless things. Prime Minister is stunned by the consequence of this thought. Thor confirms the suspicion with a short exclamation. Curve bends over. Unable to comprehend the discovery, no one in the Demon King's territory, not even their best healers, has ever been able to establish mana circulation in Mabel. And for him, it is simply incredible that a simple, healthy person could do this. Or he simply looks at the shocked reaction of the Prime Minister and mentally says that there is nothing strange about this. What they have just seen is the true effect of an item created by a hero. He imagines how proud the heroes must have been of the technology from their worlds. Curve asks Mabel how she feels and says they can stop if it feels strange. Mabel, standing barefoot with a refreshed expression, confirms that she feels great and finally her mana flow works properly. And Thor, seeing this, suggests she try to use a little magic, believing she can do it now. Her expression of hope breaks into distrust. She insists that she cannot use magic at all, and her voice is full of despair as she admits she gave up on the idea long ago. Nearby, he clenches his fist in determination. He looks at her with unwavering confidence and says that now everything must be different. With his encouragement, Mabel, hesitating, raises her hands and, speaking the name of wind and darkness, tries to cast a spell, Dark Wind. A sudden invisible jolt strikes in an arc. He crosses his arms to stand firm, and his face is struck, full of surprise. After the burst of magic, Thor and Curve instantly turn their gazes to Mabel, shouting her name, while a basket nearby is tossed into the air. She looks down at her outstretched hands. Stunned, it dawns on her, the magic was within her. Thor rushed to her and anxiously asked if she was okay. From a short distance, Curve watched, recalling how everyone always called her useless and good for nothing. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mabel tightly hugs Thor, her face glowing, sincerely thanking him. She still held him. She confesses that she had lied before. She had always been deeply worried because she couldn't use magic. She explains that everyone in her village teased her for being an elf who couldn't do magic. Now she cries with joy. She will finally be able to be useful to the Demon King and help people, calling Thor her savior. Mabel doesn't let go and squeezes tighter. Thor begins to sweat, clearly struggling under the pressure of her grateful embrace, while Curve watches and thinks to himself that Thor seems to be in a bit of trouble. She blushes confusedly as Mabel fervently apologizes for her previous emotional outburst, and he insists that everything is fine and awkwardly doesn't understand why she is thanking him. He shifts the conversation to the foot bath he invented himself, saying that she did more than just improve her blood circulation, and Mabel confirms this, impressed. Her feet are now completely warm and not cold at all. Hearing her enthusiasm, Thor smiles and admits that he genuinely rejoices when people enjoy the things he creates. For Mabel, this device is nothing less than a true hero's item. Their moment was interrupted by a stern interjection from Prime Minister Curve. He announced that the foot bath would be confiscated and transferred under the management of the Demon King's domain, warning that an item capable of awakening hidden magic is too dangerous to leave unattended. What if it falls into the wrong hands? Thor, stunned, protests that he only came to help Mabel. Although he objected, Thor realizes there is no other choice, and to avoid involving Mabel in trouble over a dispute with the Prime Minister, he quietly hands over the item. When he extends the item, Curve announces that they will buy it from him at a fair price with gold coins, the currency of the kingdom. This offer stuns Thor. He freezes and cannot utter a word. His shock exploded into disbelief. He could not believe that he would be paid simply for creating things he himself wanted to make. But the thought arises, bringing a bittersweet memory. He recalls his days in the Empire, where the use of his alchemical skills was considered part of his salary, and some dirty sheep wanted that. Curve, noticing his sudden silence, addresses him as Thordono. Another authority figure watches the exchange and understands what Thor once went through. In his native home, he was not even allowed to freely use his skills, only to repair things on command. But here he receives both a salary and the joy of creating whatever he desires. A sharp contrast touches Thor, and he clenches his fist in silent acknowledgement. This realization hardens his resolve. He directly addresses the Prime Minister and says he does not want gold coins, instead asking for magical stones as a reward. They are needed for his next project. Curve clarifies whether Thor understands that magical stones can be used for military purposes to create weapons, but Thor, unafraid, offers to submit a formal petition for the necessary materials. He clearly laid out his proposal. In exchange for materials and magical stones from the Demon King's territory, he will supply them with items he creates himself, and Prime Minister Curve readily agreed to the terms. The Prime Minister suddenly became serious, addressed Thor directly, and asked him to explain what he called the plan for unlimited use of magical stones. His gaze sharpened, his eyes seemed to darken, and he posed a sharp question. Does it not concern Thor that his creations will be used in the lands of the Demon King by beings who are not human? Thor responded with a confident smile. For him, it was a simple question. There is no point in making things that no one uses. He wants many different people to use his things, to hear their impressions and create what solves their problems. His face hardened with determination as he revealed his highest dream. He simply wants to create items that surpass everything heroes have ever had. The Prime Minister stood in tense silence, feeling the full weight of Thor's statement, and Mabel quietly, knowingly smiled. After a moment of reflection, Curve made a decision. He would negotiate with the Demon King personally. In the throne hall of the Demon King, one sharp cry of disbelief echoed sharply off the high ceilings. The Demon King himself exploded. How could Mabel even use magic through an item created by Thor Regues? Standing before him, Prime Minister Curve confirms that the news is true, admits that he himself barely believes it but saw everything with his own eyes. This confirmation stirred the gathered commanders. One of them spoke on behalf of the entire group, reminding the court that Mabel's magical ailment had resisted treatment by the best healers of the land for years, and expressed their shared doubt that an alchemist could achieve in less than a day what they could not. Curve addressed the Demon King directly and decisively stated that Thor Regues was indeed guilty, explaining that the so-called foot bath actually used two different magics: fire stone to heat the water and a wind stone that created bubble circulation. The Demon King became angry and declared that it was impossible. Curve calmly explained the basic principle. Thor actually dissolved the essences of fire and wind magic directly into the water. He continued to reason logically. Mabel is an elf with a natural affinity for water, so mana delivered through water would be absorbed extremely easily, and he saw no other explanation for her sudden recovery. The explanation reveals the genius of the method. The fire mana dealt with her increased sensitivity to cold, the wind mana adjusted the internal flow of mana. The Demon King was stunned by such foresight and acknowledged Thor as truly a formidable man, and for a moment Mabel could be seen blushing in the warm, bubbly water. Her ailment was gone. He then asked whether Thor simply copied the item from the hero world. Curve suggested that Thor might be an alchemist of such rare caliber that his equals in the world could be counted on one hand. Curve agreed with this possibility but immediately threw everyone into confusion with a shocking fact. According to the sacred scriptures, healing items from the hero era had no special buffs or effects, and this made everyone speculate about the true origin of Thor's creation. He leaned on a column, his mind swimming with ancient writings passed down from generation to generation, contained records of enhancement and healing magic, but nothing like what the man demonstrated. His confidence as prime minister, guardian of their history, was shaken. He had never heard of an item that could improve human blood circulation, and could not understand which alchemist would use a simple bath of boiling water for this purpose. Nearby, the lizard folk attack commander, somewhat confused, admitted that he himself was puzzled, also understood nothing, but suggested in any case to give Mabel's foot bath back. Then he asked the prime minister if this was really acceptable. Curve, touching his chin thoughtfully, assured that Mabel is a valuable subordinate and he would never take anything useful from her, but at the same time noted that Mabel seems to trust Thor very much. From his throne, the Demon King said that it was strange she acted that way and towards a human at that, and Curve agreed, recalling that Mabel in her native village suffered oppression because she could not use magic, and it took her a long time to start trusting it at all. After considering everything, a new thought matured in him. He turned to his lord and announced that he had a proposal for his majesty. He fervently suggested that if it coincided with Mabel's wishes, she should marry Torgus. He believed that this way the human would have a reason to stay in their lands, and even began to think that they should actively persuade Mabel to agree. Demon King's reaction was immediate and fierce. With a guttural roar, he exclaimed that this would not happen. His voice thundered through the hall. He swore not to allow the human to deceive his dear subordinate and friend. He reminded Curve that their truce did not make them worse than humans. Prime Minister shuddered at the uncontrollable fury of his king. But this outburst only strengthened the Prime Minister's resolve. Outwardly, he urged His Majesty to calm down, but in his soul, he decided that he could no longer sit idly. It was time to make his move. Somewhere else from the shadows emerges a new threatening figure in dark robes with a fur hood from which two horns protrude. The face is a mask of cruel intentions, and with a predatory smile, she solemnly declares that she will personally judge the alchemist Torgus. A man with a cruel smile and a noticeable scar on his cheek raises a glass and reflects that this is truly a worthy death for a talentless and shameful scoundrel. Meanwhile, in a majestic office, the captain of the guard informed the elderly butler that the Imperial court is asking about the repair of the magic sword, and the butler, sincerely surprised, asked if they even had such a record. He explains that the sword is for Her Highness, and that she personally requested to have it repaired just like the legendary hero's blade. The butler suddenly recalled this request and said he would immediately go check the condition of the sword. Somewhere aside, a portly official gloomily exclaims that the sword cannot be repaired, explaining that it has already been taken to several alchemical workshops. All refused to take on the work. An elderly butler standing opposite the official fiercely waved the document and demanded explanations, pointing out that the report in his hands clearly states the repair was completed at 80. With a tense expression, the department representative explained that their budget is cut every year, so they have to figure out how to work without spending money. He admitted that one of their employees secretly repaired the magic sword, and the butler, sighing deeply in irritation, ordered him to call that employee. To his order came a calm but stunning reply. The employee had already retired. The butler exploded with anger, not understanding how the official could have let such a person go, and demanded to know his name. Suddenly a memory surfaced for the official. He saw his younger self next to that young man and pronounced the name, Thor. The name struck the butler. He thought that Kana was probably the mother's surname, and realizing that after returning to the ducal court the young man would now be called Torgus, he quietly said what an interesting man he was. The official explained in more detail, recalling that in the duke's house it was customary. Thor went through all the things one by one, checked them and repaired if necessary, and did this without any papers or orders. The HR officer briefly explained the strict orders given to Thor. He had to deliver results, never utter the name Torgus, and not attract the attention of other nobles, so strict that he could not even talk about his significant achievements. In another setting, the manager tries to prove that Thor's return to the duke's house could change something, but Mr. Butler, gritting his teeth, sharply silences him and warns not to interfere in the affairs of the noble family. He loudly declared that the duke's house would directly take responsibility for repairing the sword. Their best alchemist would fix it, and ordered everyone to forget about this weapon and never mention its name again. The next day his loud statement proved empty. In the workshop considered the best in the empire, Mr. Butler was met with an apology. The chief alchemist bluntly said that this task was simply not their specialty. The master alchemist explains the complexity, pointing to a crack in the blade. The initial patching was neat, but drips remained, and an ordinary sword would be given to a swordsmith, but this is a magical blade, and this is a completely different, much more difficult matter. He adds, explaining that the metal of such a blade carries the elements fire and earth, and to repair it, the alchemist has to intervene in the very material, remelt it so that its properties match the surrounding metal, and only after that join the parts. The alchemist sighed with sadness. In the hero's time there were still such masters, but now there are barely any left. The art of restoring magical swords is lost. No one in the empire knows how to do it, and Mr. Butler's face turned pale. His words sparked an insight. The alchemist recalled conversations about losing valuable things if you don't nurture talent, and suddenly realized that someone had already patched the cracks in this sword. He asked why Mr. Butler simply didn't ask the same person to finish the job, and this question fell like a heavy stone. This realization made him look more closely at the blade. He was impressed by the brilliant technique. Once the cracks went all the way to the center of the blade, but the work is so seamless that now it is impossible to understand where exactly those missing parts were and how they were perfectly joined. This masterful creation ignites the heart of the old craftsman. He bowed low and begged Mr. Butler to introduce him to that master to learn. Cornered and panicked, Mr. Butler stammers that it is impossible. That person was sent as a sacrifice, and he desperately tries to silence him. He stammers, trying to save the situation, asks the master alchemist if a full repair is really necessary, and insists that for the duke's house it is enough for the sword to just look repaired. The alchemist confirms this request, and the official agrees, adding that other materials will only create more problems. His composure finally cracked. The official slammed his hand on the table, demanding that the alchemist hurry and fix it, and angrily asked if the craftsman really intends to refuse to fulfill the direct request of the duke's family. After the outburst of emotions, the master alchemist sighs wearily and agrees to take on the work, but on one condition. The official must bring an official statement explicitly stating that only cosmetic repair is needed. He says he heard that the sword is intended for rituals, so superficial repair should not harm the blade. Cornered and confused, the official reluctantly agrees he understands. If his family is blamed for a future failure, it will be a big problem. The alchemist, assured of his position, simply smiles and confirms the agreement. Meanwhile, far from the political intrigues of the capital, in the harsh mountains stands a formidable fortress, an impregnable structure marking the border of the Demon King's domain. Mabel cheerfully offers Thor a spoonful of food again, insisting that he open his mouth. Embarrassed, he obeys and, swallowing, thinks about his gratitude thanks to her fixing his pendant. He can use magic again, and he has grown a strong desire to repay her. Then he asked her if it was possible to request another room from the Demon King. Mabel thought for a moment and explained that it was possible, but all the neighboring rooms are currently occupied, so it would take time to arrange. He again returns his thoughts to the reason for his request. He needs a separate workshop because his alchemy involves fire and chemicals, and he fears that one careless mistake will destroy valuable books and materials from his world. He recalled hearing that the Demon King wanted to convert the treasury into a workshop, but it is full of priceless artifacts. He suddenly changed his mind and tells Mabel that he no longer needs a room. Instead, since he is still unfamiliar with the castle, he asks her to show him the castle. She immediately understood. Her face fills with passionate devotion. She places her hand on her heart and solemnly declares that she, Mabel Refrain, stakes her life to fulfill his wish. Stunned, Thor insists that such an extreme promise is unnecessary. Her serious expression disappears as quickly as it appeared, and with a cheerful smile she says that she will wash the dishes now and return soon, promising to bring him tea before leaving, after which she departs with the tray. Now alone in the assigned workshop, Thor sits at a simple table with a book before him and looks into the distance, lost in thought. He is struck with inspiration. He remembers that ancient heroes had something very similar to what he needs: a storage box, a storage skill, or an item chest. Grabbing some catalog, he flips through it, hoping that the storage section will hide the key to creating his workshop. He recalled all the details of this ability. It allowed hiding a mountain of things without extra weight, everything inside sorted itself, and anything could be retrieved at any time. He is fascinated. This is truly a convenient creation of lost technology from the heroic age. He calculated that the book must hide something like a legendary chest. If he manages to create such a thing, it could become the key to restoring lost technologies of the past, and with renewed determination he decides it's worth trying. He flips through the catalog and his attention is caught by an advertisement for the famous small storage, White Rabbit. The text promises an item that is easy to organize, can hold anything, and allows retrieving what you need whenever you want, and despite its compact appearance, its internal space is described as enormous. Externally, it looked like a simple warehouse, 2 meters high, 3 wide, and 4 deep, with large sliding doors. He froze in surprise. The book really had blueprints of the ability, exactly like the heroes, and the official name of the item was indeed Small Size Storage Room. It boasts that this space is so durable that it will not be destroyed even if filled with 1,000 rabbits, and this shows the scale of the dimensions, which exceeds all previously known. The idea overwhelms him. He gasps, struggling with the realization that he is creating a completely different dimension of space. His mind races back to the legends. The hero's chest was a direct gateway to another space. There were simpler options, like enchanted leather bags, but this recognizable white rabbit model is much more advanced, and he suspects that the name came from the large horned rabbits, the first creatures the heroes defeated when coming to this world. The ability to recreate such a thing fills him with determination. He clenches his fist, firmly resolved to build it. Filled with determination, he raises his hands above the open book, focuses his will, activate, and his command spreads over the very alchemy. The process freezes. Before him appears an alchemical formula outlining all the requirements. A small stash can be created by ingenious alchemy, and although the conditions for earth and wind mana are met, the condition for dark mana is not. He grabs his head in frustration, realizing he could do it if he had enough dark mana. He sighs and crosses his arms in distress, and the cause of his problems becomes clear. He has no suitable dark mana because in the Empire he never encountered it, and from his fingertips curls a faint wisp of dark energy. The weak haze of power quickly dissipated, painfully reminding him of the obstacle standing before him. He stood in thought, a drop of sweat running down his forehead, and he sadly lamented his misfortune. If only there was a person nearby with a large amount of dark mana. This thought hung in the air, a dark and shapeless void. As if in response to his unspoken wish, a deep voice broke the silence and asked permission to enter. A formidable figure appeared in the doorway, emanating incredible pressure. The man said, "Thor Regues, I need to talk to you." At that moment, a message materialized in Thor's mind. The required dark mana was absorbed and the item can now be created. Stunned by this impossible coincidence, Thor stammered in disbelief but quickly composed himself, his face a mixture of shock and surprise. Thor kneels before the formidable figure of the Demon King and addresses him, "Your Majesty," and the king, whose face is hidden in shadow, dismisses the formality and reveals his simple secret. Rising, Thor recalls the powerful aura he felt during their last official audience. The demonic king looks satisfied and notes that Thor turned out to be as insightful as expected. He stands silently while Thor's analytical gaze surveys him, and the young alchemist feels deeply. King's robes and mask are not just clothing but powerful magical artifacts, a truth his instinct screams. After a pause, the king cleared his throat, his voice softened. He politely thanked Thor for allowing Mabel to use magic again and eased her worries, explaining that she is extremely important to him, like a childhood friend. He responds sincerely, placing his hand on his heart, and says that since he arrived, Mabel has always cared about him. So he was simply glad to help. The Demon King raises an eyebrow in surprise for a moment and says that Thor does not deserve such praise. The king leans forward slightly, looks intently at the young man, and says that Thor is truly strange. Previously, everyone who came from the Empire trembled with fear and quickly returned home, but Thor remains completely calm. Through the mask in the eyes of the Demon King, a spark plays. He is sincerely interested in Thor, thinking that perhaps the young man has figured him out. He leans closer, thoughtfully touches his chin, and directly asks if Thor has something in mind. An unexpected reaction followed his question. The Demon King slightly recoiled and exclaimed that he was right. A conspiracy was already ripening, but Thor, with an almost maniacal smile, abruptly thrust forward a book filled with diagrams and shouted that he was actually going to create something. He enthusiastically shows his detailed plans, his face shining with joy. He asks if he can start, explaining his grand design. It is easy to assemble, fits 1,000 rabbits, and will not damage the small storage room. His true dream, he admits, is to turn this place into his own workshop. The Demon King fell silent for a moment, sweating as he tried to comprehend this absurd request. He only muttered that Thor was truly strange, but Thor was not embarrassed. He waited with a blush of hope while the king, recovering, asked to look more closely at the plans. Examining the drawings, the Lord of Demons recalls the previous conversation. He reminds Thor of his goal to create something that surpasses everything in the world of heroes, asks if he still desires this, and Thor, with a calm and determined expression, confirms it. He explains that he has a catalog from an online store from the hero's world, which lists many of their items. For example, a foot bath he made with Abel, and the Demon King does not believe it and asks if Thor has lost his mind trying to reproduce technologies from a world much more advanced than theirs. Thor objects. He admits that the heroes were truly supernatural, but believes that by reproducing and using their items, they will gradually understand the technology behind them. Demon King listens as if pondering the logic. His eyes blaze with determination, and he decides not only to understand his advanced knowledge but also to apply it to raise his own skill in alchemy. He plunged into a vision. He imagined his own workshop with a sign, "Here is the alchemist," saw a place where materials were abundant, and dreamed that all his creations would serve in the lands of the Lord of Demons. He felt a thrill in his veins at the thought that many people would use his items, talk about their impressions, and give feedback for improvement, and suddenly he came to his senses. He realized he was dreaming, and at that moment the voice of the Demon King pierced the silence, the tone of which was hard to decipher when he pronounced Thor's full name. Tension cracked as the Demon King burst out laughing. He enthusiastically proclaimed the ambition of the man from the Empire, to create items that surpass the things of the heroes themselves. He solemnly proclaims himself the Demon King and gives Thor Rizzi permission to pursue the goal he set for himself. Thor froze in stunned silence, and the Demon King, with a sharp smile, declared that he accepts his ambitions. They still do not believe. They ask them for confirmation that he can really build a workshop, and the Demon King agrees. Recalling that Thor previously only asked for a simple storeroom, he gives his official permission. Without wasting a moment, Thor grabbed the lavish robes of the Demon King and loudly announced that he would use them as his first materials. The Demon King jumped back in shock, shouted in protest, and asked if he was really starting right now. He breaks free from the Demon King's grip, protesting that it was His Majesty himself who gave him permission. The embarrassed monarch agrees, but was clearly not ready for his permission to be used so literally and so quickly. He stands in front of a small storeroom with metal walls, holding a catalog where his plan is laid out. From the materials found in the warehouse, he prepared softened pieces of metal, recycled from old shields and armor. According to the catalog, the room is modest 2 meters high, 3 wide, and 4 deep. But he considers the dimensions unimportant because his true intention is to use alchemy to create inside this physical shell a separate, larger space for storage. His plan is ready and he decides to start immediately. He stretches out his hands between his palms. A crackling, viscous dark energy begins to condense as he has accumulated enough dark mana for the task ahead. Demon King Ruki Everguard looks at Thor with a mixture of admiration and anxiety and asks Mabel if the alchemist really intends to create something right now. And Mabel, calm as always, confirms. Soon as Thor himself decides to act, he cannot be stopped. The king, still embarrassed, asks what she means. She says that Thor is a person who truly understands the needs of demon races and recalls how he recently decided to sew special clothes for the lizard folk, seeing the problems their scales cause with ordinary clothing. His surprise is visible to the naked eye. He asks how a human could care so much about a lizard. Mabel continues, conveying Thor's philosophy. He would consider the needs of everyone in these lands and create things to help them, and she summarizes that Thor is a person who sees the true essence without prejudice. Pressing her hand firmly to her heart, she looks straight into the eyes of her lord and begs him to believe in Thor himself. In response, the Lord of Demons only whispers her name, feeling the full depth of her faith. Meanwhile, Thor is deeply focused, his hands spread to the sides. He imagines his creation and precisely measures it a perfect cube with a side of 2 meters. He begins the process of creation, pouring dark mana into lumps of metal, turning them into raw material for a small storeroom, then directing earth mana to stabilize and strengthen the floor, roof, and walls, and finally filling the internal atmosphere with air mana. His concentration sharpens. He carefully imagines every physical property of the object, its hardness, color, mass, texture, and even smell, until a perfect shining cube materializes, shimmering. Carving every detail into memory, he sharply opens his eyes, filled with determination, releases power, and commands the alchemy to create a small closet. The magical spell concludes, and in reality an object appears. A small closet, this otherworldly artifact filled with the powers of earth, wind, and darkness, creates inside itself a separate hermetic space where things are stored without spoiling and automatically sorted, and it passively absorbs dark magic from the territory, so the magic stone is no longer needed. With high physical durability and a lifespan of 100 years, a true miracle. He surveys his completed work. Although the creation succeeded, he sadly admits it is still far from the items possessed by heroes. A description from the initial online store catalog comes to mind, and he realizes he could not reproduce small details such as the drainage system or the keyhole. He announced the completion with a satisfied smile on his face. In his soul, he understood the efforts spent were worth it. Although he knew that items from the hero's world are on another level, his main goal was to surpass their technology. His work elicited instant reactions. Mabel's eyes widened with admiration. She called his creation incredible. The Demon King, although he did not believe that Thor made this on the fly, remained realistic and noted that due to its small size it is not suitable for a real workshop. In response, Thor urged the Lord of Demons to look at everything from a different angle and asked if His Majesty was familiar with the legendary hero's storage, a chest that supposedly has boundless, infinite space for everything placed inside. Comparison made the Demon King freeze, and he asked if there are alchemists in the Empire capable of manipulating space. Thor modestly admitted that this is his first attempt and he cannot be sure of its quality, but confirmed that it performs a similar function, while inwardly doubting that anyone else could reproduce it, especially in the Empire, where dark mana is almost absent. He instantly diverted the conversation from the Empire, explaining that he could not create it by his own magic alone, then asked permission to look inside, and the Demon King immediately allowed it. Returning to the Demon King, Thor said they would return soon, and Mabel cheerfully said goodbye and promised they would see him again soon. And then he stretched out his hand, firmly grabbed the handle, and pushed the door. In the small box before Thor and Mabel stretched a huge, empty white space, and Thor looked around in delight, marveling at how spacious it was, while Mabel, even more stunned, with wide-open eyes raced across the floor, exclaiming that one could run here forever, and that even the royal treasury has nothing like it. She turns to him, suddenly realizing this is the hero's technology from another world. She asks if he intends to study it and eventually surpass it. With a confident smile, Thor admits that he is still far from the goal after all. The hero's box had infinite space. He says that his skills are not yet up to the level that the heroes had, so this storeroom is tiny compared to them, and in the background Mabel happily rummages through the large space. Looking at her, he enthusiastically says that if this technology is applied correctly, bags with built-in compartments can be made. Then he asks if she would agree to test them for him when he finally finishes refining them. The request completely caught Mabel off guard. She stumbled, saying that she is just a servant and could not possibly take a legendary item, but Thor, sincerely explaining, says that she is important to him and has already helped so much with his experiments, that is why he wants her to use his prototypes. Her face deeply flushed with emotion. She thought that everything with him is always full of surprises and admitted to herself that she is actually very happy, and steam seemed to be swirling from her confused head. Their moment was interrupted by a powerful voice from outside, sharply demanding, "What is going on here?" Recognizing the voice of the Demon King, Thor and Mabel jumped in fright and instantly apologized in unison. Beyond the measurable space appeared a threatening figure in a wide-brimmed hat who addressed the Demon King, asking permission to enter and saying that as the ruler of this territory he must check if it is safe here, and the Demon King allowed it. The figure steps through the portal into the White Room and astonishes those present. He enthusiastically notes how great Thor is for creating this dazzling, huge place. It resembles an arena in our lands, and it is a great honor for him to hear such words. When the formidable guest froze before him, a signal suddenly sounded in Thor's mind. An SS rarity item was found. It will automatically fit into the space, and Thor's eyes widened in shock because this meant that the man before him or something he carries with him is that very item. Suddenly, a new, more precise mental signal appeared in his mind. In the stash lay a cloak that blocks recognition and a mask that blocks recognition, both resistant to all elements, and the mask, snow white with jagged edges, dissolved right before his eyes. His eyes widened and a sound of disbelief escaped his lips. When the figure who entered his dimension lost the covering robes, he only let out a confused sound. The formidable presence disappeared, and in its place was something completely unexpected. Before him did not stand a monstrous tyrant, but a young woman. Long light hair tied into 2 ponytails with dark ribbons, overly large dark horns curved from her head, and her face was calm amid a whirlwind of petals. He vainly tried to comprehend this incredible sight. The sudden shock made him stutter, and he realized, this is the true person of the one who resembles the Demon King. With crossed arms and a pouted lip, Demon King Lookyear contemplates the explanation for a few moments, then softens, says she understands, and, sighing, forgives. She forgives Thor, who is still kneeling before her, and he sincerely takes all the blame upon himself, explaining, it was because of him that her risks and mask were taken. He forgot about the auto-sorting function. He enthusiastically says that there is a certain shed on the territory, arranged to automatically sort any rare item it notices. Thanks to this function, the majestic figure of the Demon Lord in a cloak was immediately recognized as a rare item and instantly taken to storage. He concludes it was exactly like that. Having gathered the cloak and mask of Demon King Lookyear, her true form suddenly revealed itself to him. The sudden revelation caused a great commotion. Embarrassed, Lookyear immediately crouched down and hid her face in her hands. While she was hiding, her maid Mabel was running around in panic because of what had happened. In the whirl of chaos, Thor kept apologizing endlessly until Lookyear and Mabel finally calmed down. He ended the story with a deep bow and a loud sorry. Embarrassed, Lookyear insists that he stop. She admits he had no ill intent and formally forgives him. Thor sighs with relief. It turned out that Mabel had long known Lookyear's true face. Besides her, only the Chancellor and her relatives know about it. Lookyear believes that a demon king with such a youthful appearance could never compete with the Empire's power. She says she followed Prime Minister Curva's advice and, using one item, created a truly frightening image for herself. Mabel tries to calm her. She already has the power of the Demon King. Only the body grows slowly, but Lookyear waved it off and, turning to Thor, declared that she wants to hear an outsider's opinion. Looking straight at him with a hint of nervousness, she asks him to honestly assess her true form as Lookyear Everguard. The directness of the question catches her off guard, and she, quietly embarrassed, utters WH. He froze completely unexpectedly. His face turned red. He got lost searching for words and only stammered, unable to give a coherent answer to the unexpected weakness of the Demon King. Thor froze with his mouth slightly open at that moment. It seemed to him as if he had just witnessed the appearance of a deity. He tried to explain his admiration to the puzzled Demon King. As an alchemist, he had always been fascinated by magical things that worked better than others, but upon seeing her, he was forced to reassess his own worth. He continued, his voice was filled with sincere confidence. He admitted that before her natural beauty, he was ashamed of his lack of skills, realizing that the practical beauty of his creations could not compare. His uncontrollable praise simply drove the Demon Queen out of herself. She shouted for him to be silent, and her face turned red as she insisted that she did not understand a single word he said. She clutched her chest, and the excitement within her only grew. She challenged him, asking what an alchemist with divine abilities could know about her situation, and accused him of not understanding what it means to live a lie behind a mask. Her words suddenly touched something inside him. He lowered his gaze, a shadow passed over his face, and he quietly apologized, admitting that he himself lived a lie. With his head lowered, he spoke the full truth about his circumstances. He confessed that he was not a guest in the demon lands. He was sent there as a hostage, as a sacrifice. Suddenly, the cold words of his father, Duke Regius, flashed in his mind. He ordered him to die, saying his existence was only a disgrace to the ducal house, and this memory caused shock on the faces of both the Demon King and Fi. He remembered why his father despised him. In the Empire, power ruled, and without combat skills he was good for nothing. His alchemy, instead of being valued, was described as childish play. Because of this, he was constantly humiliated. But after telling about his painful past, he suddenly changed expression. He raised his gaze and smiled slightly and sincerely, saying that since the time he found himself in the demon lands, he considered himself lucky, and his words left the Demon King completely speechless. As he continued to explain, Thor's face softened and a sincere smile appeared. He admitted that after all this time, he was finally able to work as an alchemist and now felt joy from creating things that people truly use. His moment of pleasure was interrupted by Fi, who stepped forward, not believing her eyes. She demanded to know if it was true that the Empire had sent him as a victim and hostage. Thor calmly confirmed this, and Fia remained confused, unable to comprehend his confession. She knelt before him, took his hands, and questioned his logic. Fia insisted that it would have been much better to pretend to be a messenger with the Empire as an alleged patron. He could have made any demands, and she could not understand why he refused such an advantage. But she did not answer seriously. Instead, she playfully winked, raising a finger to his lips. He asked them to keep it a secret, and this request left the Demon King completely stunned. His face became serious as he began to explain why. If it became known that he was a victim, he would be treated worse and it would ruin the Empire's reputation. So he proposed an exchange. He would keep the Demon King's secret, and in return, they would remain silent about him. The weight of his proposal stunned both Lookier and Fia, and they froze in silence. The Demon King stood speechless, and Fia covered her mouth. A cry of realization burst from her chest. He saw that they understood his intention. By protecting Her Majesty's secret, she would in turn protect him. He knew this under such conditions. Finally, he would be able to earn her trust. In reality, the Demon King Lookier was just a little girl who did not believe in herself and hid her true nature behind formidable robes and a mask. She laughed quietly, covering her mouth. In that story, she saw a reflection of her own situation, a parallel to the life she was forced to live. Her quiet amusement suddenly exploded into ringing laughter. Pointing at Thor with tears of joy in her eyes, she called his plan complete nonsense. Then, with great pleasure, she agreed to his terms. He reveals himself to them, and in exchange, they keep his secret as their own. She bursts into rage with a flushed face and eyes full of tears. Baring her fangs, she screams, demanding to know what he could have been thinking at all. He, still smiling, replies that she is mean for laughing like that, and she, although admitting that taking his mantle and mask was cruel, insists that even crueler is that he revealed his identity himself. Though teasing, she crosses her arms and winks, admitting that with such a way of acting, she has no choice but to believe it. He asks if she really trusts him. She decisively answers yes, he has revealed his secrets to her, and she, as the ruler, cannot doubt. Turning back to the servant Mabel, she strictly orders that not a word of this should leak out. Thor smiles and says that she is a wonderful Demon King, and she brushes it off, saying it's just flattery. Feeling that her power has returned, she solemnly announces, Thor Regis is an honored guest from the Empire and an alchemist under her direct supervision, and the whole castle must treat him as before. Mabel accepts the order wholeheartedly, and Thor stands nearby. It is clear how moved he is by the Demon King's words about protection. She turns to him, puts a finger to her lips, and winks slyly, as if sharing a conspiratorial secret, and explains that their real names are a secret only in this place, so there is no need to hide anything between them here. He realizes this and understands the consequences. This place is a refuge, cut off from the world, a protective barrier for her and a suitable shelter for him. Suddenly Mabel realizes this and joyfully exclaims that now Her Majesty can be at home here without a mask. Catching the idea, Mabel enthusiastically suggests using this part for tea parties. Lookier looks on with a mischievous smile and agrees that it sounds fun, while Thor stands aside, a little puzzled by such a sudden turn to domestic amusements. He watched as Mabel, with tears in her eyes, insisted that her only wish was to accept him and Her Majesty. Embarrassed by the servant's reaction, he asked about Thor's intentions, and seeing a chance to reconcile, he promptly proposed a simple solution. "Why not find a place for both?" When he suggested a small cubicle, it caused an unexpected gesture. Lookier gently placed her hand on his, and with a sigh agreed that the room would serve their tea meetings. When Mabel sincerely thanked him, the Demon King solemnly passed the same thanks to her alchemist. When the matter was settled, a shared smile lit up the faces of all three. The small, unremarkable room had now officially become their place for tea gatherings. This seemingly small agreement was later called the tea time of the kingdom. It was the very moment when the lands of the Demon King began a slow advance, and none of those present could even imagine how important their decision would turn out to be. At the small table, they noticed Mabel's restrained, quiet smile and asked what she was thinking. She quietly giggled. She says that she was just recalling something that happened earlier, and that it was the first time she saw the demonic King Lookier laugh so freely. Mabel tells that Lookier was prepared from childhood to become the next demonic king. The one before him was strong but harsh. The story resonates in Thor's heart like the voice of a native home. He remembers how his father also wanted him to have the same combat skill and trained him for it without his shredders. Memories surge those harsh trainings when he truly believed he would die, beaten and bloodied on the ground, and he realized he had no choice but to leave the Duke's court. He turns his attention to the present and asks Mabel if Her Majesty is not strong enough already. Mabel firmly agrees. Mabel exclaims that in magic no one compares to Look here, a powerful dark aura swirls around his image. He suddenly asks why she hides her appearance, and Mabel explains, in the demon lands many only honor physical strength. They will see Lookier and immediately consider her weak, so she warns that among such people there is one person he should especially beware of. She calls him General of the Flame Reincarnation, a man slightly under 2 meters tall with a powerful muscular build, flame-colored hair, and the ability to breathe fire when angry. His clan carries the blood of Ifrit, and he is known for his martial arts in the Demon King's castle. Thor is noticeably frightened, although he has never met this man. The description alone inspires fear. He asks if this is the same Ifrit who defended the fortress of the Burning Mountain and fought a fierce battle with the heroes of old. He confirmed her suspicion about the 7-day battle on the Burning Mountain. Mabel explained that Reincarnation is a descendant of the same clan of Ifrits entrusted with guarding that fortress, so they are respected for their power, and Thor quietly decided it was better never to meet that general. Mabel added that although Reincarnation's clan is obsessed with power, there are good people among its members, to which Thor remarked that she is too kind. She cheerfully changed the subject, reminded him of their plan to inspect the castle the next day, and Thor readily agreed. When Mabel was about to solemnly promise, he quickly interrupted her and asked her not to do that anymore. That night the Demon King's castle stood in silence under the glow of the full moon. Later in the castle corridor, Thor thanked Mabel for the day as they were preparing to part. She paused for a moment, lost in thought, until he called her by name. She mischievously winked as if to say that they could drop formalities between them. Thor blushed and objected that he couldn't after all. She was his caretaker, but she gently placed a finger on his lips, silencing him. Her voice explained that she was ordered to treat him as an honored guest. By Her Majesty's command, he was to be served at the level of a chancellor or state minister, meaning his status was by definition higher than hers. She, smiling brightly, pleaded with him to just speak to her simply. Seeing her sincerity, Thor smiled back and agreed, thereby officially becoming under Mabel's care. He barely managed to say a word when Mabel suddenly pushed him into the adjacent doorway, completely catching him off guard. In the room, she took his hand, bowing her head. Quietly and insistently, she begged him to stay there forever. She raised her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes shone with emotion. She confessed that if it were possible, she too would want to stay by his side forever. Her words stunned him, his face reddened, his eyes widened, and he only stammered her name in disbelief as the door clicked and closed before him. Mabel did not wait for an answer. She turned and hurried down the long, empty corridor, glancing back and embarrassedly shouting to him, "Good night." He remained alone in the quiet room, his hand pressed to his chest, his heart still pounding wildly after that encounter, and he thought that although only a few days had passed since his arrival, so much had already happened. He had found a book from another world and even created his own magical items. His thoughts returned again to Mabel's words. A faint smile touched his lips, and he admitted to himself, perhaps he would simply agree and stay here forever. This thought filled him with deep satisfaction. He was glad to have ended up in the lands of the Demon King, and with renewed determination decided. As an alchemist, he would use his abilities to make this place more comfortable, and he had no plans to return to the Empire at all. Now his goal is clear: to help the people who accepted him. He thinks about Mabel and Luckier, but the thought breaks off, and under the light of the full moon his devotion becomes unwavering. In the castle of the Demonic King, light sparkles on the luxurious decorations of the throne room. Prime Minister Curve appears before the throne and announces his presence to His Majesty, Rookie Everguard. The Demon King, sitting in the shadows, apologizes for the late-night summons and says he has something urgent to report. The monarch immediately asks if it concerns Thor Regis, and Curve confirms. Observing Thor making items by hand, he began to understand him better. The Demon King, leaning forward, presses for details and insists on knowing exactly which new item was created. The Chancellor restrains his calm and repeats to himself, "Don't get flustered over trifles," then asks if that thing was one of the useful goods Thor had made before, and the Demon King simply replies that it was not his. His Majesty initially suggests that it might be something like Mabel's jewelry, but Curve, finally unable to hold back, admits it is something completely different, an item from another dimension, simply put, a storage box. He recognized it, a legendary item that allows heroes to store an infinite number of things in another dimension. The realization struck his chest, and he suddenly shouted in disbelief. His outburst stunned the Demon King, who grumbled that Curve should not shout so suddenly, and turning to Riley, remarked that he himself was actually shocked by the minister's reaction. Still agitated, the minister objects that this situation is different from his previous vow to remain calm, and confirms that His Majesty knows what a storage box is, a skill that allows placing items into a separate space. He passionately explains that this variability was one of the main reasons why heroes from another world were so powerful. Their ability to create countless items seemingly out of nowhere made them a constant and unpredictable threat to all demons. He recounts an old saying from the Demon King's domains: meet a hero, prepare for 100 things to fall out of him. Those considered unarmed were suddenly seen with weapons, and the wounded pulled out piles of elixirs from their bags. The Demon King, sitting on the throne, listens to his Prime Minister's panicked report. He calmly acknowledges the danger, saying he knows how rare this ability is. If all heroes possessed it, the demon race would have been exterminated long ago. The king's calm brings him almost no comfort. His hand clenches into a fist as he struggles with reality. Thor Regis really created that very box. This thought drives him into a desperate outburst. He shouts that this is serious business and that Thor Regis must not be allowed to appropriate such an ability, no matter the cost. In response to his minister's panic, the Demon King simply says, "Don't worry," calmly asks why Curve is so upset, and adds that Thor has already promised to make a storage box for both him and Mabel. This news stuns Curve and he falls silent. He stepped back, staggered thoughts raced through his head. Thor will make more of them, the same storage box that the heroes had, and the very idea of rare things in the world seems to crumble before his eyes. From his throne, the Demon King's voice cut through the haze and ordered Curve to calm down. The Prime Minister apologized for his outburst, but the king himself admitted fault. He had provoked such a reaction. He then chuckled a little and revealed more of the conversation with the man. Thor also directly told him that he wants to be considered a prudent alchemist in the service of the Demon King. It sounded almost the same as the story of the demon mistress Lucre. She said that Thor promised to become their ally, and his words had such power that she saw no other choice but to believe him. Now calm on his knees, Curve processes this information and asks if this means that the man is truly capable enough to deserve such an assessment from His Majesty. The Demon King confirms this and adds that he himself believes in Thor because he lent them a foot bath without any complaints. Behind the mask on the Demon King's lips plays a barely noticeable smile. He concludes that Thor is simply like that, and this thought troubles him. He has never met anyone like him. He remained on the throne, hands clasped, silently admitting to himself that he cannot take his eyes off the young alchemist. The boy, he decided, suffered terribly. While he was pondering, Prime Minister Curve approached closer, noticing that His Majesty was in a good mood, and directly asked if something had happened between the Demon King and Thor Regis. The demonic king asked him to be more specific. Curve confirmed that he was asking about their conversation, and the king simply replied that they talked normally. This answer caught Curve off guard. What could normally mean here? The king explained further, recalling a moment of understanding. He described their conversation as a sincere attempt to comprehend each other's positions and to see beyond one's own perspective. He summarized simply, asserting that between them there was truly only this mutual understanding. This feeling hung in the air, as vast and solid as the castle itself. It was precisely at the time when Thor set foot on the land of the Demon Lord that events were also raging in the Empire of Dalgaria. In the Imperial capital, the nobles of the Empire gathered for a lavish reception in a luxurious guest house. The great hall buzzed with whispers and gossip from the guests, their conversations filling this opulent space. Talks turned into exclamations when Duke Vargas Regis appeared. His dignified figure instantly captured all attention. The nobility praised his deep devotion, saying he had sacrificed his son for the prosperity of the empire, and one woman asked aloud if he felt pain from such a decision, but his face remained stone cold. This thought was met with loud applause. The crowd exalted the Duke's house as a model for all nobility and the very embodiment of the empire's honor. He and the son who remained stood as dark silhouettes against the light, silently absorbing the crowd's admiration. Dark pleasure descended upon the Duke as he assessed the situation, and he thought, "Yes, this is it." Another nobleman, observing the scene, smiled with great satisfaction. This praise perfectly suited the ducal court. He approached the Duke's youngest son and quietly remarked how hard it was to be in the spotlight. adding with a cold smile that now the stain was gone and the family's rise could finally begin. The Duke's son was clearly shocked to hear that Thor was spoken of in such a way. The young man stumbled trying to speak about Thor's skills as an alchemist, but his father interrupted him with a sharp glance, his eyes flashing with sudden, intense anger. He angrily declared that his mood had been spoiled and demanded a drink. Then he forbade anyone ever to mention his son, roaring that the only meaning of the son was to die as a victim. He boiled with rage, and the nobles immediately noticed the newcomer. Hair the color of sakura and blue eyes instantly revealed her the sword princess, owner of the precious blade from the Age of Heroes. The guest of honor turned out to be Her Highness Rihanna, the 30th queen of the empire. She stood sternly, without a smile, and her gaze was directed forward. Her gaze fixed on Duke Rigueuse. While the courtiers enthusiastically praised her beauty and powerful light magic, the queen decisively addressed them and announced that there was an unwanted guest here who must be immediately removed, and the Duke, approaching with a confident smile, was clearly the target of her order. The confident expression on his face melted away, replaced by a mask of pure shock and disbelief. Before he could comprehend the order, Imperial guards rushed to seize him. He struggled from their hands, shouted his name, Duke Vargas Rigueuse, and demanded to know why they were treating him this way. But the guards only repeated that they were carrying out Her Highness's order. The queen's voice cut through his objections cold and sharp, and she asked how he dared to speak so boldly after having put her and her comrades in mortal danger. Her accusation stunned him into silence. She did not relent, persistently asking if he remembered the Imperial court's request to repair the magical sword. Embarrassed, the Duke admitted that he did remember. She delivered terrible news. Having received the report that the repair was completed, she took the sword back, but she explained the blade could not withstand her mana and eventually crumbled. The Duke froze, his face a picture of horror. Her voice remained steady as she recounted the consequences. She nearly died in battle with a demon, saved only by the desperate efforts of her comrades. Later investigation revealed the cause. The House of Rigueuse patched the broken parts of the sword with ordinary metal, which blocked the flow of mana and caused the legendary weapon to break, and the courtiers listened, their faces frozen in shock. Duke Rigueuse's composure shattered completely. Sweat poured down his face, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror, and the queen's accusation hung in the air. As the Duke was led away by the Imperial Guard, whispers rose in the stunned court. One noble doubted whether Duke Regis truly understood the danger of his failure. Another said that the Regis family was incapable of handling such a complex matter and should have simply admitted it. Thor, standing aside, gloomily thought about the consequences. The prestige of his house, earned through sacrifices, was beginning to fade, and he regretted it, for their house was meant to follow the path of glory, not fall into this humiliation. The nobleman, sweating profusely from anxiety, feverishly declared that the shoddy repair of the magical sword could not have been a simple mistake, insisted that the alchemist did it deliberately to deceive them and must be punished. And Queen Rihanna calmly replied that she had sent a messenger to the workshop to find out who was responsible for the repair and had received a document. She pulls out a scroll, announces that it bears the seal of the ducal house and the signature of the Duke's Chamberlain, and reads aloud. The full restoration was deemed too complicated, so only the appearance was restored as requested, and Rigueuse's household takes full responsibility. At the moment the truth came out, the nobleman gasped in shock, his face turned pale, and the courtiers around gasped, stunned by the hint. The queen calmly and consistently continues to explain, saying that the alchemist also told her how the sword was partially repaired, and that it was the small defects that eventually broke it. She gestures toward the shattered blade and marvels at how strange it all is. She explains that only the parts of the sword that were properly restored did not break, and it was thanks to their resistance to her light magic that she was able to fend off the claws of the demonic beast. Her gaze becomes firm. She looks the nobleman straight in the eyes and reminds him that the sword was only for rituals, but her light mana recently strengthened, so after the ceremony she decided to hunt with it and thought she had told his people about it. The nobleman stammers and cannot respond. With a sharp smile, the queen declares that she was saved by the one who did the full repair, so she intends to make him her personal tool and demands the nobleman to name his name and where he is now. He nervously stammers and says that the person was probably a traveling alchemist whose name and whereabouts are unknown. The queen, unimpressed, calls his excuse a disgrace, turns her back on him, and orders him to leave. The disgraced nobleman turns and walks away, exiting through the grand doors that slammed shut behind him with a heavy thud. Immediately he stands before the Duke's Chamberlain, bowing his head, trembling and sweating. The nobleman only stammers, pronouncing the Duke's titlate is clear he has failed. He stood trembling before the enraged nobleman. The nobleman's face twisted with rage. He roared at him, demanding to know what he had done. The nobleman did not listen to any excuse, declared that the butler's inability to even maintain a decent appearance had stained his name. As punishment, he sentenced the frightened butler to house arrest. After sending the chamberlain away, the nobleman was left alone. His anger gave way to cold calculation. He admitted failure but did not break, convinced that he still had a way to fix the situation. He paced back and forth, thinking about how this recent misfortune had shaken the glory of his house, but he firmly decided to achieve results and prove his merit and value to the empire. A clear course of action matured in his mind. The plan he believed in was supposed to bring great advantage to the empire. The thought of this plan filled him with wild energy, and he realized, if he skillfully used demons and half-humans, his glory would not just return, it would soar even higher. His ambitious and dangerous design was aimed at one single formidable place, the domain of the Demon King. Thor formally tells Mabel that he is counting on her for the tour. She energetically agrees with a confident wink and asks to leave everything to her, and he looks closely and notices that her hairstyle is different than usual, and it is clear she truly enjoys her new role. As they walked past the towering spire of the castle, she explained who lives where. Thor has a room on the 3rd floor of the West Wing. The maids live together on the 1st floor, and she assured him that they are always nearby if he needs anything. The tour was lively and exciting. They passed through various corners of castle life, from inspecting kitchen utensils to observing the work of the head chef. All the time Mabel radiates contagious joy, her happiness visible from afar, and Thor walks beside her with a warm smile, gazing at the surrounding landscapes. Finally, they find themselves in a magnificent hall, studded with columns, where 2 huge minotaurs stand guard, and Mabel calls this the main entrance. From their vantage point, where the wide vestibule is visible, she explains that this heart connects all parts of the castle and insists that he remember this place, and he confirms that he understands. His attention is suddenly caught by an impressive statue of a woman with horns in full armor. He stops and asks Mabel who this figure is. She tells him that it is a statue of the 1st-generation Demon King, and Thor widens his eyes in amazement. He did not expect the 1st king to be a woman, and immediately noticed her impressive sword. Mabel enthusiastically tells a legend. Supposedly, the sword was forged from a stone that fell from the sky, and adds that it was with this blade that they fought against heroes from another world, emphasizing its extraordinary rarity. Thor leaned closer and whispered to her that the sword on the statue is just a fake, made to look like the real one, and Mabel's eyes widened when she realized this unexpected truth. He explains that it is precisely his extraordinary skill in alchemy that gives him knowledge. He simply does not feel any mana from the sword. Mabel looks admiringly and says that just as she expected. It took him only one glance to recognize the truth. She sighs and tells about the fate of the sword. The real one broke during the war with the heroes, and now no one knows where it is. Mabel regrets it was a treasure of the demons that she so wanted Thor to see. Hearing this, he confidently stated that if the castle still had the sword, he would gladly try to fix it, and this sudden boldness surprised even himself, while Mabel looked at him with wide-open eyes. Her shock gives way to confused hope. She stammers, trying to understand that he is talking about the legendary sword of the 1st Demon King, and although the task seems enormous, she cannot get rid of the thought that with his abilities it might really work out. He sighs and admits the sword is lost, so there is nothing to be done. Mabel agrees and adds that she believes the sword is definitely still somewhere out there, and the 1st Demon King would be glad if it were found. And then a new idea flashes in his mind. Although he would like to find that original sword, it is better to create something that will surpass it, imagining the current Demon King with such a weapon in his hands. Mabel instantly catches his thought and with eyes that lit up asks if he plans to make a sword for Her Majesty. He confirms this, pondering possible abilities, a blade that can extend or shoot dark mana, and the very thought of a custom weapon for the Demon King fills Mabel with delight. Overflowing with excitement, she grabbed his hand and exclaimed that it would be a wonderful gift for her, joyfully promising all her support and asking to say if there is anything she can help with. Nearby, 2 Minotaur guards notice their scene. One whispers to the other how lucky Mabel is to have latched onto Thor, and his partner quietly agrees. While Mabel held the blushing Thor close, another maid approached and interrupted, asking if he was the same guest from the Empire. Frightened, Mabel immediately let him go and suggested continuing the inspection, to which the embarrassed Thor gladly agreed. Her zeal was cut short by the sudden appearance of a tall figure. A man in heavy armor loomed over Thor, and with a low rumble looking down, declared that the young alchemist looked weak. When Mabel raised her eyes to this formidable man, her mind raced, trying to comprehend what she saw. He was huge, clearly over 2 meters tall, and his straight red hair seemed to wave like flames. The breath caught in her throat, the pieces fell into place, and a name slowly flashed through her thoughts with an unexpected feeling of recognition. Thor's eyes widened in shock. He recognized the looming figure before him and, not believing it, uttered his title, the Fire General, raising a sama, the One. The tall warrior with hair blazing like red flames smiled confidently and confirmed that it was indeed him. This was truly Riizinga, one of the generals serving His Majesty, the only general of flame. Having heard about the guest from the Empire, he came to see him with his own eyes. He politely bows in response, places his hand on his heart, and says that he is Thor Regius from the Empire of Dalgalia, hoping that they will understand each other. The general admits that he already knew Thor's name but was mistaken in coming here, which greatly upset his daughter. He gestures toward the silent figure beside him in exquisite full armor and names her his daughter, Agnes. His gaze runs over Thor with open disappointment. He expected proud warriors of power from the guest of the Empire, but instead sees a feeble youth and laughs at the unfortunate coincidence. Nearby, Mabel whispers that he is useless in battle, and it seems he agrees with that. His disappointment deepens and turns into a broken heart. He laments that he dreamed his daughter would fight a warrior from the Empire, but they got only a weakling. Agni clenches his fists in armor and mutters that the father is going too far. Her anxiety becomes noticeable. Steam begins to pour from the helmet. Riizinga places a strong hand on her shoulder and tells her to calm down because her flame is leaking out, then turns again to Thor Regius. He once again focuses all his attention on the young man, his face becoming stern. He explains that his territory is in the mountains near the border, so he has many opportunities to meet people from the Empire, and demands that Thor name someone strong from his homeland because he desires a real fight. Before Thor can answer, Mabel steps forward. Her voice sharp, she scolds Riizinga for addressing the guest so simply and reminds the general that Thor is an honored guest and an alchemist under the direct supervision of the Demon King himself. She continues, her face firm, saying that this is no place for him to spy on the Empire. Riizinga listens thoughtfully, considering the noble idea of the Lord of Demons learning about the human world through the honored guest. Her anxiety was palpable while the fiery General Riizinga continued to speak, his voice soaked with contempt. He insisted that although the Demon King desired peace, the battlefield was the only true measure of strength, and he could not understand why a weakling who could not fight was considered an honored guest, stating that there are limits to such hospitality. The general turned his attention directly to Thor and grabbed him by the shoulder, leaning closer and demanding to know exactly what Torgus could do. A face twisted with contempt blocked Thor's sight, and he insisted, asking how a man who does not fight could serve His Majesty. The pressure emanating from Riizinga was incredible. Mabel recoiled in fear, while Thor stood firm and ordered her to retreat. Just from the oppressive aura, her throat burned, and she realized with horror that the general could kill her with a single sweep of his enormous hands. He understood that his fate might be decided by his answer. Simple flattery would not work on this man. Remembering the oath he gave to the Demon King when leaving the Empire, Thor found determination within himself. It was this oath that allowed him to live without shame, and it would guide him on what to answer now. Having made his decision, he placed his hand on his heart and said that he would remain an alchemist until death, and with his alchemical skills, he could tune the general's daughter's armor. He grimaced sourly with skepticism, wondering how some weakling could know anything about armor, and Thor, unshaken, said that the armor housed the element of earth. He began explaining the principles of the elements. The element of water is no match against fire. No matter how much it is strengthened, it simply turns into steam. Instead, earth with fire-resistant materials, stone and iron, is needed to provide both heat resistance and strength against a fiery essence. He concluded that this was a very rare item with a double earth element and immediately turned the question back to the Fire General. Mabel stood amazed. She realized that Thor had discerned the armor's abilities at a glance, just as he once deciphered the sword of the first Demon King. Then he did not waste the advantage. He pointed out a critical flaw in the armor: it could not withstand scorching fire and heat, causing it to loosen at the joints. As an alchemist, he assured that he could strengthen it, looked the general in the eyes, and made his proposal directly. His proposal was met with pure rage. General Riizinga's face twisted into a snarl as he declared that this was not the business of a human alchemist. Behind the scuffle, Mabel and the Minotaur guard watched with wide eyes, and Agnes, clad in armor, stood completely still. He disdainfully snorted, rejecting the idea that some puny alchemist could touch his daughter's armor, turned his back on Thor, ordered Agnes to follow him, and walked away. Agni's tried to object, called for her father, but he was already leaving. When they leave, Agni makes a slight, almost imperceptible bow and follows after the retreating father, stomping. Thor watches them blankly while Mabel and the Minotaurs freeze in stunned silence. The silence was broken when two Minotaurs suddenly rushed at Thor, their faces filled with admiration, and they exclaimed that he was amazing and incredibly brave. He did not flinch before General Rising's anger. Mabel shares this feeling, pressing her hands to her chest in amazement. She says that Rising is one of the 5 strongest in the Demon King's castle, so she cannot believe that Thor openly defied him and wonders where he got such courage. He smiled quietly and explained that it was not courage that drove him but simple admiration for the armor itself. His only goal was to show the general what he was capable of as an alchemist. He watched as the general and his daughter left, admitting to himself that they interested him, but felt that now was not the time to pursue this, and turned his attention to the guide, asking if they could continue the tour. Their horned guide gladly agreed and waved for them to move on. Walking, Thor mentally noted later, "I will definitely ask Mabel about this pair," because he was sure she knew something about them. As they follow her deeper into the castle, Thor smiles, recalling the skirmish. At that moment, he did not suspect that his actions would provoke such deep anger from General Rising. The thought hung in the air, a clear premonition of an impending conflict. The general walks on, his face a mask of cold, smoldering rage. In the castle corridor, Thor finishes the tour, thanks the horned maid who guided him, says that this information will help him a lot, and she smiles warmly and solemnly announces the end of the Demon King's castle tour. The maid smiled warmly and said that he is always welcome here, suggesting that in the future he might often use the bathhouse, and he agreed, smiling, confirming that he loves bathing and plans to visit more often. She raises a finger and adds one more very important piece of advice. He can use the bathhouse whenever he wants, but there is one rule he must follow. He walks down the long corridor, her last warning still echoing in his head. He must be careful when the sign at the entrance says the bath is currently occupied. He decides to go straight to the bathhouse, approaches the entrance, checks the tag, and sees that the way is clear. He enters a spacious, modern changing room, holding a basket with bathing items in his hands. Finding the resting place empty, he rejoices. Finally he can relax and wash off the sweat, but his thoughts suddenly break off when he notices a familiar decorated armor in the corner that belonged to Agni. At that very moment, a hand sprinkles powder over a bowl where embers seem to be burning or crystals flickering. Suddenly, a piercing loud sound bursts out, which scares Thor. He immediately recognizes it. It was the sound of a salamander kettle, which he was told about during the tour. His mind races, facts begin to form a single picture. He recalls being told that salamanders serve Ifrit. If salamanders are here, it can mean only one thing: Agni's is currently visiting. He freezes at the threshold of the bathhouse, hesitates for a minute but decides, since he was allowed, he should at least say he came. Gathering courage, he calls out and pushes the door. When the door opens, he is hit by a wave of scorching heat, and among the flickering tongues of flame, he sees long, flowing hair. Inside, with her back to him, a young woman stands in steaming water, surrounded by small creatures like little dragons. She scolds one of them for mischief, and her tone is clearly irritated. She tells the creatures that they can play as soon as the bath boils well, pointing her finger at the water's surface. With a sharp scream, she throws one of the creatures into the bath. The impact causes a burst of flame. When steam swirls around her, a confused expression appears on her face. She apologizes and admits that she is not very good at controlling her power. Thor was caught at the door, his eyes wide open in shock, and with growing horror he realized, this person is Agni's and he is seeing her without armor for the first time. His mind races, connecting all the pieces of the puzzle. Now he understood. She is a descendant of Ifrit. Her body is naturally enveloped in flames that no clothing can withstand. Of course, here she would be without armor. He froze, and only then did she notice him. One of the small creatures on her shoulder turned to him and let out a low, threatening growl. Thor decided that the best thing was to slowly retreat and say nothing. "Thank you for watching." Before he could react, the creature leapt from her shoulder and rushed straight at him, blurring in a turbulent motion. The blazing creature lunged forward, snapping its jaws right at Thor. He instantly grabbed his cloak and shielded himself from the sudden burst of flame. He swiftly pulled a small dark device from his uniform and shouted the activation command for the portable containment unit to trap the flame inside. The device worked perfectly, drawing the flame into its core with a loud whistle, and Thor exhaled with relief, pleased with his foresight, mentally noting that although the container was small, its capabilities were more than enough for this task. When the flame died out, Agnes froze in horror. Her thoughts racing, she realized she had just allowed an attack on the honored guest of the Demon King and possibly burned him. Panic consumed her. She was tormented, not knowing what to say to her father or how urgently to find healers. When Thor saw her confusion, he calmly assured her that he was fine. He smiled reassuringly and explained that he had anticipated such a situation and prepared for it. Holding himself back, he looked away and politely suggested she cover herself before they continued their conversation. Agni, blushing and stammering, agreed. Sitting opposite Thor, the armored warrior removed her helmet. Beneath it was a young woman with a confused face, who introduced herself as Friezed Agni and said that this was their second meeting, while Thor, lowering his gaze with a heavy, serious expression, politely introduced himself again as Thor Regis and sincerely and deeply apologized for his previous interference. He says with an embarrassed smile that he heard salamanders warm the baths and out of curiosity piqued, confessing that he never imagined Agnis under her armor would turn out to be naked. Agnes, again in full armor, got confused and blushed, stammering that she is to blame herself. She rarely meets people and therefore decided to help personally, and insists that he is not guilty of anything. Thor does not allow her to take the blame. He immediately apologizes that she had to see something unpleasant, explaining that he forgot to hang the occupied sign on the door. He immediately corrected himself, his cheeks burning with shame. He exclaimed that it was not ugly at all, on the contrary. She was so beautiful that he was instantly enchanted and compared her to a deity, then apologized again for his outburst. Thor, realizing that their string of apologies was becoming awkward, decided to change the subject and enthusiastically remarked how amazing people with Ifrit's blood must be just at the moment when Agni seems to be reliving that embarrassing memory again. Agnes picks up his remark. Her voice comes from under the helmet. She notices that even her rare armor cannot withstand her flame. The joints and seams are already coming apart, and she agrees that such powerful fires are truly impressive. Again, without a helmet, she openly talks about her struggle. Agni admits that she cannot control her flames. They flare up every time she is nervous or excited, and she hoped that little salamanders would help her train and take control. She continues, saying that she has known salamanders for a long time and considers them friends, so she is never nervous around them. Thor listens attentively and sympathizes with her difficult situation, and a small flame quietly appears in his hand. He admits that he also does not like his magic. Ofmi no longer cries. Before the awakening of her fire magic, she could wear any clothes, but now everything she touches simply burns. The worst thing is that she remembers how her flame spread to others and they burned too. She froze in surprise at his offer. Stammering, she asks why he is doing this for her, barely believing that he can really handle her uncontrollable flames, and Thor looks at her with quiet determination and assures that he will do everything he can and find a way to fix her trouble. He explains his reasoning with new confidence and declares that it is all because he is an alchemist in the service of the Demon King. When he says this, Udmez recalls General Rezing, who doubted her usefulness to his majesty, and this memory makes her worry about her father's reaction. Then she quietly dreams whether she can finally wear ordinary clothes again. He insists by solving her problem, he will simultaneously prove his own worth and justify the expectations placed on him. After all, in his opinion, helping her is a direct way to show what he is capable of before the Demon King. Slightly turning his back, he formally asks, "So please, Ubni-san." She contemplates his words, hands clasped before her, and admits that his logic is correct. Her calm finally breaks, tears well up in her eyes, and in despair she exclaims her deepest desires to dress, to have friends. Seeing her sincere emotion, Thor formally asks her to hire him to solve the problem with her flame. She bowed her head as a formal sign of agreement. "Please," she began, "I look forward to cooperating with you." Quiet satisfaction reflected in his eyes, she agreed. Confident, reassuring smile blossomed on his face. He immediately sprang into action and announced that he would make a magical item right away, handing her a small glowing cube, explaining that it was a miniature version of the hero's storage box, instructing her to use it to contain her flames if she felt they were about to explode. Udnis froze in amazement. He recognized it as an incredibly valuable item. He smiled, brushing off her concerns, and assured her that he would simply make another one, and more importantly, he added, he was eager to hear her impressions after she used it. He turned away and walked off, leaving Agni Ad's phrase in the large hallway, while his figure in a cloak slowly receded toward the elegant castle doors. Her voice, full of sincere gratitude, sounded after him. "Thank you very much," she said, and these words hung in the air as she silently watched him leave. Those who inherit the blood of Ifrit gradually learn to better control their flames over the years. This new information was taken into account. Others similar to Agni's had appeared before, and apparently they could not truly control fire until about 20 years old, meaning she still had 5 years before she could even dress, and she was doomed to play only with salamanders. His face froze in grim determination. He realized that a temporary solution would not save the day, a more serious one was needed, so he began rummaging through a book, a true treasury of things from the hero world, thinking it would not be surprising to find an item that could restrain flames, and while digging through the pages, a voice was heard. "What are you looking for?" Mabel approached, noticing the wide-open door and that he was clearly in a hurry. Thor explained that he had just spoken with Agnes and was now trying to do something that could suppress her flame, and understanding this, Mabel sincerely hoped that he could help her. He asked if she and Agni were good friends. Mabel confirmed that they were. Since childhood she had worked in the Demon King's castle, so she had many opportunities to meet her. A memory surfaced, they were holding hands as children. She continued to recall poignantly how they used to play together, and raising her hand, revealed an amazing detail. In the Demon King's castle there are skilled healers who can even completely erase traces of burns. The hint struck Thor. He asked if it was Agnes who caused that burn, and with a grim expression Mabel confirmed that it happened around the time she was Her Majesty. Guilt over that accident overwhelmed Agnes. Since then she could not look Mabel in the eyes and did not dare to appear before others. Thor realized how deeply she was suffering. Flipping through the postal order catalog, he felt her pain and immediately declared that he was starting alchemy. He stands firm, determined to make a device that will allow Agnia to properly control her flame, because he is sure, with such a thing she and Mabel will finally reconcile and get along again like before. So his gaze falls on the postal catalog, where he notices exactly the thing that, as it seems to him, can be used for this. On the catalog page, a health improvement pendant is brightly advertised. Supposedly it activates the circulation of the body's energy, or ki, to improve well-being and relieve discomfort from energy imbalance, and the advertisement also shines with a recommendation from a respected teacher. Carefully reviewing the page together with Mabel, he recognizes the item, a pendant that strengthens health and is based on feng shui. Mabel asks about the unfamiliar word, and Thor realizes that the very concept of mana in the world of heroes is quite different from theirs. He enthusiastically explains the difference in their world: 6 main elements: fire, light, darkness, earth, wind, and water. But in the world from which the hero came, the elements are clearly divided into 5 categories: wood, fire, water, earth, and metal. He continues to explain that the pendant is designed to circulate these 5 types of energy and awaken the body's hidden potential. Mabel marvels at how different their systems are. Thor admits that the catalog very vaguely describes how mana transforms between attributes. Despite the torn facts, he puts together a cycle of elements. Wood ignites in flame, the flame fades into ash, the ash becomes earth, and from the earth metal is forged, a logical, though incomplete, sequence. He reads that the pendant is made from the reliefs of the blue dragon, white tiger, black turtle, scarlet bird, and in the center Chilen. He thinks that even without knowing the exact details of the transformation process, it hardly matters after all. No magical guild would flaunt the secrets of such a powerful craft as elemental transformation. But her fascination quickly turns to fear. Her brows knit together, a deep anxiety appears on her face, and she whispers to herself about the consequences. The power to change someone's fate frightens her. Despite residual apprehension, Thor's determination hardens. A persistent, almost forced smile appears on his face. He looks ahead and says he believes his plan will help Agnes and dampen her flame. It's time to start, and full of hope, he asks, "Right." Focusing, Thor activates the skill of over-alchemy, and a 3-dimensional diagram materializes in the air before him. He aims at the details of the pendant he is about to make. The chain must be soft so as not to irritate the skin, and the pendant large enough to hold in the palm. The hardest part, he realizes, is to precisely engrave the patterns of the god beasts on its surface. To create them, he imagines the divine beasts. The red bird is made after the image of the fiery Garuda, the white tiger based on ordinary tigers living in this world, and the blue dragon he simply considers a dragon. For the last 2, Chilen and black turtle, he understood. There is no other way but to reproduce their forms as they are, and believe that the creation will succeed if he executes the design exactly. The images have already clearly formed in his head, and he closes his eyes. The comprehension of these forms is complete. He planned everything in 2 steps. First, he will melt a piece of metal into a pendant that improves health, and then endow it with the ability to change the element, adding the 5 main elements. But suddenly a difficulty arises in his mind. In this world there are no elements of wood and metal, fire and water are familiar to him. He considers earth a soil element and he begins to doubt whether he can really accomplish this. As soon as doubts whispered in his head, a message popped up in his alchemical interface. It informed him that he had learned to manipulate the attributes of the 5 elements and gained knowledge of otherworldly mana, including how to control the attributes of earth, metal, and wood. The system asks whether to add these attributes, and he realizes with excitement that alchemy can really work with these foreign elements. Uncertainty instantly disappears with this new ability. There is no reason to hesitate. He says that only action remains to create a health amulet, adding fire, metal, wood, water, and earth to it. With new determination, he gets to work, deeply concentrating to imagine the creation in the finest details. And when the pendant begins to take shape, he turns to Mabel, hands her the document, and urgently asks to confirm whether the figures on the paper are the same as the beast carved on the pendant. She nervously agrees to check. He begins the final, fragile stage, ordering Mabel to verify that mana can indeed transform from one form to another. Mabel confirms that everything is exactly as in the book and all components are ready. With her words, he announces that they start immediately. When he directs his power, his hands glow with supernatural energy, and the goal is clear: to create a healing pendant that will allow Agnes to transform her incredibly powerful flame into other elements. He is driven by a deep, very personal determination to make sure she never cries again. With the last burst of energy, the creation is complete. The health enhancement amulet materializes as a 7-star rarity item, created based on magic from the world of heroes. Carved by 5 god beasts, it divides the magical power of the bearer into 5 equal parts: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, to strengthen and support their health, with longevity over a century. Exhausted but triumphant, he announces that everything is done, explains to Mabel that by infusing mana into the pendant, the engravings will distribute this energy throughout the user's body and strengthen it, and expresses hope that this will finally tame Agnes's flame. He thereby confirms a much larger, unspoken suspicion. These 5 figures are truly meant to be placed throughout the Demon King's domain. Holding the finished medallion in his hands, he cannot shake thoughts about the broader consequences. If the thing allows one person to start a flow of mana and strengthen endurance, what will happen when this power is unleashed on an entire country? Mabel, however, notes that such a plan is incredibly complex. Permissions from His Majesty and all influential officials are required. Faced with this political reality, she shyly asks whether it is even worth trying at all. Despite that great goal, dependent is finally ready. He knows that next he needs to check whether its properties can be changed, if anyone can use it. It could become standard equipment, and he stands in the castle looking into the distance, unable to wait for tomorrow. In the grand hall with columns, the fiery General Rei Zanga strides forward, his heavy armor clanking with each step. He notices the figure of Agni in armor ahead and shouts that he has been looking for her. He approaches closer, with a stern expression, says that they will return to their territory the day after tomorrow, and reminds that he has already given the order to prepare. Agni apologizes for making him worry, explaining that she just wanted to look around the castle a little more. His tone softens. He says he does not blame her and even looks with pity at the difficulties she endures. He tells the truth: she cannot control the flame well because she has strong Ifrit blood. Agni is silent, her face hidden by her health. He continues to explain: instinctively controlling the flame through emotions is a trait of the Ifrit lineage, and she is not yet capable of this. After reporting to the monarch, Agni only bows her head and quietly accepts her father's words. Meanwhile, somewhere Queen Ryana stands before a huge army of soldiers with a banner raised high and announces that soon they will return to their territory to begin mining, and also declares that she has received permission to conduct joint operations with the Empire. The mention of the Empire did not let her remain silent. Agnes asked her father if their lands were near the border, because probably that is why it is so important to maintain good relations. The father confirmed her suspicion with a wide, eerie smile and explained that it was precisely because of such proximity that he visited the so-called guest from the Empire, chuckling at his own curiosity what an imperial aristocrat is like. He burst into mocking laughter as if enjoying his disappointment. The nobleman looked weak and, when challenged to a duel, humbly admitted that he actually did not know how to fight. He raised mockery, called that man pathetic, and a deep disappointment. Agni shuddered at these harsh words. She could no longer listen. Tongues of flame burst from the joints of her armor. Agni shouted at her father to stop, insisting that Thor Regis is a good person. She says she met him and talked to him, and he is not at all as her father portrays him. She shows a small decorated box and says that Thor gave it to her out of care because she could not control her flames, and having this proof of his decency, she begs her father to stop slandering him. She extends the gift, and Razinga's father looks down in his mind. Suddenly flashes a moment when the Imperial noble Thor solemnly greeted his daughter, and Agni meets his gaze, her face resolute and silent. The memories fuel his anger. He watches how the small cube in Agni's hand emits an even, controlled flame. How dare he thinks, and in response to his rage, Agni shouts his name. He waved off her pleas, his face distorted with contempt. He says that even with that trifle it does not change the essence. She is forced to wear armor because she cannot control her flame. His words strike her. She shudders. Please understand, Agnes, insists Rezing. His tone leaves no room for objections. She stammers, trying to respond, but he interrupts her. The confrontation quiets, and Agnes without a helmet looks at him with sadness. She tells her father that she already understands. He believes he is acting for her good, and that the mining project and his letters to Markruf, all of this is for her. He picks up her words and lays out his grand plan. If negotiations with the Empire succeed, they will be able to deploy extraction on their territory, clear the mine itself of obstacles, and get the perfect stage for her to show the terrible power of her fiery matches. His enthusiasm grows as he describes his vision. Her flames will burn monsters to fluffy ash and instill fear in the Empire. He insists that both the land of the Demon King and the Empire itself will finally recognize her power. In his imagination, she rages in a wildfire, the magnificent arrival of the daughter of General Flame, but Udni just looks down and her face shows only despair. Her inner storm bursts out. She does not know what to do, but deep down she believes there must be another, calmer way, not the one her father has paved. A painful memory surfaces and explains her fear. She recalls the first time she awakened her fire magic. It went out of control and scorched her dearest friend, and since then everyone who approached got burned, so people began to keep their distance from her. But even in that isolation there were kind people. Despite everything, someone still tried to talk to her. The gentle face of Thor comes to mind. He was one of them. She thought, was truly a strange person. Unlike everyone else, he was not afraid of her flames and even promised to find a way to fix her condition. So Ubni now understood why Mabel stayed close to him. They were both good people, but she knew she could not join them while her father and his subordinate were nearby. Her face, now free of the helmet, was gloomy, and dark energetic tongues swirled around like flames. She turned to her father and said, "As long as these fires are in me, I know I am his daughter, and I will never do anything to disgrace his name." It seems Rising accepts her statement and gives her the freedom to do as she pleases until their departure the day after tomorrow. Agni quietly confirms this by simply replying, "Yes, father." Later that night, the full moon peeked through the clouds and gently illuminated the mountains and the silhouette of the building where they stayed. Inside, Agni stands alone, her armor resting on the nearby rack. She recalls Thor's promise to find a way to restrain her flames, but hopelessness creeps in. They leave the day after tomorrow, and there is no time for that. Her gaze stopped on that small, mysterious box he gave her. She tightly clutches it and decides that nothing else is needed. His kind words are already quite enough. Looking out the window at the moonlit landscape, she decides, tomorrow she must find him to thank him for thinking about her. From the throne, Demon Lord Luckier tells her minister, Prime Minister Curve, that Thor's search for a suitable place for the workshop seems to be going not very well. Her minister confirms, it is indeed difficult to find a place that meets Thor's exact requirements, because even just getting into an alchemist's workshop is hard, let alone finding one where materials are easy to obtain. He continues and adds more problems. A place with a large number of passers-by is a bad idea, because locals are unlikely to accept a human workshop, and they cannot just go and gather or collect materials wherever they please. Another official, a grim judge, agreed. Putting Thor in front of a large crowd would be dangerous. He explained that Thor himself has no prejudices, but many demons and half-humans are not used to humans. The judge was convinced. A place with few people is needed, but one where nature itself meets Thor's needs. The judge adds that they really need a guard now to accompany Thor, and Curve, understanding this, listens attentively as the judge moves on to the issue of Risinga. From her throne, Demon Queen Lukier calmly responded to the concerns. She has already ordered that her guests not be treated rudely. She acknowledges that the hot-tempered General Risinga will naturally oppose Thor's presence, but he can only express disagreement. Punishing the general, she explained, would only make others wary of Thor. The judge considers her words and decides that it is indeed better to arrange an ideal, more secluded place for Thor, because if they insist, people will simply stop turning to the alchemist and he will not be able to create the things they need, and a barely noticeable satisfied smile appears on his lips. Having received the order, the Prime Minister bowed deeply before the throne, agreed to take the task, and the Demon King solemnly entrusted him to find where the workshop is located. The next day everything is settled and Thor stands in a magnificent hall, looking at a figure who stands reservedly before him in luxurious armor from head to toe. He approaches the silent figure, places his hand on his heart in a solemn gesture, and thanks Agni-san for coming. From beneath the armored knight's helmet comes a response: "She was waiting for Thorga-sama." He froze in surprise when Mabel appeared. She apologized to Agnes for leaving with him and explained that it was her nature. She felt that there would definitely be something she could help with. She then says that she came to say goodbye to Thor before leaving, and he grimly realizes that she is still upset about the scar she gave him years ago. He again turns his attention to Agnes, who says that tomorrow she and her father are returning to their territory. She thanks him for his efforts and apologizes, certain that he will not have time to make the device that extinguishes flames in time. To her surprise, he calmly replies that it is already ready. He smiles gently and extends a shiny, decorated medallion, saying that it will help her tame her flames. Agnes just looks completely stunned. He explains the intricate mechanism of the pendant, infusing it with her fire magic. The device transforms this energy into other forms, flexible like wood, strong like earth, hard like metal, and even shiny like water. She wears the pendant, her flames will become significantly weaker. Agnes exclaims in disbelief, "How did you manage to do this so quickly?" At that moment, Mabel returns with a set of clothes and says she came to help test how the pendant works. Mabel gently asks Agnes to take off her armor and put on the clothes, and this request pierces Agnes with horror. She screams in refusal, panics, convinced that the clothes will catch fire and she will hurt Mabel again, and a traumatic memory flashes lightning fast in her mind. Agnes is frightened, but on Mabel's face is complete trust. She insists that there are no flaws in Thor's work because he made the pendant specifically so that this would not happen, and Thor adds reassurance and promises to immediately adjust the pendant if something goes wrong. He looks at her sincerely, places his hand on his heart, and tells Agnes that creating magical items for her is what he truly wants, and he will remake them as many times as she wishes. His words resonate deeply within her. She feels that this man, Thor, can always stop the trembling in her heart. The thought that she will return home without even trying fills her with even greater fear, the fear of regret, and her tightly clenched fists slowly relax. Having made her decision, she stood before him and finally, removing her helmet, revealed her face. Agnes, a young woman with long, wavy light hair and eyes full of desperate hope. Dressing him formally, she pleaded with Thor Regis to allow her to use the item he made for her. His voice sounded without hesitation somewhere beyond the edge of sight. After a brief glance at the castle spire tearing the sky, her glove gently took the raised medallion. He will be glad. In a well-furnished room, Thor sits patiently, a heavy cloak draping over his uniform, and on the floor around him, the small salamanders he cares for are curled up in sound asleep. His quiet wait is interrupted by a soft clinking near the door. He looks up, his attention drawn to a figure with long, wavy hair who has just entered. She steps forward, apologizing for the delay. "Thorga Summer," she begins, "kept you waiting." The woman Agnes, but instead of her usual armor, now dressed as a maid. She fidgets nervously and admits she cannot calm down because she hasn't worn anything else for a long time. Shyly asks Thor if this outfit looks strange on her, and Thor, blushing deeply, immediately reassures her and exclaims that she is incredibly cute. His straightforward compliment completely stuns her. Confused, she stammers and vehemently denies it. At that moment, the luxurious medallion on the chain near her chest began to pulse with dazzling light, an artifact attuned to fire, granting its owner 100 vitality and converting any excess fire magic into other primary elements. The amulet, which enhances health, glowed brighter, actively channeling Agni's innate fire magic and transforming it into the elements of wood, earth, metal, and water. This transformation awakens the unique properties of each new element, granting health and strength to her mind and body. Agni's gaze fixed on her own hand, she notes with surprise how shiny and smooth her skin suddenly became. Pendant's magic gave her 100 resistance from earth, confidence from metal, flexibility from water, and vitality from what she joyfully twirls, marveling at how light her body has become. She stops with a gentle smile, and the salamanders come to life, chirping and growling with excitement, gathering around her feet, drawn by her renewed energy. She pushes backward and loses her balance while Thor explains her body's new state. Now she directs all her fire magic toward physical enhancement, and although it will take time to get used to, she no longer needs to fear burning her clothes. Confused and falling, Agni protests loudly, her voice breaking into a scream as she admits in horror she is completely without underwear. Her maid's dress billows around her as she falls heavily to the floor. Thor turns away, blushing deeply, stammering, apologizes and says he saw nothing. Thor turns away, blushing deeply, stammering, apologizes and says he saw nothing. The power of atonement pierces her. The fiery element gives 150 endurance, and the excess magic flows into other elements, granting 150 to resilience, balance, flexibility, and even greater vitality. Thor shyly apologizes for this unintended side effect, and Agnes, terribly embarrassed, realizes that now every time she strengthens, the physical manifestations will be too noticeable and will embarrass her greatly. Despite the awkwardness, he folds his hands together, a satisfied smile shines on his face, and he declares the experiment a resounding success. Folding her hands and closing her eyes in quiet happiness, Mabel sincerely thanks Thor and says that her wish has finally come true, while Thor beside her calls her name questioningly. Her moment of quiet joy is suddenly interrupted by another maid. Agnes hugs her from behind and quietly says a simple sorry, causing Mabel to flinch, turn her head and exclaim in surprise, "Agnes." She holds Mabel tightly, her voice trembling with fear that her flame might become unstable due to emotions, while Mabel remains calm and gently reassures Agnes that everything is fine now. The suffering of her companion suddenly opens Mabel's eyes, her expression changes, and understanding, she asks Agni if it was scary, apologizes and assumes that she herself probably caused that injury by burning someone, while Agni turns around, eyes wide open in shock, trying to deny it. Tears well up in her eyes, she admits she is guilty. Agni explains that when they were children she had just awakened her powers and in excitement lost control, broke loose and went into a frenzy, causing Mabel to get burns. Overwhelmed with guilt, she sobs and apologizes again. Mabel involuntarily turns her thoughts back to that time. She thinks that Agni would probably be much more confident in her fire magic if not for that incident. While Agni apologized again and again, Mabel herself was just a crybaby, confused and shocked by the injury. Returning to the present, she gently takes Agnes's face and insists that it was not her fault. She tells her that all of this is now in the past and that Agnes will not hurt anyone anymore. With a warm smile, she tells Agnes that now she can cling to someone for support, and Mabel hugs her tightly and soothingly, and through tears Agnes whispered that she can finally accepting this comfort. Her composure finally completely breaks. Agni lets out a sharp, uncontrollable scream, pouring years of accumulated guilt and sorrow onto Mabel's shoulder. The emotional dam has burst. In the silence afterward, two maids stand nearby, one comforts and the other finally allows herself to accept this comfort. She and Mabel now shine with joy. Their long-standing quarrel is resolved because Agni playfully pinches Mabel's cheeks and Thor looks at them with a tender smile and says, "Well then." The playful mood of the friend does not subside. Mabel turns and says that now it's Thor's turn. Winking, she suggests that he also hug Agni, and Thor freezes for a moment at such a proposal. She stammers in protest, her cheeks burning. She insists that Thor would not like that, but Mabel encourages her. Since she can finally communicate with people again, she should see this as an opportunity. The protests of her friends hardly make Mabel back down. She smiles slyly, looks directly at Thor, and asks if the thought of hugging Agni embarrasses him, causing the embarrassed Agni to ask why Mabel puts him in such a position. The question caused a slight blush on his face. Mentally, he admitted it was a bit cunning, but aloud he firmly said that he was not against this idea at all. His direct answer froze them both in a moment of shared embarrassment. Their faces burned red and they stood speechless. She looks down, thoughts running through her head. Hugging him feels so strange, especially when she has nothing under her uniform, and suddenly the awkward silence is broken by a loud voice shouting her name, Eugenie. The voice belongs to General Flame Risinga, who decisively strides through the door. He had long wondered where she had gone, and realizing he was in the bathhouse, decided that the salamanders there definitely know where to find her. He bursts into the room with loud laughter. His eyes fall on the group. "Oh," he exclaims with delight, "so this is where you have been, my daughter." Mabel stubbornly stands between Thor and General Risinga, spreading her arms wide in a protective gesture. On the general's face is a mask of distrust and anger, sweat dripping from his forehead as he freezes, looking at the scene. Thor tries to explain, stammering that a lot is happening here, but his face suddenly stiffens, and he interrupts the young man with a low and threatening voice, demanding to know exactly what he is doing. The general's rage devours him from within. His face becomes terrible, like a mask of shadow and fury. He roars, demanding to know what they are doing with his daughter, while below the Demon King desperately begs him to wait. Mabel, however, stubbornly refuses to yield and firmly says she will not move because Thor is her master. Lokier calls out to his father in fear, but Reincarnation is already out of his mind. He growls threateningly that he will drag Thor to his land and make him pay for daring to touch his daughter. When Thor makes a last attempt to be heard, the general throws down an icy ultimatum: one more word and his mouth will disappear. At that moment, the armored knight Yugis lunges forward, his sword flashing. She moves lightning fast, but Thor, with growing horror, realizes that the general is even faster and that Mabel will not have time to react. Suddenly, a conversation with Mabel surfaced in his mind. He asked what kind of man the general was, and she told him that he was a very loving father but also a legendary warrior, so strong that he once pierced a crowd of 100 soldiers with a flaming spear. Now, in our days, that same legendary warrior's hand crashes down with terrifying force. Raising his armored fist, he strikes the ground, shattering the stone floor with a deafening crash. The blow stopped. Mabel stands firm, arms crossed, blocking the attack. Her eyes are dark and empty. She effortlessly restrains the general's immense power, and the ground around her feet cracks from the sheer force. When the general's attack was stopped by her impossible strength, Lokier's daughter's face turned to stone. She begged her father to listen to what Thor wanted to say. Nearby, Thor only stared in shock, unable to comprehend that Mabel had stopped him. A sudden surge of power passed shockingly through all present. Lokier's composure broke, her eyes wide with amazement, and her father, General Reincarnation, shouted the name Agnes with a confused roar, and at that moment an incredible enhancement was recorded. The fire element granted 250 to vitality, and the excess energy transformed into earth, metal, water, and wood magic, each providing 250 to stability, balance, flexibility, and life force respectively. This stunning power burst forth into dark, flame-like tentacles that tightly wrapped around the fiery general. He struggled in the bonds and, muttering in despair, realized escape was impossible. Opposite him stood Mabel, calmly holding a small glowing orb between her palms. Seeing this, Lokier screamed in fear, completely mistaking the servant for someone else. "Of Mies," he exclaimed. "What happened to you?" The fiery general raised his gaze, not believing the woman standing before him. "Agnes," he shouted, not understanding how she had freed herself. The woman, Agnes, without armor and in a maid's uniform, looked at him with shining amber eyes. Deep alchemical transformation had occurred in her. Her fire element now provides a colossal increase in vitality, and the excess energy transforms into the power of other elements, cyclically enhancing her strength, resilience, steadfastness, flexibility, and life energy. From behind her back, Thor steps forward and convincingly says, "Lord Thor gave us all for Agnes." His statement only confuses everyone more. The general shockingly notices that Agni is not in armor but in ordinary clothes, and aloud realizes, it is thanks to Thor that she can now dress like this. The general's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "I see you. You deceived Agni and allowed her to dress," he accused, and Thor, unshaken, calmly suggested taking the chance to explain everything, saying that as an alchemist, he listened to her situation and came up with a solution. He is abruptly interrupted by an explosion of fierce anger. The general twisted the explanation into a perverse fantasy and, growling, claims that Thor allegedly planned to tell Agni that the clothes were fireproof just to watch them burn and leave her naked. "You filthy pervert," he shouts, saying his patience has run out. Shouting, "Look!" Razinga releases his power. A huge pillar of fire rises around him as he directs the accumulated flame. "This is the general's flame," he growls. "If you fear his power, freeze and listen." But his flame behaves unexpectedly. The stream of fire detaches from him, spirals into a vortex, and is sucked into Thor, who stands with outstretched arms. "My flame," raising a cry, exclaims in shock, "What are you even?" He meets the general's anxious gaze with a calm, even expression. "I am an alchemist serving the demon lord," Thor says directly. He turns away from the stunned general and continues to explain. He says his goal is to solve the problems that torment the Demon Kingdom's people so they can live peacefully and prosperously, and that fixing Udmi's magic was only part of this. He asks Lord Razinga to at least listen, but at that moment Razinga clutches his chest and groans in pain, causing someone nearby to lose composure and shout his name with concern. His plea falls on deaf ears. Raising his face, he seems to put on a mask of pure rage, his eyes glowing white. "You are coming with me. The talks will wait," he growls, and with a sudden jerk flies past Thor and sees his monsters, an action dictated by some urgent signal. The fiery general drags armored Agnis with incredible strength. His face is a grim shadow and his eyes blaze with burning fire. He moves with such determination that the ground cracks beneath his feet. His path is suddenly blocked by the Demon King, and here she appears addressing him as father and demanding he release them. His face contorts in agony as he begs her to let him go, insisting he is doing it for her and warns that if this continues, he will have to unleash all his power. Before the formidable flame of General Rizinga, Mabel stands at her usual post. The power of their clash has shattered the ground around, but she remains unshaken before his looming presence. The manifestation of power swept through the crowd in waves of shock. Both Thor and the Demon King froze in their gaze. Their faces were carved with astonishment at what had unfolded. Even Zenga was completely stunned unexpectedly. A painful grimace distorted his features. He struggles against an invisible force that binds him. He roared in disbelief, demanding to know where this immense power came from, the one that managed to immobilize him. The general thinks that the flames were born from a sudden surge of emotions. Agni is truly enraged, but explains that she is simply channeling her overflowing magic. Mabel adds that it was thanks to Thor that Agni was able to grow. Thor looks and suddenly understanding dawns on him. Mabel put all of Agni's energy into her pendant and now draws from it, amplifying her own life force many times over. This surge of power manifested as dazzling white energy, with which Mabel physically grabbed the Flame General and completely stopped his movements. Rizinga writhes in chains, trying to break free, while Agnes firmly says that her flame was never meant to hurt anyone. With the power she received from Thor, she can finally protect those dear to her. She continues, passionately explaining that Thor said, if she calls this flame by name, she will be able to help people. A message appears on the screen: her life force is 100. Agni bursts out screaming, not believing her own words, while Mabel silently raises her fist. Suddenly, a new system message appears. Because she is a fire-type user, she has been granted 400 endurance. She effortlessly holds the huge Flame General above her head and demands that he apologize to Lord Thor, and when Thor calls her name, she simply calmly confirms her actions. The general, still suspended in her strong grip, desperately begs for a chance to explain himself and swears by his name that he will apologize. Meanwhile, Agni tells Thor and Mabel that she heard tales of heroes who raised dragons but never believed them, and in the distance from the castle his shouts to Agni echo, "Let go." She recounts that for her sake Lord Thor forged a thing that can tame the flames. Once mighty Rizinga now sits defeated on the floor, his power completely neutralized. She raises the very object, a shining pendant. Upon seeing it, General Polymia is covered in cold sweat and disbelief is read on his face. Pulling the pendant forward, she shows it and names it, the Pendant of Life Force. She explains that it is a device that suppresses her fire magic and converts it into other types of magic. Because of this transformation, she continues, I can now wear the same clothes as Mabel, and this revelation stuns Rizinga. He only mutters, confused. She turns to Thor, her cheeks burning, seeking confirmation. He smiles warmly and assures her that it is indeed so, addressing her as Lord Shogas. His confirmation floods her with joy. She happily exclaims that thanks to the pendant her dream of wearing cute clothes has come true, and asks what he did when she expressed this wish. The fiery general freezes in shock, unable to comprehend what is happening. He mumbles to himself, wondering what he could have done. His confusion is interrupted by Agnes. Suddenly and with stunning force, she hits her head on the floor, breaking it and loudly shouting an apology, while Thor and Mabel just stand, stunned by the intensity of her act. He froze, seeing the formidable general cry. Rizinga, bowing his head to the floor, called Thor a truly good man and confessed with deep shame that he had misjudged the one who was only trying to help Agni. He was touched that someone besides himself was willing to make such sacrifices for his daughter. He watched the man cry and understood this was true paternal devotion. Rizinga was not even afraid for himself, he was driven only by concern for Agnes. The general's fist clenched with remorse. He bitterly regretted that even having the majestic title of Fire Shogun, his eyes were so clouded that he did not see people truly. Nearby, Agni, now without her helmet, looked up at her father with relief. Finally, they had reached and understood him. His statement sounded quick and merciless. Considering them useless, Rizinga declared that he was going to destroy his own eyes and make flags out of them. Agni screamed in horror, pleading with her father to stop. Before Rizinga could act, Thor rushed forward and grabbed the general by the wrist, shouting for him to stop and insisting that destroying one's own eyes was going too far. His grip was unshakable, stopping the huge man. Thor explained that from now on he would remain in the demon territory and did not want to encounter such a gloomy sight every time he looked up. Calmed down and already wearing dark glasses, Rizinga asked to be included in Thor's future affairs with Agni's, sincerely regretting the misunderstanding. She even offered to pay for the thing Thor did for her and asked to name the price, and Thor paused for a moment, hesitating. Thinking about the reward proposal, Thor involuntarily imagined what his new role in the demon realm would mean, and the majestic castle looming in the distance only emphasized this. His thoughts cleared and turned into a proposal not about money. He asked if Razinga knew that Agnes's condition actually improves when she ignites her flames, and that in such a state wearing clothes is naturally uncomfortable for her. Razinga readily agreed to the condition and promised to report to the Demon King about her mistakes. Thor advised that for now it was enough just to establish ordinary communication with the daughter, and the Demon King, luckier seeing this, remarked that Razinga was a good father, unlike her own, who used children as hostages, and a strange, envious feeling ran through her heart. In the Demon King's domain stretched a desolate mining hollow bare, sharp rocks under a gloomy cloudy sky. Deep in its shadows crawled a creepy creature with many limbs. Its form was a terrifying silhouette against the darkness. Crunch of boots on dusty ground announced the arrival of a new group marching into dangerous lands. It was a squad of rough mercenaries led by a large, bald warrior with a heavy axe on his shoulder, and on all their faces was an expression of greedy confidence. One of his men, a man with an eye patch, grew worried and reminded the boss that these lands supposedly swarmed with dangerous demons and a fire general. The boss roared and waved him off, shouting that a treasure beyond the understanding of demihumans was buried here, and their task was to seize it. He tightly gripped the axe, a broad smile stretched across his face, and boasting, said he knew nothing about the fire general or demons, but promised everything that dared to stand in their way would be cut in half. His bold statement ignited the spirit of his men. They erupted in loud, joyful shouts. Suddenly, the leader's applause is cut off. He raises his head, surprised as a drop of liquid splashes on his cheek. His people enthusiastically praise his sharp senses, while above them looms the colossal shadow of a spider-like creature. He emits a hoarse cry of pain, not because of the large beast, but because of a swarm of smaller creatures that have fallen on him, crawling over his body and gnawing his flesh. Swarms of creatures tore him apart. He died in a terrible, bloody attack. His people only watched in horror as the colossal spider, the source of the swarm, let out a piercing scream. Panic swept through their ranks. Someone shouted, "Run!" and another froze as if paralyzed, not understanding what giant creatures stood before them. They had not yet scattered when a new, even more terrible figure loomed over them. From the shadows appeared the fire general Razinga, his huge figure blazing with fire, and he unleashed a massive weapon with devastating force. The blow was absolute. The rest of the mercenaries were instantly crushed, their bodies scattered among dust and debris. Their short and audacious expedition was brutally cut short. When the dust settled over the silent, bloody massacre, a lonely little spider hurriedly crawled away. It had fulfilled its purpose. Far from the bloody slaughter in the mines, Thor stood, gazing at the Demon King's castle, and in his palm danced a small, restrained flame. But his gaze was fixed on another, a dark cubic stone. He recognized it as the stone of the space element, gifted by Agnes, and examining the meteoric iron, suddenly realized that he had awakened this element and could now endow his creations with its power. He smiled, a wave of deep gratitude washed over him. He thought that since coming to the Demon Lord's territory, his abilities had sharply increased. He had mastered the elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water from another world, and now had access to space. He knew he would have learned nothing had he stayed in the Empire, and silently thanked Her Majesty for the materials and place where he could grow. Having some time left, he remembered that the demon lady said she wanted to show him something, so he decided not to waste time and began clearing out the cluttered storeroom nearby, intending to tidy it up. Opening the door, he froze in amazement. His eyes widened. The room was a real mountain of treasures piled to the brim with countless amazing things, and while he admired the collection with delight, a pair of eyes watched unobtrusively from the side, causing him to freeze, and a flash of realization ran across his face. His gaze instantly fixed on the magnificent blade lying among the treasures. He recognized it as a magical sword, and with a tremor realized that it was exactly the same as the one in the statue of the first Demon Lord. Turning away from the sword, he called to the entrance of the room, asked if Her Majesty was here, and invited her to enter. While Demon Lord Luckier stood right behind the door, her face hardened because when she looked closely at him, she felt something was wrong here. It was visible only upon careful inspection. The demon mistress shows Thor a new black dress, asks for his opinion, and says she might wear it to the upcoming party. Thor smiles warmly, assures her that it suits her, although he addresses her formally, "Your Majesty, Demon King." Her expression slightly spoiled. She agrees that it looks nice but reminds him as a friend with whom he shares a secret. She does not like being addressed by such a formal title. She pretends to be playfully tyrannical, saying that since the demon king in the empire must be a tyrant, she is allowed to be selfish. With a confident smile, she gives an order if he truly considers her a friend, let him call her by her name, Lucia. He froze for a moment in surprise, as if hesitating whether it would be better to hide their acquaintance until the party, but quickly gave in with a gentle smile and obediently said, "I understand, Lucissima, here." Hearing her name so directly, Lucia blushes to the roots of her ears and loses self-control. She thinks to herself that if he really believes she would like it, she will not endure it any longer. Her reaction caught him off guard, and a slight blush appeared on his cheeks, and he stumbled in his thoughts, thinking how sweet she was. To ease the tension, Lucia changes the subject and asks what he had been doing. She explains that she was cleaning the workshop. She found something. She handed over the decorated sword and asked for his opinion. Thor looked closely and immediately noticed that its length did not match the sword on the statue they had seen earlier. He lifts the weapon closer, examines it, and suggests, this was an attempt to recreate the lost magical sword, but the creator failed to reproduce the original and the project was abandoned. The material is simple iron, so this must be a prototype. To prove his point, he shows that the blade is crushed and does not cut, calling it a failed product. Lucia is not disappointed. She looks with admiration, impressed by his accurate assessment. While he was examining the unsuccessful prototype, Lucia was telling its story. She said that in her grandfather's time, they planned to resurrect the legendary magical sword. An elf and a dwarf worked on it together, but when she tested the finished blade, its additional power was almost imperceptible. Having explained everything, she asked if she could keep the sword as proof of their interaction. Thor, stunned, asked in surprise why she was even asking for that, reminding her that it was her own workshop. Then he solemnly handed her the sword on a tray, addressing her with respect, Lucia Soma. She accepted it with a pleasant smile. His mind, overflowing with possibilities, suddenly made him ask permission to create a real magical sword from that imperfect copy. You just look back, stunned by his bold proposal. He admitted that he dreamed of forging a weapon that would surpass the sacred swords of the Empire, but honestly added, he himself did not know how to fight, so making such a blade for himself would be a waste of materials. That is why, he explained, he wanted to create a powerful magical sword for her. The general said that she was soon going to defeat a monster, and he hoped that in that battle she could take his creation into her hands. Her face softened and she thanked him with a smile. The recognition of his feelings warmed her. Embarrassed, Thor, blushing, asked if he understood everything correctly, and she gently explained that although she appreciated the offer, a magical sword was not what she needed for the upcoming task. She explained her plan. They really needed things that could attack the monster from a safe distance. She preferred supportive items that anyone could use rather than specialized weapons. An idea began to form in Thor's mind. Items for support in battle. A spark of inspiration lit up in his eyes. He clenched his fist with new determination and said that he understood and would immediately check if such a thing could be made. Without wasting a moment, he said he was leaving and rushed out of the room. Lucia watched him go, winking with a smile, and thought to herself that he was definitely not one to idle. In this world, live creatures called demonic beasts. They cannot communicate and indiscriminately attack humans, half-humans, and even demons, and they look different from beastly forms to giant insects and lizards. In search of a countermeasure, they open a book. On its pages are diagrams and texts that describe in detail a wide variety of items. Mabel, observing the experiments, asks Thor what he is going to create. He explains that he is looking for a thing that will help defeat demonic beasts, a little upset that he cannot forge a sword for Lady Lucia, and advises Mabel not to get carried away with all these possibilities. The search is over. He decisively pointed to an entry in the book and with a steely gaze said he would create the chosen item, catching Mabel by surprise. She peers at the page and cannot make out the letters, but clearly sees the drawing, a black shiny cylinder with a thin transparent film at the tip. He confirms that it is a special tool for defeating demonic beasts. Impressed, Mabel exclaims what a cool thing it is. Then Thor asks her to help create it, and she gladly agrees. Thor starts the process, activating his super alchemy. He understands that to create a focused beam of light, he first needs a magical light stone. To prevent the light from scattering, he must wrap it with the power of a magical dark stone, forcing it to go in one straight path. Then he adds wind elements to the design because he assumes wind means movement and carries things away, so this should push the light even further. Closing his eyes, he concentrates with all his might. He understands that the slightest loss of attention will dissipate the imagined image of the object. He imagines a line of light wrapped in darkness stretching straight into the distance. Activating his super alchemy again, he summoned a glowing cylinder before him and looking at it, noticed it is significantly larger than in the catalog, and he wondered if the size difference would be a problem. The newly created device turned out to be a laser pointer. It uses the magic of light, darkness, and wind to create a compressed, straight beam of magical energy. It is powered by magical light and dark stones which must be replaced every 3 months. The device is extremely durable and resistant to everything except magically enhanced weapons, and has an important protective mechanism. It is impossible to attack people, demons, or half-humans with it. He proudly announced his success, stating that this is the laser pointer of a brave world. Mabel, looking at the large cylindrical object, asked what power it has. In response, he handed her a page from the catalog with a note translation so she could see it for herself. The catalog presented the laser pointer as an indispensable item for presentations, a bestseller especially recommended for teachers. It promised that it accurately directs pointers to the target and calms everything around, and the advertisement loudly praised. Its beam reaches distant mountains and scares away annoying creatures. Thor admitted that although he did not know what a presentation was, he was sure it was a wonderful article. Mabel, however, looked at him with slightly pursed lips and remarked that the description seemed quite clear to her. She insisted on an explanation, even quoting the catalog especially recommended for teachers capable of accurately conveying material to the target audience, and looked at him expectantly, asking what this could mean. He interpreted everything militarily. Giving orders meant that the commander could precisely show the soldiers which enemy to defeat, and the phrase "peace will reign around you," as he reasoned, meant that the chosen enemy would fall quickly and silently. Continuing the review, he pointed to another line in the catalog. The warning, "Never use on humans," he guessed, meant that this device was created specifically to defeat demonic beasts, and he also assumed that the mention of competition results hinted that in that other world, defeating such beasts was a real contest for heroes. Her eyes widened as all the pieces fell into place. Mabel realized that heroes competed to see who would defeat the most beasts, and suddenly, struck by insight, she exclaimed that this competition should be called a presentation. He smiled, impressed by her guess, and praised, "As befits Mabel, you understood." She modestly replied that it was only thanks to his help. Relying on their shared understanding, he explained the tactical advantage this weapon provided. Since it was used only against beasts, there were likely no records of its use against demons or half-humans. He pointed to an illustration of a hero attacking from afar and noted that a weapon capable of hitting from the other side of a mountain would not even let beasts approach, then insisted that Mabel look carefully at the image. He lingered on the image in the catalog, recognizing the simple silhouette of a bird beast. It was the same annoying creature from the presentations. He had no doubt for a moment, this seemingly simple picture was the embodiment of fear. The memory made a drop of sweat roll down his temple. In the world of brave heroes, a laser pointer was a terrifying thing, a tool that expanded the effect of magic so much that one powerful device could change the course of a war. Destructive power was enormous. He recalled the horrific context of its use, a dreadful presentation. In his imagination, behind his back appeared a man with a sinister smile, and a worried Mabel demonstrated the power of the device with anxious confidence. Shaking off the memory, Thor took the newly created item, made sure it was perfect for examining beasts, and decisively said, yes, it was time to test it. Thor and Mabel watch a tense debrief where half-human soldiers argue over a failure. The Minotaur complains that their units were too scattered and he was left in horror, while the elf denies this, saying Minotaurs have it easier because elves feel pain. The elf insists the vanguard should not have let the enemy reach them, but the Minotaur cuts in that he was the closest to danger. Thor quietly tells Mabel they need to attack together, but she should cover the rear because he is in danger. The elf says the half-human soldiers were too scattered, but that she should cover the rear because he is in danger. The elf continues to explain, the demonic monster Gardarus is a giant arachnid accompanied by a huge swarm of smaller monsters, and he insists he simply cannot attack if his rear flank is not properly covered. This monster Gardarus can call for reinforcements. Even when it appears alone, soon smaller monsters emerge from all sides in crowds to trample its enemies. A simple scheme shows their flawed strategy. The vanguard of Minotaurs pretended to attack the monster head-on, while the elven support unit stayed far behind, supposedly out of danger. Thor turned to Mabel, confirmed that soldiers were arguing precisely because of this tactical problem, and he immediately saw the essence. When the vanguard engages the main monster, small monsters swarm the support squad, and in such a formation the elf is neither safe nor distant enough to avoid the impact. The scene shifts to a long training track. Mabel points to a distant target and explains that the line marks the usual spell range, so hitting from their position will be difficult. Thor confirms her words. Holding a cylindrical device, Thor says the goal is to hit the very center of the target. When everything is in place, he announces the start of the trial. On his face is focused determination. He says he will try to check if the spell's range can be increased using what he calls a laser pointer. Thor aims the device. A small red dot appears on the bullseye of the distant target. He orders Mabel to cast the spell, focusing on that light. She instantly understands and shoots an ice arrow that flies unerringly and hits exactly in the center. Exile. He shouts with excitement, impressed by Mabel's shot. She is completely confused, admits she doesn't understand how it worked, only knows she hit the target, wildly rejoices at the successful experiment, and already eagerly suggests trying again from an even greater distance. He confirms their success and enthusiastically notes that Mabel hit with a power 1.5 times greater than the usual spell limit. Pushing the experiment further, he tells her to double the distance, and again the spell hits the target precisely. Meanwhile, on the neighboring road, two travelers are passionately arguing. A large minotaur reproaches his elven companion, insisting that he does not understand a simple rule. The spell works only at a precisely defined, ideal distance. The Minotaur, increasingly irritated, continued the lecture, growling that spells have a range limit and wizards cannot be far from the target, and insisted that this is why elves must stay behind the battle line. His companion froze silently for a moment. Their argument was interrupted when the elf noticed movement in the distance and observed that it seemed someone was casting a spell. He added that trying to cast spells from such a distance was sheer madness, and the Minotaur seemed to agree. Suddenly, from a distant training ground, a strange beam of light flashed, falling into the elf's eye and igniting his curiosity. In a moment, a powerful magical projectile hits a stone target right in their path and shatters it to pieces. The elf jumps back, drenched in sweat and shocked by this incredibly distant shot. Away from the frightened travelers, Thor calmly sums up. They managed to extend the spell's range by at least 3.5 times, using the entire length of the training field. He declares the experiment successful, but Mabel is completely confused. She asks him how it is possible to hit the target when its established limit was so greatly exceeded. Thor raises the device and explains that each spell hit exactly the same spot. He suggests that the spell was attracted by a residual magic flow left by the laser pointer. He explains his theory to Mabel. This laser pointer seems to create a magical link between itself and the observed targets, and if combined with a spell, the magic attaches directly to that chosen point. Then this link guides the spell along the newly created magic flow so that it precisely reaches its destination. The elf traveler, watching from afar, cannot contain his admiration for the incredible power revealed. His companion, the Minotaur, sitting on a pile of fallen monsters, cannot even imagine what threat could justify such an item. Mabel agrees, and Thor, with a grim expression, confirms that this is an artifact from the world of mighty heroes. His thoughts shift to everyday matters. He suggests Mabel clean up the training ground, then approaches the two observers with a friendly smile and thanks them for allowing them to use the place, and the elf agrees that it is time to go and says they need to show the item to Look-Your-Sama. And then suddenly they are asked if they are going to clean up themselves. The question completely caught the travelers off guard. The elf begins to sweat and the Minotaur nervously shakes his head in panicked denial. Seeing their panic, he decides not to worry about it too much, although he secretly wonders what they think about his training. Mabel apologizes for the inconvenience, but the two observers remain speechless. In a moment, the Minotaur regains consciousness and asks his companion what he wanted to say earlier. The elf, looking thoughtfully, says that the maximum range of the spell has always been a problem, but now, it seems, it is no longer so. As they leave, Mabel smiles and marvels enthusiastically that Thor can create such incredible things. Meanwhile, the elf and the traveling Minotaur confidently walk through the majestic arched corridors of the monumental building. They appear before a horned authority figure with long hair who turns to them and says, "So, these are the two commanders." He raised his hand, a calm but firm gesture that interrupted the report. "Wait a minute," he began in an even voice. "What are you talking about?" The commander off-screen, stammering, confirmed that Thor and Mabel are now in the service of his majestic demon king. His calm faltered, a drop of sweat crawled down his temple, and a wide, anxious smile appeared on his face. He insisted on details, asked if they really used that and some strange object. He demanded to be told everything since he had not yet heard the full story. The story of the two commanders reached Advisor Kirov when he learned that Thor was recklessly using strange objects. His reaction was far from calm. Rage distorted his face and he shouted across the capital, "Thor Dono, come immediately and give me an explanation." On the territory of the Demon King stands a majestic castle with numerous spires, its architecture combining elegance and formidable power. In one of its grand corridors, General Rei Zenga informs his daughter Lucia that she will soon have to meet with the Empire's envoy. He does not expect problems but asks her to be vigilant, and she calmly agrees. She places her hand on his hand, her face becomes serious. She begs her father to behave respectfully with the representatives, not to create misunderstandings, and to listen to what they say, and this request clearly tensions Rei Zenga. His face twisted with irritation. Her gaze sharpens, plea becomes a firm demand. His expression softened into a gentle smile. He noted that her gaze increasingly resembled that of his late wife and assured Lucia that he fully understands how important it is to treat the envoy with the utmost respect. After all, this is what His Majesty, the Demon King, wants. He continues, explaining that victory over the demonic beasts is a decisive matter for the future of both their territory and the Empire, and swears not to let anything destroy their relationship, reminding her that he gave the Oath of the Fire Giant to his suzerain. The Oath of the Fire Giant conceals two completely different meanings at once. The first meaning is when a person swears before their lord. Breaking such an oath means consciously giving up one's life. The second meaning is when the oath is spoken to someone you have deep feelings for. In that case, it means giving your body and soul, feelings that will burn forever in the flame of your life. A memory emerges. Young Rizenga stands next to his wife and he remembers that although the meanings of their oaths were different, they made their vows on the same day, and she gently smiles and says, "Because we are family." Here and now his hand clenches into a tight fist, and the memory of the attempt to intimidate Thor and force him to listen suddenly sends a chill down his spine. Now he could think of only one thing, the task that lay before him. He quietly promised himself to become an adult who would not be a source of shame in their presence, and decisively walked through Combe Hall. He stopped before the luxurious carved double doors. The maid said that the envoy was waiting inside. He quietly nodded and prepared to enter. Inside, he was met by a burly man in ceremonial robes who greeted him, introduced himself as Marquis Graz, Lord of the Borderlands, and said it was an honor to meet the famous General Rizango of Fire. Rizango in response introduced himself and informed that the Demon King had entrusted him with the territory near the border. He smiled and said he had heard of the general's great glory, especially the impressive story of how he single-handedly swept the demonic beasts from the Demon King's domains, but modestly waved it off and called it an old, shameful tale. Borov silently observed him and thought that the rumors about the fiercely aggressive and arrogant man turned out to be not as they said, so he pushed those thoughts aside. Rizinga announced that it was time to move on to negotiations and first asked to review the document about the subjugation of the demonic creature, since, as they agreed on the terms, the Marquis confirmed that the Empire was ready to provide 100 to 120 soldiers to tame the demon known as Gargantua. Rei Zinga agreed, noting that the monster had many minions and their help was very valuable, while Gora meanwhile shifted the conversation to the topic of rewards. He leaned forward with a sycophantic smile and asked if it was possible to extend the deadline for receiving the silver payment not for a year, but for 4, saying they would be very grateful for that. He raised his gaze, his face remained unshaken, and explained that he had already informed the Demon King about the 1-year term. Without hesitation, a new proposal was made in response. The general must personally handle the transportation of silver from the Empire so they could thank him directly. The general's eyes widened. He sharply asked if Gora was implying that he had deceived the Demon King, and the accusation was calmly denied, turning it into simple advice to establish friendly relations with the Empire. Then, with a barely perceptible sinister hint, added that sometimes errors occur in the calculations when reporting the extraction. He listened as Mark Vascro laid out the initial conditions regarding the bride. The voice said that in that case it was worth sending some silver to the Empire, and, winking conspiratorially, added that this would give the general a strong ally. The general was just not convinced and said directly that he did not trust Gura, and the Marquis only smiled and waved it off, saying it was quite natural. In behind-the-scenes affairs one must be careful, doubts are a normal thing. In response to this hesitation, the Marquis suddenly said he had a great idea and immediately asked if Rizango was acquainted with a certain Tordano. The general's face stiffened. Suspicion only grew. He leaned forward and revealed his true plan. If their affair was exposed, everything would be pinned on Tordano and he would be allowed to deal with the consequences, and behind him appeared the ghostly image of Duke Regis, who ominously winked in approval. The general just froze and stared, completely stunned by the audacity of this proposal. Unfazed, the envoy with a grotesque smile told in detail. They would invent a story that the general was deceived and the documents were forged, saying that Thor appropriated the silver for his secret operations so that the general would not. He spread his arms wide and triumphantly asked, "Isn't that a good idea?" He declared that Thor would serve both the Empire and the general with his life. His voice played with passion as he shouted at Thor useless trash, saying that finally he could be useful to their alliance. Together with a scapegoat, he assured Rei Xing that the general's safety would be guaranteed, and this would allow them to build harmonious relations. He even turned Thor's own polite words against him, reminding of the young man's hope for future cooperation. A sharp crack sounded as Rei Xing's fist clenched a metal cup and crushed it. Steam hissed from the crushed remains, and the face in the shadow he asked in a low, dangerous voice if this was just the Marquis's idea to shift all the blame onto Thor. Mark indifferently replied that it was not only his proposal but also that of Duke Regis, Thor's father. Raising his hand, the latter interrupted him and directly asked, "Does the Emperor know about this?" Yura snorted, picked at his teeth, and stated that serving the Empire is the duty of the nobility, so there is no need to report every little detail to His Majesty. He nervously stammers, asking General Rei Xing about the reaction to the behind-the-scenes agreements, and the general, still standing with his back turned, calmly says that it is good so he will not have to despise the Empire itself. The moment of relief instantly shatters. Riazango sharply turns around, his face distorts into a monster from pure rage, and he commands the Marquis to be silent and not utter another word. He growls that deceiving the Demon King is a mortal sin, but now they want to use Thor, his patron, and blame him for everything. Rizanger declares that Thor is his friend and the man he chose for his daughter, and demands Gurak stop this nonsense. The Marquis just stared in complete shock, his head spinning as he processed these words. Friend, man, for his daughter. This revelation stunned him. He desperately argues that accepting the offer would be beneficial for the general as well, but Riazinga is tired of the talks and coldly says that it is clear there is nothing to discuss with them, so he will personally inform the Emperor about this in an official letter. With the last thunderous roar, he orders Gyuri to leave. The power of his voice seems to physically push the Marquis, who recoils backward, grimacing in pain and fear. Grimacing, he radiated heat and rage throughout his body, shouted that he did not want to talk to vile people, and warned Haru never to appear before him again. The Marchioness was pushed out of the room. He fell to the floor outside, stunned and confused. He looks around, not understanding why everything happened this way, and calls for his father. At the door stands Duke Regus, his face cold and stern. Beside him, his daughter Lukier looks anxiously and asks what happened, and the Duke simply says, "I too is." His thoughts are interrupted when he looks at the distant landscape, silently acknowledging that he, like Gra, still has much to learn. Among the harsh mountains hides a vast and formidable land of demonic legends. A few days later, Prime Minister Kerr stands before the Demon King Luker, handing over a document, and says that it contains all the information from General Raisinger about the actions of Marquis Galua on the borderlands. The report details everything Galua tried to do against Thor was also recorded. The Marquis tempted miners to divert silver from the mines, and the Empire in return offered Raisinger military support. Lukier's expression hardens as she realizes this news. Somewhere else, the novice Demon King Evergard clenches his fist, his figure enveloped in a dark aura. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Luker stops him, extends an official letter from the Dalgarian Empire, and explains. It says that this proposal is just a prank by a few self-willed border lords, not the will of the Empire as a whole. Rookie sighed heavily and covered his face in despair, and Lukier explained. It was about the proposal to use Lord Thor. The truth came out. The Empire sent Thor to the Demon Lord's territory as a human sacrifice and hostage, and this realization hit Rookie with full force. Lukier is also overwhelmed with emotions, hides her face in her palm and cries, saying she never thought he was treated so cruelly. Rookie suggests talking to Lord Thor, but she refuses and insists that as his alchemist, she must be the one to tell him everything. However, the novice firmly says that it is his responsibility. He allowed the mind to develop and gave the go-ahead for negotiations with the Empire, so he insists he must answer for the consequences. Lukier silently agrees, and Rookie admits that it will hurt Thor very much to hear this, and says he was already heading to Thor's room to tell him personally. As he left, Loki felt her heart fill with gratitude to Lord Thor and admitted to herself that she fully believed the general's report only because of General Razinga's flank oath. She listens as the young demon Lord Evergard confirms her worst fears, explaining that the Fire General hid nothing and revealed the whole unvarnished truth. Prime Minister Care lays out the whole matter clearly, speaks about the chasm of distrust between them and the general, and admiringly notes the cunning of the conspiracy. If the general had concealed even a little truth, his report would have simply been rejected. He continues, his voice firm with confidence. It was Lord Thor who ultimately made the general's oath possible. As Prime Minister, Care feels a deep debt to him and vows to do everything in his power to fulfill any wish of Thor. The novice demon Lord Evergar pondered the Prime Minister's words and posed a hypothetical question. What would he do if Thor, upon hearing this, asked for a mountain of magical items? After a moment, Evergar accepted Curve's sincerity, thanked him, and promised to convey his feelings. Meanwhile, in another wing of the castle, Thor is completely unaware of the serious talks happening about him. He sits at the table with Mabel, laughing and enjoying a pleasant afternoon tea, while the demonic King Luckier watches them from afar. Thor joyfully tells his servant Mabel that Curvezin interrogated him harshly, adding that the item from the hero's world, a laser pointer, seems to significantly extend the magic's effect, making Mabel beam with joy, while opposite them the demon King Lucy listens with a tense expression, realizing she needs to say something to him. Her resolve strengthens as she chews the pie. She knows she must tell Thor the truth about what really happened during the negotiations with the Empire. The burden of this information weighs on her. Secret agreements proposed by Thor's own father, a treacherous plan to bury Thor himself along with all the crimes committed in the dark. She gathers her willpower and decides to speak only after finishing her tea and eating her pastry. She struggles with her duty. The masked demon lord would have reported such news without any difficulty, but it hurts her too much to talk about what Thor's father did in such a pleasant setting. However, she remembers how Thor once spoke so openly about his life, so she takes a calm sip of tea and finally addresses him. He lifted his gaze from the cup and asked what was on her mind. Lucy began to tell him what she had to say about the negotiations with the Empire on raising as a statish tried to downplay it, saying there were only minor troubles, but the painful expression on her face contradicted her words. He pressures her. He asks what exactly she means by strange. Embarrassed, she explains in detail that during the negotiations, one of the Margraves of the Empire proposed something incredibly strange. Her calm breaks. She confesses with a forced smile, yes, it was bad. History burst out of her rapidly. She tells how a foolish nobleman tried to pull off a secret deal, planning to use Reisinga to smuggle silver, while Mabel, standing nearby and listening, looks on in shock. She continues to squeeze the table. Her knuckles have turned white. The nobleman planned to establish secret cooperation with Ryzen and even thought through what to do if the demon lord exposed their conspiracy. When she speaks, her body suddenly stiffens. Thor and Mabel, frightened, jump up from their seats, shout her name, and ask what is happening. He and Mabel froze in stunned silence, not understanding why they were so surprised until tears began to roll before them. These tears belonged to the demon King Lucy. Her face became a mask of sorrow, and a quiet, painful sound escaped from her lips as she looked at it. Her words, choked with emotion, struck Thor with shocking force. She faltered in explanations, trying to say that they wanted to accuse him to completely erase him. When he felt dizzy, she finally named the culprit. Sobbing, she said that Margrave was behind everything and directly confirmed they tried to kill him. The burden of the revelation completely broke her. She fell into sobbing, flailing her arms, and Thor, stunned by this outburst, rushed to her and begged her to calm down. In the silence after everything, the central figures sat around the table, their silhouettes standing out in the semi-darkness, and the question of what had just happened hung in the air. Lucre could not hold back. Tears welled up in her eyes because she could not comprehend that Duke Regis, Thor's own father, not only expelled him as a human sacrifice but also tried to use her. Thor lowered his eyes with sad humility and quietly said he understood this was exactly what his father was capable of. He gently squeezed her hand, a silent gesture of comfort. Inside, he pitifully thought about how upset she was to hear the truth. He felt very sorry for her because he himself was lost and did not know what to do. She still did not believe his motives and wondered, why would the father go to such lengths when simple exile would have been enough? Embarrassed by her tears, Thor blushed and told her to be quiet, admitting that he was ashamed that she cried because of him. His attempt to divert the conversation was interrupted by Mabel. She calmly asked a more specific question. Why did the Duke try to use Luckier, setting her up? Thor lowered his gaze, pondering the answer. He explained that the reason lies in the very foundations of the empire's politics, and you looked at him puzzled, not understanding how it was connected. Thor spoke at length, reminding that the Durgalia Empire places military power above all. He confirmed that Duke Regis was a strong warrior, but admitted that his grandfather was known as the Holy Sword, a true master of the sword who, unfortunately in old age, took to drinking and while drunk, tragically died at the hands of bandits. He admitted that he was still very young when it happened and remembers it poorly, but that event was forever etched into his childhood memory. From this confession, Mabel's eyes widened in surprise. A childhood memory forever changed his worldview. He became convinced that no matter how strong a person is, one moment of weakness can destroy everything, and the stronger you become, the more those who want to become famous are drawn to you. Concluding that the pursuit of absolute power is futile, he decided instead to use his skills in alchemy to make people's lives better. He finished the story with the last, decisive detail. Duke Regis would never have allowed such thinking. When the image of his father's stern disapproval flashed through his mind, Mabel and Lookyer smiled warmly. Mabel noted that such a philosophy was quite in Thor's spirit, and Lookyer silently agreed. Continuing to explain, Thor said that the people of the Empire try to emulate their founding hero, but unable to become a true legend, they resort to increasingly radical methods, whether power, fame, or any other means. These reflections hardly helped Lookyer understand why the Duke wanted to sacrifice his own son. Thor admitted that he did not understand it either, and added that after that adventure he grew tired of the Regis family. He announced that he was changing his name to Starling Mabel. He stood up and solemnly declared that from now on he would no longer bear the Regis family name. Instead, he would take his mother's surname and ask to be called Thor Cannon from now on. The new name was warmly received. Lookyer repeated Thor Cannon with a smile, and Mabel, closing her eyes, remarked that it sounded nice. He explained that officially, as a hostage of the Empire on the territory of the Demon Lord, he would have to use the name Regus, but asked that when the three of them were alone they call him by his mother's surname, the very one he used while working in the Empire's offices. Lookyer and Mabel readily agreed. When that was settled, Lookyer turned to him, called him Lucy Sima, and began to ask something. She suddenly hesitated, realizing that he was still holding her hand. Blushing slightly, she quietly said that he could let go now, and Thor quickly apologized and released her hand. He explained his impulse and confessed. When he heard how cruelly she was treated, he became incredibly sad. He regretted not being nearby and, without thinking, grabbed her hand. He appreciated her care, but Lookyer's response completely took him by surprise. When he thanked her, she, blushing deeply, explained that she did not want him to let go at all. She just wanted to fall asleep holding his hand, and this innocent request made Thor stammer, struck by how sweet she was. Even before everything could escalate, Mabel sharply intervened and reminded about the protocol. Her Majesty cannot spend the night in Thor's room because the floor with her bedroom is forbidden for men. Loki here quietly admitted that she knew this and just voiced the thought. Thor retreats to the lessons. Her request to find a way to hold hands when they sleep in different rooms still echoes in his head. He flips through a book, admits to himself that she probably knows. This is an impossible wish, but a spark of determination runs across his face. He is the alchemist of the demon mistress, and with this title comes duty, so he decides to come up with something to find a way out, no matter how incredible it may be. He soon returned to Lookyer, near whom stood Mabel, and told about his findings, called her and said that he found something that might come in handy, to which Lookyer's face lit up with a surprised "oh," and, receiving the passionate approval of the Demon Lord, Thor immediately began the necessary preparations. Having gathered all the necessary components, Mabel joyfully informs Thor that the preparation is complete. On the table lies a pure white cloth, a large pile of empty peapod shells, and one empty magic stone, exactly the materials to make a thing from the world of heroes. He nods to her and says they will start with the sheet. Lucy and Mabel watch attentively. On their faces is a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. Placing his hands over the fabric, Thor activates his creative alchemy, initiating the process of material purification. Dazzling light bursts from his sheet. The light fades, the sheet seems the same, but inside it is already different after the alchemical transformation. Lucy and Mabel gasped in amazement when the magic stone lying on the exquisite fabric began to glow and dissolve, being absorbed into the fabric as if into water. Thor asks Lucy to imagine the fabric stretching under her touch. She marvels excitedly as the magic stone spreads as a thin film over the sheet and dissolves in it like melting ice. Lucy is delighted with the fabric that stretches freely and watches as Thor says he will make the same material improvement for the night pots. Then he closes his eyes, concentrates, and unfolds an imaginary scheme for the final touches. He clearly sees the final design. The polished shells will become the inner layer and the sheet the outer one. He plans to embed empty magic stones into this sheet to preserve power, add the water element for smoothness, and the wind element for better breathability. With a clear plan in his head, Thor spread his arms wide and again invoked his creative alchemy, initiating the final stage of creation. As a result, a long hugging pillow and a matching pillowcase are produced. The pillow itself, saturated with the elements of water and wind, has a smooth, leather-like surface and can change shape and temperature under the influence of the owner's magic, while the pillowcase has the same properties and additionally an element of light that allows freely changing its color and pattern. Lucy, the Demon King, looks at the newly created item with wide, shining eyes and exclaims that it is amazing and incredible. Thor addresses her to get her attention, and her maid Mabel observes. She turns to him with distrust. How can this pillow replace their holding hands in a dream? Thor, sighing, asks her to read the description again. It says that the latest model of the hugging pillow is made from some magical material that reproduces the feeling of hugging a loved one. Fabric is as soft as human skin, and inside are small beads that allow it to freely take any shape. Lucy remains uncertain, thinking that although it mentions a connection with a loved one, it is too bold to think that it can connect them in different rooms. Mabel intervenes and asks Her Majesty if she really believes that a hugging pillow from the hero's world will be the same as an ordinary one. Her maid enthusiastically explains, things from the hero's world are so powerful because they are selectively sold only to the chosen, and behind every word or code hides a deeper meaning. After laying out her theory, Mabel turns to Thor and asks what he thinks about it. He answers unwaveringly, stating that this hugging pillow can turn into a person. His stunning statement leaves Lucy and Mabel speechless, their eyes wide open in shock, and Lucy, disbelieving, shouts, demanding to know what he just said. When she exploded, Thor calmly begins to explain. He reminds Lucy of the legend of the summoned hero who, using a transformation spell, could freely change appearance, tells how he infiltrated the demon lord's army and, when discovered, turned into a dragon, and grabbing Lucy's head recalls that the mechanism of this magic was magical power granules. She confirms, in the lands of the Demon Lord there are also such magical grains they can transform into any shape and color. According to the legend, the hero molded a fake body directly from these granules, wore it as a full suit, and turned into a frightening dragon. Analyzing the chain of thoughts, Lucy suddenly realizes the pillow has the same effect. Thor confirms her guess, explaining that those special beads in the description are the magical granules, and the instruction, shape it as you wish, is a direct reference to the hero's legend. He stood thoughtful, fascinated by the incredible ingenuity and technical skill of the hero's world, and realized, this is truly frightening. Breaking away from his thoughts, he addressed Mabel directly. Now let's check, he said, and ordered her to fill the pillowcase with her magic. Mabel willingly agreed. When she directed her energy, the pillowcase lit up. Lucy, frightened, immediately demanded to know what was happening, and Thor, observing, noticed that the magical stones embedded in the fabric were absorbing Mabel's power. He explained to the Demon King the essence. Magical power contains personal information of the one who uses it, so if you put the charged cover on a pillow, it will take on Mabel's appearance. This made Lucy open her eyes wide in amazement. She watched intently at the glowing fabric, with anxiety and excitement playing on her face. Mabel handed Thor the prepared pillow. He glanced at Lucy, a drop of sweat gleamed on his forehead, and hope shone in his eyes that the experiment would succeed. When all preparations were complete, an enchanted pillow lay on the floor, emitting a soft, pulsating light. Thor concentrated and explained that the magical stones inside would now embody the object into a physical, tangible form with all its properties. As he spoke, the light intensified and all magical energies converged, merging into a clear humanoid silhouette. The light faded, and before them stood a perfect copy of Mabel in a confident pose. Thor looked confused, the real Mabel froze in shock, and the double, noticing their expressions, enthusiastically announced who she was. She stood before them, a perfect copy. Thor looked intently, recognizing in her the pillow in the form of a body from the world of heroes. Lucy, completely stunned, exclaimed that it was Mabel herself, but the real Mabel corrected her, explaining that it was not a pillow but Thor's unique power that could do such a thing. As if to show this, the double cheerfully waved to the Demon Lord and called her to look, explaining that her movements were directly controlled by the imagination of the real Mabel, while Thor watched this spectacle with a thoughtful face. Hearing this, the real Mabel blushed, suddenly realizing, if the pillow could take her appearance, then Lucy's wish to hold hands during sleep could come true. The double, unaware of anything, turned to Thor and exclaimed that the experiment was a huge success, showering him with praise for the incredible power. He interrupted the celebration with 2 words, "It didn't work." With a quiet command to release the spell, the magic dissipated. In a moment, the living copy deflated back into a simple inanimate pillow, and Lucy and Mabel were left standing, stunned and confused. The Demon King Lookier, not believing his eyes, stared wide-eyed and abruptly asked why the pillow had turned into her. Thor, carefully examining the copy, noted that although she resembled Mabel, she lacked her true charm. Lookier, enraged, shouted at him, asking why he was so dissatisfied. He began to explain that Mabel's attractiveness was not just her shiny silver hair, white skin, or long ears. He added that her kindness, strength, and the resilience she had shown since he arrived in the Demon Lord's lands were her true charm, and the double listened with a puzzled expression. He continued, adding that Mabel's constant support during his experiments and the simple ease that came with her presence were also key traits of her charm, which he did not feel from Epilogue, so he considered this creation a failure, although he admitted that the double was still cute, and she blushed deeply because of this. His relentless praise of the real one proved too much for her double. When Thor noticed how she did not compare to the real Mabel, Lookier interrupted him and warned that the double had reached her limit. Double collapsed onto a book, trembling with emotion. Seeing an opportunity, Lookier thanked Thor and joyfully asked the Mabel double if they would like to spend the night together. The double, initially stunned, readily agreed, and Thor, holding a pile of books, assured Lookier that if she gave him some time, he could fulfill her wish. Before leaving, she turned to him with a serious look and said that the real Mabel was nothing like this hugging pillow, and the original was much more important to her, so she strictly ordered him not to forget this. Her straightforwardness made him blush and stumble. He felt awkward hearing this to his face, but now he understood Mabel's feelings and quickly said goodbye to him. Alone, his thoughts changed. He decided he still had time before Lookier went asleep and began again to make magical fabric fused with stone, but anxiety about the future conquest of the magical bees did not let go. He thought, although Lookier considered it unnecessary, if disaster suddenly happened, it would be too late to act. With renewed determination, he clenched the glowing piece of fabric in his palms and decided to forge an enchanted sword for her. Night fell on the castle, and in the silence, a voice sounded. It was calling Mabel. Look at her smug expression. She admits to herself that she underestimated Thor, and nearby Mabel nervously addresses the Demon King. The reason for their exchange becomes clear. Thor lies motionless between them in bed, a human pillow that allows them to hold his hands while they try to fall asleep. Look at your wonders that he made this possible, and Mabel quietly agrees. But their agreement did not last long. Both women with blushes on their faces, and in excitement the Lookier realizes that they did not take into account one important detail, and Mabel is desperately sure in her soul that it is impossible to fall asleep like this. Stuck between them, Thor is also not sleeping. His thoughts are racing. He silently begs himself to stop thinking and just fall asleep, but the situation makes this impossible. The next day, attention shifts to the harsh, deserted space of the mining region, a desert landscape with rocky peaks and sparse vegetation. In this area stretches a strange, dark forest, in the branches of which dozens of large white bags hang ominously, resembling cocoons. Surveying the surroundings, notice a huge bear-like creature emerging from the underbrush and quietly, cautiously stepping through the forest. Caution proved justified. From the shadows jumped a monstrous giant spider, and with its sharp, powerful legs pierced the bear. The bear's carcass is dragged into a dark burrow where small spiderlings swarm and devour it, and above them in the oppressive darkness looms the parental monster watching with its numerous glowing eyes. In one huge, unblinking eye, the entire landscape of the mining region is reflected, and the invisible observer suddenly realizes this is the source, the origin of a new magical creature. In the abandoned mining district, the main body of the magical spider-like beast has left the nest, and now throughout the surrounding forest forms new nests, sowing chaos on the ground. Its reproduction rate far exceeds all expectations. This rapid spread causes great alarm. The lizard commander, looking at the invasion, says that even one small spider is a dangerous magical creature. He decides His Majesty must be informed, the Demon Lord immediately. Elsewhere, a scout riding a reptile counted their number with his eyes. He had previously fought 1,000, but now he cannot even imagine how many there are. He guesses whether 100 or 200, but the nest spread so quickly that he knows. In reality, it is worse, and the thought is so terrible that a tear appears in his reptile's eye. A battle of such scale would cause huge losses to both the Demon Lord's army and the Empire. Several days pass, and the date of the conquest of the magic beast draws ever closer. Under the night sky, a young man in a cloak stands ready. In his hands gathers a sphere of pure energy. Nearby, a grim, scarred warrior and a worried young woman watch, holding your breath. Meanwhile, in a shadowy room, a sinister figure in a mask meets with Queen Ryana, a barely noticeable, penetrating smile playing on her lips as they stand opposite each other, and their own plans for the upcoming conflict unfold secretly. Under the majestic dark castle, Turkana announces that the time has finally come, and beside her Mabel in a white hooded cloak holding a pile of books agrees enthusiastically. He hopes that everything will go well and especially that the item he brought will finally be recognized. Mabel barely smiles, agreeing with his optimism, but in her gaze hide quiet, unspoken worries. Her thoughts return again to the conversation a few hours ago. With a gentle but firm smile she reminded him, "Master Thor, you are ordered to stay in the castle." In that memory, Thor awkwardly agreed. His combat ability was zero, so during the taming of the magical bees he would be of little use. The only thing he thought was required of him was to adjust the magical items he was to present as. When he hesitated to stay, Mabel insisted that his role was still important, explaining, although her goal was to calm him, she was not at all like the people of the Empire, and this hinted at her deeper understanding of the situation. Her behavior suddenly became extremely anxious and urgent. Squeezing his hand, she warned him about the true actions of the Empire during the conquest, and confessed with deep horror that something terrible was being prepared for Lady Lucy. The memory shattered into pieces, and now in the present Thor stands visibly shaken. Her words struck him with full force, and he realizes he must go against orders and follow Lady Lucy. In belated shock he exclaims, asking what she just revealed. His decision changed the scene. A diverse gathering of half-people silently watches as Thor and Mabel appear. Their arrival cuts through the crowd's quiet anticipation. Now they stand in a huge throne hall. Before them stands the formidable masked figure Demon King Rookie Evergard, who addresses the young alchemist directly. "I have been waiting for you, Thor." The feelings of the Demon Lord were taken up by the crowd. A stocky, bearded representative spoke on behalf of the gathered elves, lizard folk, and other races, expressing their collective gratitude for having been some. He stood before all present, and the young Demon Lord Evergard announced. His alchemist Thor had created a new item. The Lord demanded it be evaluated, then looked at Thor and ordered him to begin the explanation. The Lord in the mask leaned forward easily and with curiosity in his voice repeated, "A new material, you say?" Thor confirmed this with a confident smile and explained that in the process of making a completely different item, this new material was accidentally formed, and the Demon King, impressed, asked again did he understand correctly that this was a chance discovery. Thanking the king for the opportunity, Thor said he came so everyone could see whether this material could be used in practice, and the Demon King nodded, acknowledging his intention. Mabel waved her hand toward the table. On it lay 4 neatly folded pieces of fabric. She said this was fabric combined with magical stones, their creation, which they called magical fabric. She continued, explaining that these 4 fragments were filled with the powers of earth, water, fire, and wind, and each reacted differently to magical energy. Nearby, Prime Minister Curve said he had never heard of such a thing, and from the throne, the Demon Lord without further words ordered to continue. The demonstration began. A huge minotaur grabbed the fabric of the earth attribute and pulled with all his might, letting out a loud roar. To the court's surprise, the material did not give way and showed its incredible strength. The other fabrics caused no less admiration. A lizard-like man praised the smoothness of the water fabric. It did not catch on his scales. A stocky, bearded half-human declared that the fire fabric retained heat and was ideal for winter, and someone else said that the coolness of the wind fabric was a real salvation in the heat. Soon a unanimous opinion was established among them. Clothes should be sewn from this incredible creation. Thor was filled with deep satisfaction as he watched those joyful reactions. He understood that the true joy of alchemy was seeing his creations make people's lives better. In the hall filled with excited chatter of the crowd, the voice of the Demon King cut through the noise, asking everyone to calm down. In the court of the Demon Lord, ruler Rookie Evergard enthusiastically declared that Thor's magical fabric was a true miracle. His Prime Minister Curve agreed but advised acting more cautiously. It was unrealistic to expect everyone to accept it immediately, so at first it was worth giving a chance for trial use. The Demon King turned his attention to the young alchemist and asked if Thor had any thoughts on the matter. Thor willingly proposed a specific application to use the fabric during the upcoming taming of B. This proposal was right on target. The beast's lair was located in a scorching region near a volcano, and if the clothes and underwear were made from wind magic fabric, all mission participants would endure the heat much more easily. After brief reflection, the Demon King gave his consent. He ordered to use items made of magical fabric to tame the bee, and Thor bowed his head in understanding. Then he introduces a new topic and explains that it is his personal interest. He asks the Demon King if there exists magical fabric with dark or light properties. The Demon King looks down from his throne at Thor and Mabel, who are kneeling before him. He is clearly puzzled by their question and does not understand why they ask such a thing. Thor confidently states that he will explain magical fabric with light and dark properties, turns to his companion and asks, "Mabel, please," and she cheerfully replies, "Yes, Master Thor." She instantly sprang into action, raised a piece of dark fabric with great enthusiasm, displayed it before the court, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is magical fabric of dark power," causing the Demon King to noticeably flinch. The sudden presentation caused a commotion among the courtiers. Prime Minister Curve leaned in to examine the fabric Mabel held out, and Mabel noted that when it is infused with magic, it absorbs light and looks like a completely black material. Thor explains it is primarily made for blackout curtains that block light, so it is perfect for nocturnal creatures who want a nap during the day, but he clarifies the absorption is not 100%, so the fabric is still somewhat visible. He stands before the court as Prime Minister Curve questions him about the magical fabric with light properties. Gloomy Thor admits that this product turned out to be a failure, and just at that moment the dark cloak in his hands suddenly becomes transparent, revealing his uniform. One of those present nearby froze in surprise. He smiles a little shyly and continues to explain. The fabric lets through practically all light, but honestly admits he does not know how this can be applied in practice, because only the fabric itself becomes invisible, not the one who wears it. In response, Curve thoughtfully stroked his chin and acknowledged that fabrics infused with earth, water, fire, and wind have obvious applications, whereas for fabrics with light and dark properties no immediate purpose is yet visible. The Demon King Lucia shines with joy. She praises Thor and exclaims that he brings true wonders to her lands, and below Thor raises his eyes, stunned by her passionate support. Her words clearly moved him, his cheeks slightly flushed, and he thanks his majesty. From her throne, Lucia asserts that it was a very good presentation, as, standing on his knees before the throne, Thor announces that he has one more item for the Demon King, and Curve watches with surprise and mutters that Thor works so hard it is starting to worry him. At his request, Curve orders the assistant to bring Mr. Kelv's item. The horned woman hands over an object wrapped in cloth, and Thor explains that although it is a simple thing, it is also something more. Confident, all-knowing smile appears on his face. He shows his latest gift, a magical sword. A whisper spread through the Demon King's court. Elves, dwarves, and other half-humans buzzed with disbelief over the creation of a magical sword they themselves could not replicate. Demon King Rookie Evergard turned his mask toward Thor and directly asked if he had managed to create this sword, while the maid Mabel looked on with a serene expression. He allows the young alchemist to speak. Thor steps forward and addresses the throne with a formal request to allow him to accompany the upcoming expedition to tame the monsters. Before the king can respond, Prime Minister Curve interrupts him and says that the mission will require many magical items and adjustments. He even admits that if a lot of magical fabric is used, Thor's presence would calm everyone, but despite this, his conclusion is a sharp and unconditional no. The Demon King interrupted the minister and said coldly, "Reports have just arrived from the scouts. The beasts to be subdued are completely unknown to us. The reasons for their appearance are strange, so we must prepare for the worst regarding the necessary forces." He continues, his voice gloomy. Their number is estimated at 100. The hall erupts in shock, the attendees exclaiming that such a force could be twice the size of the combined army. Looking Thor straight in the eyes, the Demon King delivered his final verdict. Due to an incredible and unknown threat, he cannot guarantee the alchemist's safety, so it is best for him to wait for the results inside the castle. Thor froze speechless, and the demon mistress clenched her fist in irritation. Suddenly, she thought that he probably learned about this from Mabel. Finally, he spoke, bowing his head. Thor confirms that he knows the Empire plans to use the sacred swords, items from the world of heroes. The Demon King listens, recalling the Empire's letter announcing their intention, and reads the lines. "Let the light of the sacred sword shine, which will defeat the beasts on the lands of the Demon Lord." His thoughts return again to the conversation with Mabel, who assured him that his ambition is not just a dream. Now, standing before the court, he wonders aloud if the Demon King himself knows about it. In memory, it emerges how he confessed to Lokier his most secret dream to create a sword that would surpass the sacred sword of the Empire. Now Lokier smiles contentedly, and thinks about how exciting it would be if someone from the Empire created things on demon lands that surpass the hero's artifacts. Though she herself cannot fight, she knows she has found a talent who can accomplish this. A buzz of excitement stirred in the court hall. The idea of a magical blade that could surpass the legendary sacred sword appeared. Half-human nobles, who were initially skeptical, now saw potential in Thor's ambitions, and some openly said they definitely wanted to see such a creation. He steps forward, his voice burning with confidence as he addresses the newcomer, the Demon King. He says that his current magical sword is only a prototype, but he is determined one day to surpass the holy sword from the world of heroes, and for this, he declares, he must see it with his own eyes and beg the Demon King for permission. The Demon King's voice was deep and stern as he replied, reminding Thor of a bitter truth. He was sent into the demon realm already prepared for death, and it would be foolish to deny it. He directly asks if you understand that you might die on this mission. He turns his back and speaks as if personally, but so that the entire court can hear, revealing his inner conflict. As a friend, he does not want to send Thor into such danger, but as the Demon King, he has completely different duties. Thoughts rush through his mind. He regrets risking the life of such a talented person, but he cannot deny Thor's motivation and the benefit that his ambitions to surpass the sacred sword would bring. The unspeakable knowledge that Thor is actually a canon weighs on his mind. Her determination moved the Demon King to tears. She now understands that this is exactly why he must see the sacred sword with his own eyes, and inspired by her emotional plea, other nobles at court, including a half-human resembling a horse, also begin to express support for him to grant this request. Their voices merge into a single chorus. The entire court with raised fists constantly shouts, "Your Majesty," and an overwhelming wave of support for Thor's cause sweeps through the throne hall, leaving the Demon King in silent contemplation. He returned to his prime minister. A twisted smile appeared on his face. He said that when so many people plead so passionately, the Demon King cannot refuse, and having made a decision, he announced that he would fully accept Thor's ambition. Prime Minister Curve asks for confirmation. Is this what he suspects? The demonic king simply replies yes, then announces his order. Thor the alchemist is appointed to rear support from. Having made the decision, he rose from the throne, extended his hand in a commanding gesture, called Thor now his personal alchemist, and announced to the entire court that they would depart in 3 days. After the decision, Demon King Lokier approached Thor and sighed with relief that everything went well, and Mabel, standing nearby, added that she knew about his direct appeal to Lord Rookie. Overwhelmed with emotions and gratitude, Thor returned to the gathered court and loudly thanked Demon King Lokier, then exchanged a quiet smiling glance with Mabel, acknowledging that she truly is invincible. His gaze stopped on Lucker, the Demon Queen, who was watching his reaction. She saw the happiness that had grown in him from the opportunity to support everyone personally, and above all the joy of seeing the holy sword. In his eyes sparkled unrestrained euphoria, and Mabel, standing a little aside, quietly admitted to herself that she was worried about Lucker. Duke Regis slaps his palms on the table, sharply demanding whether his plan really failed. Nearby Marquis Garas bows deeply, sincerely apologizing and explaining that something completely unexpected happened. He, with eyes full of horror, tells that the general of the Demon Lord unequivocally declared he will no longer negotiate with him, and the Duke listens, and his face hardens with disbelief. The burden of this failure falls on him, drops of sweat shine on his face. He lets out a silent scream, realizing that the plan which the Minister of Military Affairs asked for has collapsed. Thoughts rush in his head. He tries to comprehend this miscalculation. He grabs his head, recalling his assumption that a warrior with a past like General Kane's would naturally despise a helpless guy like Thor and go for cooperation. He cannot understand why the plan went so awry after all. It was supposed to be a simple sacrifice. Instead, the general, known as the Blazing Rosinga, announced that he chose Thor as a husband for his daughter, and Mark Usker just stands and silently watches, completely puzzled by what is happening in the demon lands. Rage recedes and suspicion takes its place. He turns and thinks, did Thor betray them? Did he blab the Empire's secrets or beg for mercy to gain the trust of the half-humans? He clenches his teeth, his face distorts with anger, and in his thoughts he calls him a shameless fool. His furious plan is interrupted by a guard who tries to intervene, and the Duke growls not to touch him, says he is trying to think. But at that moment, both he and the Marquis flinch at the unexpected appearance and wonder. Why is Minister Zagran here? The formidable figure of Minister Zagran stepped forward and said directly that he heard the report about the plan's failure and came personally to confirm it, after which both Duke Regis and Marquis Garabau immediately bowed their heads in submission. This man is Minister of Military Affairs Zagran, one of the 3 highest officials of the Regier Empire and even higher than the dukes. the emperor deeply trusts him. He is the mentor of the third Princess Liana, and addressing the two who bow, calmly asks them to raise their heads, saying he is here just to listen. The minister waved off Duke Regis's apologies, no need, and coldly and finally announced that the plan was cancelled, trying to calm Regis's protests, saying it was only a few miscalculations, the situation can be fixed, but Zagran was unmoved. He continues, his voice sharply criticizing Regis's sloppy methods that angered the general of the demon lords, and reveals, the failure happened because Regis tried to sacrifice his own son, a completely unexpected twist. Stunned Duke Regis only stammers, asking how he could have known about this. Zagran calmly explained that he had an agent who infiltrated Marcus's party and sent a full report. Regis's face twisted with disbelief and horror, and the minister decisively said that no excuses or deception would help. He insists, reminding the Duke that the primary task of the Empire is to prevent the Demon Lord's domains from becoming a threat, and questions the point of sending a hostage if it only irritates the powerful general on the other side. Regis weakly justifies himself, insisting that he was simply following the plan. His face twisted into a snarl. Zagran roared that the accusation against his son was also part of the plan, a part he never allowed, and Duke Regis recoiled, frightened by the minister's sudden fury. Gathered his thoughts and explained that if Regis had simply stepped back when General Reizinga refused additional silver, everything would have settled. Despite this misstep, the subjugation of the bees will still happen, an opportunity to show the Empire's might. And when Regis enthusiastically offers the troops of Valgaraga, Zagran coldly cuts him off, saying he has other, more active tasks for the Duke. The Duke's surprise turns to shock when Zagran announces a new assignment. In the south of the Empire, a clash with a small state is raging, and Regis must go there to lead the troops under the direct command of the Ministry of Military Affairs. The Duke's face paled, his eyes widened in disbelief. Falling to his knees, Regis desperately begs for a chance to explain everything. Zagran coldly says he will be able to defend his case only at the next summit meeting. He adds a stern warning, do not mention his son. Thor Regis is now taboo. Whoever tries to claim credit for sending him to the demon lands in vain and will only make the Duke look bad before the Emperor. When Regis asks why, Zagran replies that his son is too extraordinary. The assistant reports that Thor gained the trust of the demon lands people in less than 10 days and is already called the general's son-in-law. And most importantly, Thor knows that the Empire used him as a sacrifice and now burns with rage. Zagran leaves the Duke kneeling in despair and throws the last, devastating question. How does he intend to deal with such a man? The Duke stood silently while Minister Zagran sharply criticized and pointed to other options. Thor could have been sent as a simple hostage or forced to cooperate. Instead, Zagran said, the Duke chose to make his son unfit and, looking piercingly, directly asked why he did not take easier paths. He exploded with despair, and a moment flashed in his mind when he condemned his son, recalling how he called Thor a good-for-nothing, without any combat skills or magic, thinking that the dead would cause no problems. Now his face twisted in agony, and he shouted that the minister would never understand the despair of a father with such a worthless child. His outburst was met with cold indifference. Minister Zagran dryly said that, in his opinion, Duke Regis was already dead, drenched in sweat and despair. Regis tried to justify himself, saying that nobles naturally sacrifice for the Empire, and Zagran calmly suggested, if he truly believes in such a noble idea, let him act himself. And he made a demand. Duke Regis must be ready to renounce his title for the sake of the Empire. The minister explained that to conquer the lands of the Demon Lord, the presence of an influential nobleman is a direct provocation that cannot be allowed, and finally asked coldly whether the Duke would really ask his son to do what he himself would not dare to do. Regis froze and stammered in shock. He temporarily closed the matter, saying that the conversation would continue at a meeting of those in power. Turning around, he solemnly called Duke Valgaragas with him, and the burden of shattered ambitions and public humiliation fell on the Duke, who only let out a wild, desperate scream. In the carriage, the official's journey suddenly breaks off. He involuntarily wonders if this is the end of his legend when outside a winged silhouette descends on horseback and the horses pulling the carriage fall in terror, and the official's eyes open wide in disbelief. He refuses to believe what he sees. In his head, everything chaotically turns over. He convinces himself that this is just a usual conflict between father and son, who is supposed to love him. He concludes that Thor is extending a helping hand and wants to reconcile after flattering General Flame and mingling with half-humans instead of him, and clenches his fist in pity, believing that if only they had exchanged letters, this misunderstanding could have been avoided. Seized by sudden, groundless hope, he turns to his companion, Minister Zagran, and enthusiastically says that Thor might actually want to return. Zagran just looks on, his face unreadable. The official's delusion grew into a cunning plan. He proclaimed that Thor secretly works as a spy for the Empire in the domains of the Demon Lord, and believes that by gaining recognition from this lord, Thor will be able to restore the honor of the Regue's family. With a sly smile, he decides that a letter must be sent immediately to supposedly confirm these intentions. Zagran watched his panic outburst, his face hardened with contempt. Mentally, he decided that his companion was spouting nonsense again. Despite his own assessment, Zagran sees a chance. Sending a letter from Thor to Regue's could really cause trouble within the domains of the Demon Lord, and he decides to act, calmly saying, "Fine, then write exactly as I say." The scene shifts to the sprawling capital of the Dalgarian Empire. In the Imperial Palace, a shadowy figure addresses his daughter and calls her the third Imperial Princess Leona Dalgaria, and she replies briefly and obediently, "Yes." Her father, whose face is now only partially visible, continues the story and tells her that near the border of the Demon Lord's domains, a new type of magical creature has appeared, a giant spider-like creature. The speaker is fully visible. He sits with immense presence and authority, the Emperor of Bulgaria. He sits on the throne and, looking at Princess Leona, says that negotiations between the Empire and the domains of the Demon Lord have failed, but decisively adds, "It must not be allowed for the Empire's power to even appear weak." She continues and tells Leonie that he admires her spirit, and the Emperor insists, "Everyone must see the Dalgar Empire is the heir of the hero and has the power to overcome the domain of the Demon Lord." He hands her an item. She bows, accepts it, and says she understands. He orders her to use this very sword to show the might of the Empire. The weapon is revealed in a ceremonial chest. Inside lies a huge, luxuriously decorated two-handed sword. The court whispers in admiration as the Emperor recognizes it as the legendary Holy Sword of Dalgaria, once wielded by a hero from another world. She accepts the blade and proudly says it is a great honor for her to be its wielder. A young woman with flowers in her hair gives a blessing, hoping the hero's light will become the Empire's strength. Holding the sword, Leon vows to do his utmost to become the reincarnation of that very hero, impressing her father. She quietly asked, warning that the path to the Demon Lord's domain would be long, and before leaving, asked permission to visit her twin sister Sophia and inquired if there was anything else she needed to accomplish. He gives her permission. With a grateful smile, Leona thanks her father and immediately turns back. Her steps are determined. She prepares to depart at once. With a joyful, radiant expression, her thoughts fly to her sister, and she eagerly calls out her name, Sister Sophia. On the sunlit balcony appears Princess Leona, a slight surprise on her face. Before her, Sister Sophia warmly greets her and invites her to stand beside her. She smiled gently, a smile playing on her lips, and confessed that she had been eagerly awaiting this visit. This is Sophia. Her name is Princess of the Holy Sword, a majestic title that does not suit her calm and friendly nature at all. Her restraint instantly breaks. A deep blush spreads across her face. She covers her mouth with her hand and begs to abandon the formal title, insisting it embarrasses her and asking to simply call her Sister Sophia. Lena, her face serious, said that Sophia's matter should not be resolved at the palace and mentioned the ceremony scheduled for that day. Sophia calmly clarified that the ceremony had already ended. She smiles warmly and gently reassures her sister. As long as Leona is fine, that is the most important thing, and invites her to sit down for tea. While Sophia pours the tea, she quietly says that since Leona came all the way here, she wants to do everything she can for her. Leona looks touched by this, and a light blush blooms on her cheeks. The pleasant atmosphere melts when Leona utters a gloomy wish. If Sophia were stronger, she could become the princess of the Holy Sword instead of her. Sophia gently objected, closing her eyes in a smile, understanding everything. Strength is also a form of power, and her magic of light is only a shadow compared to Leona's potential. If Leona took the holy sword called Saint Sophia in her hands, she would gain incredible power. She continues, explaining that she does not have the strength to hold the sword. The sacred blade would be wasted. Although her body is weak, she is quite satisfied with her position, and Leona listens with a heavy, unspoken sadness for her sister. She continued the conversation with her sister, stuck in thoughts about what her life could have become if fate had gone differently. If she were a commoner, she might have been thrown onto the battlefield. And as a noblewoman, she could have been sent to another country as a political hostage. Her thoughts returned to the past. She recalled how the head of the ducal family carelessly repaired her magical sword, and that the mysterious traveler who was considered the one who completed the repair was never found. Sophia enthusiastically praised her sister and noted that Leona could have come only because she either had not fulfilled her duties or had already completed them. Liana accepted the compliment with a gentle smile. Sophia's face became serious. Calling her sister by name, she announced that she had advice for her, and Liana lowered her gaze, listening attentively while a small sphere of light appeared on Sophia's fingertip. Even before Sophia could say a word, Liana suddenly raised her hand. A shimmering magical wall rose around them. Sophia gasped in surprise, and Liana explained that the wall would prevent anyone from eavesdropping, but Sophia, worried, asked her not to overexert herself and not to resort to such magic. Ignoring her sister's pleas, she gently placed her hand on Sophia's forehead, her face filled with anxiety as the suspicion was confirmed Sophia had a fever. She asked her sister to listen carefully and insisted that everything was fine. She then uttered a gloomy warning, speaking of enemies more powerful than any imagination, including the Demon Lord and the Northern Lands. Sophia nodded she understood, and Leona persistently emphasized that although Sophia and the Holy Sword are strong, the world is large and full of dangers. Sophia asked if it was all the more reason to show her strength if the opponent was truly strong. Lena begged her to be careful, to be aware of the threat, and not to underestimate them because they knew very little. Her face hardened with conviction. She stated that instead of frightening with force, they should strive for mutual understanding. Sophia watched, stunned by her sister's unwavering determination. The serious expression on Sophia's face disappeared, and in its place shone a bright, cheerful smile. She apologized, admitting that she did not quite understand her sister's feelings, but promised to remember her words while Lena turned away, her face becoming a mask of irritation and anxiety. She looked at her sister, Princess Liana, and spoke with such wisdom that it did not suit her gentle appearance, called Liana's honesty a virtue, and said that her more childish, instinctive nature might one day become her salvation. Princess froze at this assessment and puzzled whispered, "Child, she continued to warn Liana, there will be those who try to take advantage of her sincerity, so be careful." Anxiety appeared on Liana's face. She admitted that her sister always makes her think about such difficult things. Sophia simply replied that it is because they are important, and Liana, trying to calm her, said not to worry. Sophia quietly nodded in response to her sister's words, but uncertainty was still visible on her face. Instead, Liana again shone with confidence and a bright smile and said that her tutor Zagran was nearby, and Sophia, sighing, gave the final instruction to the assistant to report any changes, after which she turned and left, leaving the smiling sister behind. The embarrassed maid announced that the Minister of War, Lord Zagran, had arrived. She explained that he came to escort Princess Liana. Lord Zagran solemnly addressed both Princess Liana and Princess Sophia. He stands before the two sisters and announces that he carries additional orders from His Majesty the Emperor. The directive is clear: Princess Liana must immediately depart for the territory of the Lord of Demons. Ministry of War is already gathering troops and will depart immediately, so he begs her to hurry. She surprisingly questions the suddenness of the order and asks if she must leave immediately. Zagran's tone becomes harsher. He asks if it is appropriate to answer the Emperor's order with questions. Chazen, Liana immediately agrees to depart. He shifts his gaze to the other princess and sternly points at her. This, he says, does not concern Princess Sophia. She must think only about her recovery until the time comes to fulfill her duties. Liana flinches at his tone and sternly demands how he dares to be rude to her sister, but Zagran does not notice her outburst. His gaze is burning. He pressures her, asks when exactly he should attend to the princess, and insists that there is no time to waste. Her disobedience quiets and changes to acceptance. Placing her hand on her heart, she closes her eyes and accepts her fate, saying that she will act as His Majesty wishes. The moment her eyes suddenly open wide, full of determination. Now in armor, Liana stands ready to set out, helmet in hand, casting a last glance back at her sister Sophia, who watches anxiously from the balcony above the gathered ranks of Imperial soldiers. Meanwhile, deep in the lands of the Demon Lord, another military force sets out. The Abyss Taming Unit Gargalos, a long caravan of covered wagons, moves along the highway toward the southern mountains, and from one of the wagons, a young man with reddish-brown hair carefully watches the procession. The composition of this unit is formidable. It is an infantry division of Minotaurs, a squad of burly warriors under the command of a leader with a noticeable eye patch. Next to the march, an elven mage unit, a squad of stern, long-eared spellcasters prepared for the impending battle. Aboard his transport, the young man known as Thor Reflex surveys the preparations and now fully understands. The large convoy is needed not only for supplies but also to support the soldiers' morale. With a determined look, he hopes for a peaceful journey and turns to his servant Mabel, reminding her to focus on her duties. On the road, their other companion, Lady Lucky, sincerely begged Thor not to risk his life. He looked surprised by her concern, but Mabel clenched her fists and swore to protect Lord Thor with her own life, and Lady Lucky echoed these words, saying that Thor is extremely important to her, to the Demon Lord, and to their entire land. Mabel, filled with determination, angrily vows to tear to pieces any spider-like monster that dares to attack them and tells Thor to rely entirely on her. He smiles warmly, thanks her, and admits that he also wants to protect her. He recalls Lady Lucky's constant warnings but calmly reassures Mabel, "I will only look at the holy sword from a safe distance and I will be fine." His face lit up with impatient anticipation. He pointed to their target and saying to Mabel, "Look," promised to find a good spot for them, and a little ahead in the valley spread a wide camp of tents and wagons, the meeting place with the Empire. After several days of hard travel, the Demon Lord's army and the Empire's troops finally reached the meeting place among the harsh cliffs near the large command tent, and one of the two Minotaur guards announced that they would rest a little before joining the Imperial soldiers. In the hall, the demonic King Ruki Evergard addressed the gathered commanders and allies, praised them for their hard work, and his gaze swept over Prime Minister Curve, the elven magical commander, the Minotaur unit commander, and the newcomer human with his servant Mabel. He continued the briefing and announced to the group that General Rizeng and the Lizerman unit had been sent on a risky operation to scout the nest of Gargolos the Beast. He explained that the purpose of this reconnaissance mission was so they could immediately respond to any movement of the beast. Far from the camp, General Rizinga stood gloomily and looked at the chaotic, distant landscape where the beast lived. Turning his attention to the current situation, the Demon King spoke with mild surprise that their circumstances had turned out to be completely unexpected. Prime Minister Curve nodded in agreement with his lord and sincerely admitted that when they were in the field, he considered it impossible to achieve such a level of comfort and readiness. They were surprised by the pleasant atmosphere in the tent. Although they were out in the open, the commanders felt coolness and coziness, a real relief after the exhausting march. The young man person literally beamed with delight, marveling that a tent made of windy magical fabric could be so pleasant. He noticed a light breeze passing through the space, though the tent walls stood still, and Mabel explained that everyone was also dressed in clothes made of the same fabric, so they stayed fresh and sweat-free. Just then a voice at the entrance announced their arrival. The catgirl from the supply service entered, knelt down, and reported that they were ready for inspection. The Demon King replied briefly, "Good." While the young man and Mabel watched, the supply officer said she would prepare the tent for his inspection. With a confident smile, she threw back the flap of the neighboring tent in one motion and an impeccably organized space filled to the ceiling with barrels and crates opened up, clearly indicating the full readiness of the supply unit. She proudly points to the rows of barrels and assures the gathered leaders that the supplies are full. Even if taming the beast takes several days, she says, the supplies will be enough to support the troops, and the young man with reddish-brown hair looks on with relief and notes to himself that the uncertain future of the fabric of light magic has finally been resolved. Her presentation elicits a surprised "oh" from the masked Demon King, and the supply officer then addresses Prime Minister Curva, asking him to express his opinion about this new type of tent and noting its convenience. But he suddenly flares up from unexpected nervousness and demands to know what she is even talking about. The embarrassed supply manager stammers and says that it is just incredibly convenient, and the Prime Minister's voice rises with irritation, who orders her to decide whether she likes it or not. She flinched from his pressure. She quickly replied that yes, of course, it was convenient. Changing the subject, she pointed to the jars of preserves and said that all the bags had been checked, they were completely full. After her report, the Demon King dismissed her to his affairs, and when she left, the Prime Minister, barely containing his patience, addressed the ruler, reminding him that it was his own idea to show the soldiers the supplies, and sighing heavily, reproachfully asked if the king truly understood how difficult it was now to control the confusion among the troops. At the council of their commanders, the demon mistress Luckier announced that before meeting with the Empire's troops, there was one matter to discuss. Their target must be the creature known as the Beast of Gardalos. She says that the beast is reproducing massively in their territory and ravaging the land, so she claims. Its offspring are estimated to number in the hundreds, although the exact number can only be guessed. Despite the threat, a man in a hood confidently intervenes and asserts that their forces alone are more than enough to deal with this enslavement. She denies this, clenching her fist. Look at your statements. She values the lives of her people far more than pride and vanity. She does not want to lose a single soldier or allow any beast to escape. That is why, out of caution, she proposed a joint operation with the Empire. Having made a decision, she declares with unwavering determination, together they will press from all sides and completely annihilate their target. Her commanders, among whom is a young man, listen attentively. The goal is set. Prime Minister Curve steps forward and energetically lays out the plan. He reminds the council that this first joint operation is intended to improve relations with the Empire and open new trade routes. Scouts reported that Gardalasso, with its swarm nests deep in the mountains, their threads are dangerous, so the tactic is to lure them out of the nest to avoid being surrounded. He does not stop. He orders General Reising and his unit to burn most of the webs, and everything left, flames and web fragments, will be stored in portable ultra-compact containers provided by Lord Thor. For the strike, an elf squad will begin long-range magical bombardment, and Curve notes that although range would usually be a problem, Lord Thor solved it with laser pointers for precise targeting. The plan was detailed to the smallest detail. Infantry will engage in hand-to-hand combat. The Minotaur division and health-boosting suspensions will quickly finish off anyone left after the bombing. Meanwhile, the Lizardfolk squad will scour the outskirts to catch those who flee, and when the plan was laid out, Curve asks if there are any questions. When he finished, silence fell in the room. The commanders, the Minotaur, the elf, the hooded official, and the supply officer with cat ears all turned and stared intently at the young man. He looked around, confused, not understanding what exactly they were looking for. Their thoughts reveal the source of focus. The elven commander says they have prepared means against the beast and its threads and can attack from afar while His Majesty is well protected. The Minotaur adds that the problem of the difference in strength between his squad and the generals has also been solved. Everyone is impressed, but it seems they share the same unspoken thought. He and the other commanders are noticeably embarrassed. Young Thor admits that the plan fits almost too well. It confuses him and causes a strange feeling of guilt, and the one resembling the Demon King barked at him, ordering him not to overthink and to speak only if he finds a real flaw. She addressed the military council, warning that even with a strength advantage, carelessness leads to defeat. Turning back to the Prime Minister, she demanded an update on communication with the Empire, and the hooded official nervously confirmed her order. He strides forward, face sullen, officially apologizing to His Majesty. Curve reports that they have still received no news from the Empires and Camus. The demonic king reacts with distrust and still nothing. Curve confirms that they sent their strategy through a messenger, and the Empire has yet to respond with any details, and this makes him wonder what they are planning. Although she joined the alliance with good intentions, Luckyer's innate distrust of the Empire made her send scouts just in case. Thor watches her because he knows the Empire's doctrine well. They prioritize a swift victory above all, and he rightly guesses. If they believe they can win alone, they will launch a sudden attack without any warning. As if echoing his thoughts, the hall doors exploded open and vanished, and a lizard-like messenger ran in, shouting urgent news from General Reising. Imperial troops have already engaged in battle with the enemy. The hooded official quickly lays out all the details. Imperial forces are provoking the smaller spiders to lure the massive gargalas to the foothills. He turns hopefully to his lord. "What are your orders, Your Majesty?" A little earlier, the Imperial Guard lined up in a wide snowy valley, and Minister Zagran addressed the huge formation. His voice echoed in the icy air. He said their mission was to show the Demon Lord the might of the Empire, called the upcoming battle a rare and valuable opportunity to exterminate monsters on the Demon Lord's own territory, and urged them to responsibly fulfill their duty, and the soldiers in armor as one roared fiercely in response. After the minister's speech, Demon King Luckier stepped forward and sincerely thanked the soldiers for the long journey to the volcano, mentioned the unbearable heat, and anxiously said that they were probably very tired. Troops buzzed with excitement, feeling honored by her presence. Her words provoked a powerful reaction. The soldiers loudly and passionately objected, insisting they were full of strength, but Luckier was unhappy inside. It was unbearably hot in the armor, and only one desperate thought spun in her head. Home to her sister. While their loud shouts of approval still echoed, a scout's report arrived. Luckier informed Zagran that the demonic monster from Gardaraz had noticed them and was already approaching. Confirming the enemy's approach, she raised the sacred sword high and fired up the troops with a passionate speech, declaring that victory over this evil beast was the Empire's business, the heir of heroes past, and that they would show the demons and inhuman creatures. For Imperial might they cannot stand. Among the ranks, the soldiers noticed they had 300 elite guards against about 100 enemies. Igniting their fighting spirit, she turned to Minister Zagran to confirm the plan. He repeated that having 3 times more people, they would defeat the monsters even without her direct involvement, and this would be a powerful demonstration of the Empire's might. Luckier confirmed she understood everything. The soldiers would hold back the smaller spiders, and she would attack the main hexbeast with the sacred sword. He seriously warned her to watch the mana activating the sacred weapon required incredible energy, explained that she could not sustain such power for long, emphasized that once the giant beast fell, the soldiers would easily finish off the rest of the spiders, so this time she must destroy Hexenbeast. He looked at her and she simply replied, "I know Zagrushi." She reacted irritably to his constant instructions and sharply said that there was no need to repeat it again and again. She swore not to make a fool of herself before the demon lord, but beneath her irritation lay a heavy burden. He felt that she had to be the perfect princess in front of everyone. Putting aside personal feelings, she changed completely. Her eyes narrowed and a confident, almost cruel smile appeared on her face for her soldiers. She became the embodiment of both a fearless hero and a cold-blooded emperor. Her new determination was immediately put to the test. Zagr noticed that their plan to lure out the enemy had worked. A giant hexensphere and a huge swarm of smaller spiders appeared on the nearby ridge. The soldiers froze in shock. The enemy was much larger than they expected, and there were far more spiders than anticipated. A deafening roar tore through the air as a new wave of monsters surged forward. They were not spiders, but giant, hound-like beasts with many eyes and gaping jaws, their powerful paws tearing and shaking the ground beneath them. This first assault turns out to be only the vanguard. An endless wave of identical monstrous dogs rises on the horizon. A living sea of claws and teeth floods the battlefield. A little earlier, Minister Zagran addressed the vast formation of the Imperial Guard, announcing their mission to show the demon lord the might of the empire. He presented this battle as a rare opportunity to exterminate monsters on their land and called on the soldiers to responsibly fulfill their duty, and the armored ranks responded in unison affirmatively. He considered the enemy a mindless crowd easily defeated by the tactics and formation of a disciplined army. At the movement of the hand, the drummers set a steady rhythm. The soldiers closed into a tight phalanx, their shields locked together, and their spears were pointed forward ready for the enemy's advance. When the monstrous cities of Hexenbeast launched their attack, the soldiers on the front line dove behind their wall of shields. Their voices merging into a single common crithy were firmly determined that they must defeat these beasts. The impact was huge. The dog struck its mass against the metal shields. The soldier tensed against the pressure, gritting his teeth, and shouted the order for the archers to open fire. Instead, a hail of arrows fell not on the enemy, but directly on the front ranks of the Imperial Guard. Cries of pain and shock echoed in the air as soldiers fell under their own fire. A sudden attack broke the formation and turned it into chaos. Soldiers fell, pierced by arrows, creating gaps exploited by the hounds. Watching the slaughter with cold detachment, Minister Zagran simply gave his next order. Mage sorcerers in robes and masks confirmed the order. Immediately, the mages unleashed their power. The earth tore apart with a series of fierce explosions that covered the attacking Hexen-based cities with shockwaves and flames. A magical barrage swept through the enemy ranks, leaving craters and devastation across the battlefield. When the enemy's advance was successfully slowed, Minister Zagrant gave the next order with a sharp gesture. He commanded the cavalry to rush into attack and clear the way straight to the giant spider. The cavalry surged forward, cutting down the last dogs. Having cleared the path, Zagrant turned to Queen Rhina beside him, said it was time to attack the main spider, and sternly demanded a response, but the queen remained completely motionless, with her eyes closed. She did not react, her hand resting on the hilt of a great sword that began to shine with a dazzling light. Minister Zagrant looked down on the battlefield with satisfaction, admiring the flexible and agile troops in perfect formation, a beauty worthy of the Imperial army. When the path was cleared, he thought only the sacred sword remained to be wielded to put an end to this misunderstanding, and the weapon in the queen's hands turned out to be the sacred sword Delgari. A massive guttural roar thundered over the battlefield, the sound of pure, overwhelming power. The source was the towering, shadowy figure of the flame General Rei Xing, and her very screams seemed to shake the air. The Imperial army was engulfed in chaos. The cavalry broke into panic, the infantry recoiled in fear, and the entire line began to crumble under the powerful blow of sound. Watching the chaos, Minister Zagrant noted with grim satisfaction that a single roar was enough to stifle the Empire's advance, and nearby Queen Rhina drew her sword, her face hardening as she shouted in agreement. Her cries were cut off when the frontline soldiers suddenly screamed in shock and disbelief. Before they could fully comprehend the new threat, a whirlwind of dark, shadowy tentacles burst from the ground, tearing through their ranks with deadly force. Minister Zagrant roared, begging the queen not to leave the ranks and insisting on retreat, but she ignored him, her eyes fixed on the bloody carnage. She understood that this could not be allowed. A huge tentacle like a sigh of that same dark energy swept across the battlefield, indiscriminately mowing down soldiers. While the minister desperately calls Her Majesty, Queen Rihanna jumps off the moving command vehicle and leaps toward Frey. She confidently lands, sword ready. Instinct says, now is the best time to strike. Amid the screams and chaos of battle, she clearly sees a path cut through the horde leading straight to the main part of the gigantic Hexen beast. Her eyes narrow with determination as she looks into the shadowy, monstrous eye of the enemy. She swears to avenge the fallen soldiers. With that promise echoing in her heart, she rushed forward. Her sacred sword gleamed, cutting through the advancing darkness. As she charged at Minister Zagran, he composed himself, regained calm, and with a fierce roar gave orders to the rest of the forces. Protect Her Majesty at all costs, send the mages forward to destroy the main forces, and the infantry to secure the retreat line. Obeying his command, the soldiers broke a breach so the queen could reach straight to the heart of the Hexen beast. She stands before the monster, a many-eyed terror with a lion's face, and prepares to strike. She unleashes the full power of her weapon, Sacred Sword of Bulgaria, a true legacy of heroes, and plunges it deep into the creature's grotesque face. The blade cleanly slices through the beast's thick skin. The blow severed one of the creature's massive limbs, and it crashed to the ground with a roar. Seeing this, the Imperial soldiers erupted in a triumphant roar, their fighting spirit soaring. But their celebration is interrupted. The wound on the giant Hexen beast does not bleed. Instead, its belly bursts open and ejects a writhing swarm of smaller, rustling, crawling spawners. Her eyes widen in horror, and with growing fear she realizes that the creature's belly was an incubator. It must be completely destroyed, or else this multiplying threat will bring an end to everything, and a curse escaped from her lips. The queen, ignoring the swarm of monsters around her, focuses her power into the Sacred Sword of Bulgaria. With a determined expression, she grips the hilt with both hands and makes a powerful upward swing, preparing to deliver a decisive blow against the greater threat. Her attack appears as a bright beam of energy, the beam of the Holy Sword, which cuts through the battlefield and strikes directly at the armored head of one of the monstrous Hexen beast cities. The beam burned the creature's flesh, leaving a smoldering wound, but the dog only let out a guttural roar. Its rage was undiminished. A shockwave hit the queen. She froze and realized with horror that the beast was still standing. Her hands begin to tremble, and with growing terror she realizes she missed with the fatal strike. The swarm of spiders distracted her just enough that the attack drained all her strength and, worse, all her mana, leaving her completely exhausted on the battlefield. The Holy Sword's attack did not kill the beast, but at least seriously wounded it. Believing this, Minister Zagran stands before his mages and growls an order for the magical squad to open fire. In response, a coordinated spell from the mages unleashed a blinding flash of magical energy, engulfing the six-legged hound beast in a massive explosion. As soon as the smoke cleared, the creature stood whole and unharmed, as if mocking. Its numerous eyes blinked in surprise that the attack had not even touched it. Ray Zinga grimaced from afar. Their formation was beginning to fall apart, and he understood. Nothing but a strike from His Majesty could wound that monster. The priority was clear: save His Majesty and regroup. He continued to tactically assess the situation. The Imperial Guard held the first wave, but now they were outnumbered by enemies, yet he believed there was a chance if they could break the front, destroy most of the creatures, and cut off the head of the invasion. His confidence was cut off by a dull, guttural rumble. Elsewhere, Minister Zagran also heard it and, seriously alarmed, asked if more were coming. When suddenly a soldier ran in with a report of enemy reinforcements, Zagran froze in shock. How could they have left so many people for an ambush? He suddenly realized the bitter truth: they had been deceived. His face twisted with rage at those cursed monsters. The source of the sound became horrifyingly clear. An endless sea of Hexenbia cities rolled over the ridge, a living tide of monsters, and the soldier shouted a warning that the minister was completely surrounded. Soldiers on the front line froze, staring at the impossible sight. They are fewer and outgunned. One convulsively tries to count them: 300, no, all 500. Their professional calm crumbles, replaced by pure horror. Sweat runs down their faces. They stare into the maw of destruction, and one soldier begins to stammer, as if we. In another place, a completely different battle unfolds. A giant spider-like creature with numerous iced hexabus hovers over the sea of its smaller offspring and a huge army of soldiers, and for this monster, the frightened men are just a snack. The shadow of the creature falls on the doomed army like a promise of a future feast. They are only prey for them. The scene changes. The Demon King, nails dug into the ground, gasps from exertion. Her mana is completely exhausted, and she can only bitterly smile at her plight. She clenches the sword, her face hardening with determination. The magic is gone, so she can only rely on skill with steel. Fencing is the only way to fight this monster. Her new determination shattered completely when another grotesque creature appeared before her, a huge, many-eyed horror with tentacles that tore out a hoarse, low roar. She froze in shock and realized the futility of her situation. Without the legendary power of heroes, it was impossible to resist such a colossal monster. Her face twisted with despair and disbelief, sweat ran down her face, and one thought echoed again and again in her mind: impossible. When she had already come to terms with her fate, her eyes caught a strange detail. On the monster's head was a small red spot, and her gaze sharpened. Focusing on the anomaly on the ugly head stood a young man with reddish-brown hair. A powerful beam of light streaked across the battlefield and struck the massive, fleshy body of the grotesque monster. The impact exploded with a bright, star-like flash on its skin. The force of the explosion pierces the creature's body to the very core, tearing its flesh with uncontrollable energy. A sudden attack stuns the young demon king Lucia, eyes wide open in shock. The wounded monster lets out a guttural roar of pain as a commanding voice cuts through the chaos and addresses the Empire's soldiers, introducing himself as Reiki Everguard, Lord of the Demon Land. He extends his hand, clearly indicating his intentions, and loudly declares that from now on his troops will provide support. He gives his first order, commanding his forces to unite. While Lucia is confused, how could this strike have happened? She believes it is a magical cover from the Demon Lord's domain at a distance that, as she thought, ordinary magic could not overcome. Before she could fully comprehend the impossible, a volley of magical beams descended from the sky, converging over the battlefield, and Lucia screamed in horror as those beams rushed toward their target. A coordinated attack hits the target and causes a huge explosion, engulfing the monster's head. It roared in pain, its flesh burning, and the masked demon king mocks, declaring that it was a joint effort of 30 of his mages. Then he explains the trick's technique, a magical item called a laser pointer. A slender mage directs it, from which a bright light conductor emerges. The demon king adds that this thing not only increases the range of magic, but also allows volleys from several wizards to merge and travel along that beam, significantly increasing the damage. He recalls his first impression of that weapon. During the test, he was stunned by the sheer power of the explosion at the point of impact. Miles away, another group watches the demonstration. Lucia, with eyes burning with admiration, turns to Thor and asks if he saw this incredible spectacle. Thor, alongside Mabel and the unmasked Dagnes, confirms he saw it. He agrees that the laser pointer shot was stunning, but a thoughtful shadow flickered across his face, as if he was hiding some concerns. He lingers his gaze on the weapon, a majestic blade radiating power. He recognizes divine grace in it and freezes for a moment, almost in love with its perfection, then sharply returns to reality. A slight smile touched his lips as he was convinced this is truly a sacred sword. Meanwhile, from above the battlefield, the demonic King Chancellor Curve Raki Evergarden watched intently, and Raki thoughtfully pondered the original plan of the Imperial Guard, doubting whether they really believed they could defeat the demon Gagarasu on their own. The foreign minister, standing next to Queen Rayana, threw in his cynical assumptions. Perhaps all this is a political move to raise the princess's prestige by giving her the sacred sword, or to intimidate the demon hordes by showing the power of the hero's legendary weapon. At another command post, Prime Minister Curve turned to the Demon King Lucia and asked if she had foreseen such a turn of events. She, with a grim expression, confirmed that to some extent she had foreseen it. Politics was insidious. Marquis Gara conspired with another nobleman and noticed, although the Empire seemingly abandoned Thor, other factions were just waiting to use him. So first, having dealt with the immediate threat of Hexenbeast, Gara decided to unravel these conspiracies. Her insight burned with the desire to uncover true human nature. She openly declared that she wanted to find out whether those manipulating Thor were merely a rowdy faction of the nobility, or if the Imperial family itself was corrupt. To learn the truth, she planned to speak with the princess immediately after the battle, while nearby a hooded judge grimly admitted that the Imperial troops had shown brilliant tactics. He pointed out their fatal mistake: they underestimated the power of Gardarasa. The judge confessed that he had warned the Empire about the unpredictability of the beast. It was an unknown creature, but even he did not expect such incredible endurance. As if to prove his point, the smoldering creature stirred and tore out a hoarse roar. Panic flared among the people, and a courtier rushed to flee, desperately calling, "Your Majesty." Minister Zagran instantly seized the opportunity and urged Queen Rayana to move. He announced that the encirclement was broken and they had to flee while there was a chance, and Rayana agreed. Her face was grim. She knew the fight was far from over. When she stood before the monster Gartha Rasa, Minister Zagran spoke the harsh truth of their situation with feeling. He stated that even the Lord of Demons' troops were unable to defeat this creature, confirming that the beast still remained a formidable opponent for all of them. She grabbed the sacred sword, her face tightened with determination. She said that her blade would indeed still be needed, but immediately laid out the plan. Their forces would first weaken Hexenbeast with ranged attacks to open a chance for her decisive strike. Her gaze fixed on the looming monster, a single drop of sweat slowly trickled down her temple. Despite the immense pressure, she confirmed her commitment to the plan with complete confidence. When her soldiers closed a protective circle around her and the minister, tension about the upcoming clash was evident on her face. Unnoticed by Imperial forces, Demon King Luckier watched the battle from afar, her eyes fixed on the queen and the beast. On the battlefield, the Minotaur commander watches as the movement of the giant spiders sharply changes. They no longer keep their distance from the Imperial forces, instead the entire horde rushes straight at them. From his place, Minister Zager sees that the princess's weapon had almost no effect. He raises his hand and calmly assures his subordinate that everything is fine. Although there are many enemies, their tactics have not changed. Below, the horde of rustling spiders breaks forward relentlessly. An order is given: use magic from afar to slow their advance. The eyes of the demon mistress Lucia narrowed. With concentration, she gave the final order to begin and laid out the plan. As soon as the distant magic holds back the enemy's advance, the general's troops and minotaurs will rush into attack. At her command, the entire Minotaur squad erupted with a collective roar, their massive bodies tensed and prepared for the assault. Their commander grimly ordered them to assemble and be ready, activated the health enhancement pendant on his chest, which glowed with power, and declared that the fire mana from it gives them 100 vigor. At the same time, the elven troops form ranks, staffs and bows aimed at the approaching horse. The commander shouted loudly, urging them to strengthen the front line with magic and give all their strength to the last drop of mana. During preparations, the fiery general raised his power and it flared up. He clenched his fist, swearing to Her Majesty that he would show her the true might of his lineage and make the enemy pay for the deaths and desecrations on their lands. Elsewhere, Agni's phrase stands ready, the helmet finally removed. She says she will fight alongside her father and Agnes. A dazzling light bursts from her chest. A message appears that her physical strength has reached 400. Her eyes are stubborn and fixed on an invisible point, and silently she begs Lord Thor to look at her. In the forest corridor, the Imperial messenger shouted a warning as a storm of magical energy rushed at him. A squad of elven mages burst from the trees and attacked in coordination. A soldier desperately runs alongside a carriage racing at full speed, trying not to fall behind as it breaks out of an ambush through the dense forest. A memory flashed in his mind about his mission. Minister Zagreen, with an impassive expression behind dark glasses, entrusted him with a sealed scroll, and the soldier recalls looking up in horror as the attack began, with malicious laughter echoing from the trees. He remembered the weight of Zagreen's words. The order was clear and unquestionable: I rely on you. The soldier, face sticky with sweat, accepted the order with grim determination and swore he would definitely deliver his precious cargo. Determination hardened within him. He tightly grips the strap of his bag and promises himself to do everything so that the letter reaches its addressee. Before Flash's eyes flashed the faces of those who could be affected by this message. The resolute Queen Rihanna, the confused nobleman, and the formidable demon King Lucre. Each image urged him to a desperate escape. Mistakes are enormous. Powerful figures are involved across the entire continent. The demonic King Lucre, the fiery General Risinga, Frazed from Night Agni, and even the alchemist Thor. But when these names come to mind, the runner's flight is cruelly cut short. An arrow hits the target and pierces his skull. The only vulnerable spot on the massive creature Garderosa is a small red spot of light on its huge body. From afar, the elf commander squints and understands that the shot is incredibly difficult. He thinks others might miss such a tiny target, because hitting it from such a distance is almost impossible. Yet a bright pink beam of energy rushes through the canyon toward the beast. Guided by golden magical creations, the beam of light relentlessly moves along its flawless trajectory. The weapon, called a laser pointer, was famous for perfect accuracy. No volley could miss, and the beam hit precisely and exploded with a dazzling pink flash. Garderosa let out a dull roar of pain as the explosion tore through its flesh, and the force of the blow shook the colossal creature. The demon judge looks at the wounded beast and knows it will lose a few legs and inevitably slow down. Nearby, Demon King Lucia calmly surveys the swarm of small spiders covering the ground and realizes now it is her turn to act. The demon judge gives a new order. Kelv, redirect the laser pointer. The new target, he says, is the approaching swarm of small spiders. In response to the advancing swarm, the demon judge raises his hand, and dark, ethereal tongues of fire begin to emerge from the air. Lucio watches this spectacle, her eyes widening with surprise. The sight of this power instantly brought back Lucia's memory. The princess had already shown the might of the holy sword against Hexen Beast, and Lucia decided that now she, in turn, must show them the true master of the power of the dark element. With a sly, confident smile, she gives the order, "Grab those brats," and at that moment releases her destructive spell, a stream of black fire. She calls it the magical flame of the void. Her spell descended from the heavens as a pillar of pure darkness, biting into the earth, and a colossal explosion of black energy instantly engulfed the swarms of creatures below. The creatures screeched as the dark hellfire destroyed them to ashes. Lucia watched the ruins with a satisfied smile, realizing the weakness of her magical flame of emptiness limited range, but the precision of her laser pointer more than compensated for that single flaw. Watching from afar, Fire General Risinga merely froze in admiration and said the spectacle was incredible. He realized that entire hordes of creatures were destroyed in one strike. Nearby Queen Ryana had a more complex expression. She noticed that everyone caught in the explosion was instantly turned to ash, and this sight, she thought, was both frightening and mesmerizing. This is the end of the video. Thank you for watching. If you liked this video, please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Goodbye. Queen Ryana, stunned by the terrible power that had just unfolded before her, barely restrained herself. While Demon King Lucia and Minister Zagran turned away from the ruins, their task was done, and where monsters had just swarmed, only scorched earth remained. On the desolate hill above the battlefield, Minister Zagran and Queen Ryana stand before the command tent, and the wind howls wildly over the bare earth. He is silent, his face stone-like and unreadable as he surveys the aftermath of their terrible clash. He sinks into himself, a grim admission emerging in his mind. He, Zagran, has suffered a disgrace from which he believes he will never recover. A memory of the initial plan surfaces. The mercenary leader recalled that when they first leaked intelligence to lure the bandits, they had barely 1,000. No one expected their numbers to increase tenfold in such a short time. Zagran replays that strategic failure in his mind. They had no reserves, they feared an invasion by the demon army and thus became overly cautious, and this caution was based on a bluff about the demon lord's holdings. He remembers the chaos of the encirclement, the coordinated monsters they could not handle, and the overwhelming weight of defeat, and knows that although his position may survive, upon return the responsibility will fall on him. While Zagran drowns in failure, Queen Ryana struggles with her own chaos. She bites her lip and realizes she cannot afford more mistakes in future negotiations, and her thoughts turn to her sister. She sees in her the perfect, useful figure she has raised for her protection. A harsh lesson from the scarred man comes to mind. A leader must show strength and force others to obey. Minister Zagran's voice echoes in agreement and reminds her that leadership is about taking from the weak, and this memory makes her shudder, and now her face twists in disgust. His words, "take from the weak," haunt her, and she begins to doubt, who is truly weaker, the Empire or the realm of the Demon Lord? The conclusion from the recent battle is brutally obvious. 300 soldiers of the Empire barely hit the beast Gargaras even once. Meanwhile, the army of the Demon Lord, only 100 fighters, exterminated over 1,000 spiders and the main creature. It was weaker as clear as day. In her memory sounds the voice of Sister Sophia, who begged to listen carefully. The meaning of that old lesson overwhelms her, her hands tremble, and a terrible question arises in her mind: was she destined to take part in the Empire? Her resolve wavered, her face filled with anxiety. Clutching her chest, she doubted whether the right path was to intimidate with force and instead suggested trying to understand each other. The foreign minister immediately reproached her for softness and warned Princess Liana, if she does not endure, her sister, Princess Sophia, may be sent to the front. Clicking his tongue, he realized that Sophia's gentle nature influences Liana. He continued, explaining that Sophie truly surpasses Lena in magic, but her fragility makes betting on her a risk. Everything could burn out with the very first strike, so he insisted. If she doesn't want this, she must behave like a real princess and not allow the negotiations to end in favor of the Demon Lord. Lena, furious, decisively cut in that Zagran should not touch her sister or try to brainwash her with his idea of the perfect princess. His manipulative words hit the target, leaving her with wide-open eyes and speechless with horror. After a minute of tense silence, Zagran ordered her to stick to the plan, and she replied with a stone-faced expression that she would act according to His Majesty's will. She turned and walked past the corpse of the horned creature to the line of Imperial soldiers, confirming that she was ready to move on. When she set off, Minister Zagreen watched her go, and a broad, deeply troubling smile slowly spread across his face. Her armored boots crunching dully on the barren ground as she approached the huge tent on the demon lands, where the demon king awaited with his retinue. In the tent, she spoke before the demon court with renewed determination, thanked them for saving her soldiers from danger, and solemnly introduced herself, Liana Dorgalia, the third princess of the Dorgalia Empire. She continued, confessing that she was surprised by the power of what they possessed, and told how she saw a sword whose strike reached farther than the sacred sword. It knocked down beasts from afar with the power of God and cut through a mountain. And as she spoke, Minister Zagarin clenched his fist, his face filled with offense. She trembles, sweat runs down her forehead, and Minister Zagreen looks at her and thinks it's no wonder her fear remained even after the brainwashing. The memory of that stunning power is still alive. The demon Lord Lucre admits that even she still shudders when recalling the might of that cursed blade. That same stunning presence now looms over her. A masked figure with eyes glowing in the shadow of the hood calls himself Ruki Evergard, sovereign of the demon lord's domains, and accepts her kind words. His official introduction threw her off balance. She stammered and could barely utter thanks. From the shadows emerged a new, sinister figure. The demonic judge reassures her there is no shame in defeat, even the strongest can stumble. He continues to assess the battle, praises the Empire for its courage, but notes that their fighting style was only suitable against small spider-like creatures. He explained everything simply. If the main mass of the beast had burst into the fight, the dense ranks of the Empire would have been crushed. Waving a holy sword in such a crush would mean exposing one's soldiers, so her desire to break out into a one-on-one duel, though desperate, was justified. When the judge finished his analysis, Minister Zagreen stepped forward and asked to speak, introduced himself as the Minister of War, and loudly praised Queen Rihanna, saying that although she is a princess, she fights like a true warrior for her comrades, and added that if they had not been ambushed near the beast's vulnerable belly, they might even have forced the beast to turn it. Another high-ranking demon responded to his solemn address. Prime Minister Curve, servant of the Demon Lord, greeted the Minister of War and said he had heard much about him and the fiery General Rezing standing nearby. He replied diplomatically and gracefully, sincerely thanked for saving Princess Rihanna, and suggested celebrating the victory over the monster, while noting the connection between the Demon Lord's domains and the Empire. He boldly declares, and a broad smile blooms on his face. The joint victory is a historic event worth passing down from generation to generation. Demonic officials, Curve, the Demon King, and Zagrin himself watched tensely. The announcement of the joint victory hung in the air and provoked distrust and anger. Demon Lord Lucia questions the very idea, and fiery General Ray Zenga clenches his fist, his body trembling with restrained rage. Prime Minister Curve is the first to lose patience. He turns to the general, points to a distant swarm of spiders, and demands to know why the Empire attacked first if they planned to unite before the battle. Lucia looks nearby, her face a mixture of confusion and anxiety. Even before the general could respond, the Demon King Ruki Evergard raised his hand and silenced his prime minister. Curve insisted that this needed to be clarified for the sake of the soldiers, but the king waved off his words and, turning his gaze to Princess Liana, asked her for an explanation. But the demon judge sharply intervened and threw an accusation. The Gargalos, this beast never comes down from the forest on its own, so it was provoked by the Empire, and he directly addressed Liana. Why did the Empire attack earlier than agreed? His words ignited the fury of the demon ruler Lucia. She exploded with a scream, saying that their joint plan was created precisely to avoid casualties. But now the Empire had destroyed it, and she shouted, asking what would have happened if civilians had been nearby or if the enraged beast had rolled down the mountain and charged at the city. She softened her tone a bit and looked at the worried princess. Lucia explained that she did not want to blame anyone, but they needed to clarify the Empire's intentions to decide whether it could be trusted, and Liana, too stunned, only convulsively whispered a plea to the Demon King. Princess Liana, under the weight of their gazes, prepares to respond, addressing directly the newcomer, the Demon Lord Evergard, and begins to explain the truth of the situation. But her words were interrupted. Minister Zagrin stepped forward and declared that he would explain everything himself, claiming that the incident was caused by individual soldiers recklessly chasing personal glory, leaving Leon stunned and speechless. He directs his piercing gaze straight at the princess and reproaches her to remember how an ideal princess should behave. Lucia clenched her teeth in irritation at the obvious manipulation, and Liana looked stunned by his audacity. His voice thundered throughout the hall as he addressed the demonic court and explained that in the Empire it was customary to send nobles who committed crimes to battles for a chance to reduce their punishment, claiming that some of these ambitious ones acted too hastily. But before he could continue, the fiery General Rizinza, now enveloped in a blazing aura, roared for the war minister to be silent. The fiery general, boiling with rage, declared that this was a matter only between him, the demon lord, and Princess Liana. He barked at Minister Zagran, saying he had no right to interfere, but before everything could explode, the demonic judge intervened, ordered Rizinza to step back, and himself offered his own apologies. When the general fell silent, the judge turned his attention to the demon queen Luckier and asked her to tell her version. She simply answered yes, with a smile that seemed to know everything, and explained that later reports confirmed. Monster Gargaras came down to the plains precisely because of unauthorized actions by several rogue soldiers. She continued explaining, spreading her arms as if showing an indisputable truth. She said that the Lord Demon's domain was not notified out of shame. The Empire did not want their disgrace to be seen, and this concealment, she concluded, allowed them to successfully intercept the beast. The demonic judge sighed quietly, as if accepting the story, and then Princess Liana sincerely apologized for all the troubles caused by her people. Minister Zagran immediately picked up her words, placed his hand on his heart, assured that the incident happened because of a few rowdy soldiers, praised the noble Princess Liana for deciding to save them after all, and announced that he would provide the rest of the details. Prime Minister Curve immediately bombards him with questions: where are those soldiers now, and can they be interrogated? Zagran calmly says that although they were taken prisoner, most are so badly wounded that they cannot be brought. Demon Lucre silently observes and mentally notes how diligently people tailor their story, especially considering that earlier the princess was not covered in blood. The Prime Minister is not convinced and insists, what if during interrogation the soldiers say that the order was given by Zagran himself? Zagran waved it off and coolly remarked that desperate people will say anything to avoid punishment. Then he changes the subject and hands the Prime Minister a letter as a token of gratitude, explaining that the official award from the Emperor will come later, and this preliminary letter contains words of thanks, an offer to share provisions, and confirmation of the non-aggression pact with details of the upcoming ceremony. After handing over the letter, Zagran folds his hands together, a look of satisfaction on his face. The demon lands. Prime Minister Curve recounts the details of the letter from the Empire. He says that until now the non-aggression pact was only lines on paper, but now they propose an official, personal ceremony, a face-to-face meeting where both the Demon Lord's domain and the Empire will participate, and Princess Liana and Minister Zagran will present the terms before the Emperor. At the formal meeting, Minister Zagran addresses the demon leadership in a submissive tone, acknowledges that the power of the Demon King exceeds anything the Empire could imagine, and because of this asserts that it is quite natural to request strengthening of the pact nearby. A horned demon judge listens thoughtfully. He continues, saying that he and Princess Liana will return to the capital to inform the Emperor about what happened. Zagran declares that, in their opinion, His Majesty the Demon Lord and his sword of incredible power deserve their greatest respect. After the Imperial ambassador leaves, the demon judge returns to his colleagues, mentally noting that the people did not understand at all what that sword really was, and aloud suggests discussing the details of the proposal in private. Prime Minister Curve immediately insists on accepting the proposal, but the judge objects. It is better to simply take the benefit and stop there. Curve firmly says that the Empire will never openly admit its mistakes. He explains in detail, if the non-aggression pact is renewed and a member of the royal family is present at the ceremony, the Empire will be forced to recognize the demon domain as an equal state. He insists because then they will no longer be able to break this pact later. Curve concludes that official recognition from the royal family will make their lands respected and legitimate, a wise move with obvious benefits. The judge weighs this and agrees that with further negotiations this might even open the way to trade with humans. Their strategic conversation is interrupted by the furious General Rizinga, his face like a mask of anger, and he demands to know if they will really allow the Empire to avoid responsibility for the failed joint operation. Demon King Lucy intervenes calmly, eyes closed as if in thought. She explains her understanding of the Empire's methods. The soldiers mentioned by Zagran were probably meant to be convenient sacrifices from the very beginning, so demanding their surrender is futile because the Empire will simply say they were executed, which will provoke rage. Perhaps this was exactly what they planned from the start. Curve returned to the general, acknowledging his anger but warning him not to fall into the Empire's trap. Rizinga only clenched his teeth, his body trembling with suppressed fury over the man's treacherous moves. His silent, burning anger went unnoticed when under the hood the judge pronounced the verdict. He explained that he wanted to use the battle to test the Empire's price, and when the beast Gardarasa was defeated and their people were unharmed, he agreed with Curve the advantages should be accepted and the matter closed. The monarch King Lucia listened, and her face hardened from the bitter truth. The judge continued, reminding her that among their subjects there are people with connections in the empire, and told of secret trades on the borderlands, small exchanges of rare goods that were scarce here and there, but these very trades weave the threads between their peoples. She turned away. The decision was made. Lucia declared that she would not sever these ties for the sake of her people, and instead insisted on prioritizing the gains from the battle. An official letter, tribute, and the restoration of the non-aggression pact, victory over the monster, and the rescue of a member of the Imperial family, she decided would send a powerful signal to the common folk. Her subordinates understood. Meanwhile, near the field tent, Minister Zagreen sternly instructed Princess Liana. Listen carefully. He insisted that she must become more like the cold and prudent emperor and never bow her head, no matter how strong the enemy. She sharply interrupted him. Quiet, Zagrin, she ordered, clenching a hand stained with dirt and blood. Liana said he had repeated this to her since childhood and she did not need reminders. With cold confidence she added, "I'm Princess Liana." Her face twisted into a wide, eerie smile, her eyes gleaming with a predatory shine. "I will never surrender," she swore. "Even if they are stronger, I will take what can be taken." Zagrin shuddered at her fervor as she laid out her philosophy. Supplies, weapons, even information, she would take everything, and for His Majesty and the Empire, do whatever is necessary. Soon in their tent, Princess Lena and Minister Zagrin heard the final decision of the Demon Lords. At the solemn meeting, Princess Liana, as the Empire's representative, proudly accepted the terms. In exchange for saving the Demon Lord's domain, the Empire officially received a letter of thanks and tribute. The tribute consisted of an official letter of thanks and several chests, a sign of goodwill between the two states. The exchange was overseen by the masked demon King Ruki and the stern Minister Zagrin, after which their diplomatic duties were concluded. When they agreed on the terms, they shook hands, officially sealing the extension of the non-aggression pact between the two states. As the meeting was drawing to a close, Princess Liana dared to raise her hand and ask Demon King Ruki to allow her to ask one last question, surrounded by Prime Minister Curve and the Demon Judge. While Minister Zagrin watched, the Demon King agreed. She immediately asked where such power in their domains came from, especially because of the stunningly powerful long-range magic and the formidable obsidian sword now wielded by their troops. The demon in the hood, the judge, barely smiled and admitted that he had simply borrowed the wisdom of an alchemist, and the answer stunned Princess Liana. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Her head spun from this assumption, and she exclaimed aloud whether it could be a wandering alchemist. The newly crowned Demon King confirmed her suspicion but chose his words carefully, saying it could be said that way this person seemed to have wandered into the domains of the Lord of Demons. Her face changed from shock to cunning curiosity. She pressed further, asking about the alchemist's race and whether he was a human from the Empire, and the Demon King retorted, "What would you do if that were true?" With a confident, almost predatory smile, she demanded an introduction. She openly stated that she suspected this alchemist was the very one who had repaired her father's sword, as she could not imagine anyone else possessing such skill. Demon King was silent, weighing her intentions. She explained that she wanted to thank him and, if possible, have him by her side. She insisted that even a common alchemist must serve by the crown's order. While Demon King Lucia looked on with contempt, Liana declared that she would make him give her his entire being, and Minister Zagrin nodded, confirming that such people exist to serve the Empire. Her zeal reached its peak when she declared with a fiery voice that an alchemist without combat skills could still serve the Empire. Minister Zagrin agreed and added that the Emperor would certainly say so and that it would be the greatest honor for the alchemist, while Demon King Lucia only silently watched in response, quietly pleased. Elsewhere, the face of Demon Lady Lucy twisted with rage. Her eyes became black abysses of fury, and when she understood the Empire's declaration, she could only utter one incredulous sound. Her rage smoldered as events unfolded elsewhere. When Lord Rucky sent news of the defeat of the giant Hexenbius, a large dark scar was carved into the landscape. This devastation gave rise to a new mission. Lady Ugna's unit was sent to patrol near the former beast's nest, searching for any surviving spiders, and alongside them walked Thor and his assistant Mabel. As they walked through the forest, Ugni noticed that Thor could have stayed at the base. She firmly believed her team could handle it, but he insisted on going with them, saying he was also part of the squad. Nearby, salamanders whispered with admiration, recognizing him as the right hand of the Demon Lord and the creator of their powerful weapon, and these praises clearly put Thor in an awkward position. Suddenly, a wandering flame from one of the salamanders caught Agnes' armor and it ignited. She screamed in surprise and Thor instantly reacted, shouting a spell to catch the flame. He successfully absorbed the fire of the Ifrit into a small device. The salamanders gaped in amazement. Embarrassed, Thor explained that it was just a personal storage device which not everyone possessed. Mabel did not miss the chance to boast in front of the creatures her master alchemist was much more amazing than they could imagine, and she called his legs a true wonder, but her excessive praise only embarrassed Thor even more. When the excitement subsided, her face became serious, and she anxiously asked Thor if they might encounter Imperial soldiers here. She insisted, asking if it would be difficult for him to meet someone from the Empire, and Thor casually waved it off, saying his new cloak would completely hide him, and cheerfully added that it was also a great opportunity to find more materials for alchemy. Although Mabel was worried, Thor was already thinking about something else. Finding a few spider legs would be very useful, because learning how strong they were could be the key to forging a new sword, even more powerful than the legendary Holy Sword. He recalled the fight with Gardarasa and how he saw the princess with the holy sword. A blade of light burst from it and easily cut through the attacking spiderlings, but from that very strike the power somehow weakened and barely touched the monster's body. His thoughts returned to the weapon itself, to its elegant blade, and he reasoned that its power could be equated to the defensive strength of 50 spiders, until a simple and clear thought arose in his mind. If the endurance of these spiders is determined, the true power of that legendary sword will finally become clear. Thor, standing before Lucy and Agnes, explains that gathering information about blacksmithing is extremely important, especially if he intends to create a weapon that surpasses the Holy Sword, and Lucy, stunned, asks him what exactly he plans. Hearing his ambition, Lucy and Agni opened their eyes in shock, and Lucy, not hiding her surprise, asked again, does he really intend to make a sword even more powerful than the one he just showed? Thor mentally reviewed his reaction and wondered why he looked so overly frightened. He thought that the magical sword, that laser blade, was actually just a modified laser pointer that was able to melt spiders and finish off the Gargalos abyss. He smiles to himself, recalling how incredible Lucy was in battle. He feels that the true power was in her magic, and the thought that she will take up the sword again gives him determination, so he decides to make a real sword for her. Meanwhile, Thor blushed from his own thoughts, and at that moment Mabel intervened and advised him that, in her opinion, His Majesty, the Demon King, would rather see him alive and whole than give another sword. Her practical words bring him back to reality. He smiles broadly and agrees, promising to return soon, while Avni still looks worried and quietly mutters that she also does not want to see Lord Thor get hurt. He returns to Agni with a grateful smile and sincerely thanks her for her care, then promises both her and Mabel, if they find any spider legs he will bring them swiftly. His promise seems to calm Lucy. She smiles gently and decides to stop searching for materials and return, as she does not want to trouble them anymore, while Agni still anxiously clenches her hands nearby. As soon as the group relaxed a little, Thor's face suddenly hardened. He stared into the distance and sharply shouted that he spotted an Imperial soldier. Through the trees, a line of armored figures was visible. The sudden threat sent a wave of anxiety through the squad, and Agni reacted instantly. She shouted to Lord Thor to quickly follow her. He nodded in response, ready to rush into the dense forest. The Imperial presence was not limited to the border. Elsewhere, another armored figure stood steadfast before a phalanx of soldiers, their spears like a forest of steel points. Meanwhile, far from the wild wilderness in the very heart of the Empire, life continued behind the impregnable walls of the capital. In one of the city's luxurious mansions, a man with a scar on his cheek, Count Ligas, abruptly broke out of tense thoughts when a maid entered and said she had brought him tea. Excusing herself, she nervously explained that she was ordered to call him Count directly from the Minister of War. Seeing his silence, she shuddered, but he quietly agreed, saying, "All right." His compliance was only a mask. At that moment, his face twisted into a mad smile. He leaned in close and growled at the frightened woman who was forced to call him Duke. She screamed in fear. He turned away from her, his voice firm and confident. He will reclaim his title and restore his honor. He swore to take back everything and said simply, "Wait and see." The frame widens and shows that he is addressing the War Minister Barga. Ligas repeated his demand, insisting to be called Duke. His fist clenched, knuckles whitening. He was sure, by accumulating achievements, he would rise straight to the top and promotion would become not just possible but entirely natural. War Minister Barga stood unshaken. He placed his hand on his chest and coldly corrected the ambitious Count, saying that for now he should be addressed by his real title, War Minister Barga. Unfazed, Ligas turned to the confused maid, his figure hidden in the shadows. He declared with full confidence that victory was already in his hands, all because of one letter he had. He is sweating, deep in his intrigues, and says that victory is in his pocket as soon as a certain letter reaches his foolish son. He imagines Thor receiving a message supposedly from his beloved father in the Empire, and quietly stepping away to read it whether Thor obeys the orders or not. It does not matter. The trap is already set and will work in any case. He continues to reason. If Thor obeys, he will be suspected of espionage. If he refuses, he will not be able to reveal what is in the letter, and in any case the boy will be forced to remain silent. He believes that this imposed silence will soon make Thor rely on him, and imagines how the boy's allies, for example the maid Mabel, grow tired with each new letter that sows suspicion throughout the Demon Lord's domain, while Thor secretly reads them. Sooner or later, when the time of complete isolation comes, he will finally make his son his puppet. He mocks with contempt the ridiculous idea that Thor could form real relationships with those he considers dirty half-humans. In his eyes, this boy is just a pawn on the board, doomed to fall under his power. Words of Minister Zagran echo. He promises to reduce his punishment if the mission succeeds, but like Gaskov, believes that this feat will be so great that the sentence will be completely erased. His ambitions far exceed simple pardon. He says that as soon as he subdues his son and forces General Flame to become his servant, he will personally kill the Demon Lord. If he manages it, he thinks, he could become a hero, a living legend. He savors the possibilities and calls it a pleasant dilemma, minister of war or celebrated hero. In any case, he is confident that he will march toward greatness. His glorious rise now seems inevitable. He turns back to the Minister of War and asks why he should ever fear and hide. While Barga silently twirls a glass, Count Ligas bursts into wild, triumphant laughter. His manic laughter subsides, he freezes in a theatrical pose with a wide, eerie smile, and addressing invisible listeners with the words, "My friends," asks if all these intricate plans are really necessary. Below, the maids, even the one with glasses, just stare, gripped by horror. He throws his head back, filled with victorious joy, and loudly calls everyone to join in singing the Anthem of Glory. In his imagination, he is already celebrating, sloppily pouring the wine of victory on his face. His imaginary revelry ends with a lively jump in the air. He joyfully clicks his heels. Meanwhile, far from the secret intrigues of the Count, a mighty winged figure stands before a huge crowd. He raises his hand to the sky and shouts that the hour of revolution is almost upon them. Somewhere in a forest clearing, a rustle in the bushes draws the attention of Mabel, the fiery General Rizenga, and Ugnis without a helmet, and a soldier in Imperial armor with eyes hidden behind a dark visor stumbles toward them, begging for help, explaining that spiders chased him and he got lost while fleeing when. As events unfold, Thor moves under the cover of twilight. He looks at his gear and notices his cloak is woven from shadow fabric, a material that magically absorbs light and makes it pitch black. He realizes that with sunset he can lower his hood and perfectly blend with the darkness. He can. He walks on, recalling Rookie's words that several Imperial soldiers attacked the Hexambia swarm even before the official start of the operation. He agrees it was a deliberate provocation, but an obsessive feeling does not let go. Somewhere here hides another layer of conspiracy that he still needs to uncover. Again in the clearing, Ugnis softly says that the soldier has endured quite a trial, trying not to look threatening. The man raises his hands, offers to disarm, and only asks for help to return to the Empire's army. She accepts his plea, places her hand on her heart, calls herself Agnes, daughter of General Polymia, leasing Friesd, and vows to return him whole and unharmed. On hearing her name, the soldier with a blindfold stretched his mouth into a wide, sinister smile. He greeted her with famous enthusiasm and confirmed that before him was Lady Agnes. The soldier assured that he had heard many stories about her exploits, and his voice trembled with admiration. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another man observed the events, and a confident, knowing smile spread across his face. Hiding in the shadows, Thor narrowed his eyes. He recognized the man, the leader of the personal guard of Count Liege. He recalled the role that man played in his past misfortune. It was he who listed the reasons for his exile and declared him unfit due to lack of combat skills, so the unexpected appearance of the guard leader here seemed completely out of place, a clear sign of a broader conspiracy. During the day, next to a group of soldiers, a woman with long wavy hair looks at the man in armor with a blindfold and aloud asks why the head of the Duke's house guard ended up in such a remote place. Watching from afar, Thor's eye narrowed with concentration, and he decided to be cautious with his alchemy. He began slowly forming a small, dark, sticky substance. In an instant flash of creation, he transforms the material into a large, fluffy cushion and presents it with a serious expression. He crafted a cushion trap. He looked at Mabel and asked her to pass this item to some lady or niece, and Mabel looked around confused and could not understand. Was this cushion really for her? Meanwhile, the blindfolded soldier, exhausted, stumbles and approaches a large stone to rest. Seeing this, Mabel agrees Thor is right. She says she does not want to hear complaints about the proud Imperial soldier being placed on hard ground. She orders to put the cushion on the stone so it becomes a seat, and he confirms her order. In a moment, the soldier slowly moves onto the stone and comfortably settles on the cushion that Thor slid under him. Mabel, stunned by this surge of kindness, asked Thor if he knew that soldier and if they were close, and he confirmed from under his hood. This is the captain of the guard of the Liga's Ducal house, his former house. He explained that they were not close at all. In fact, this very captain mocked him because he couldn't fight when he was expelled. Mabel's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately asked for permission to use offensive magic. Thor calmly asks her to wait. He explains that the situation is illogical. A captain of the guard wandering here alone makes no sense, and above all, he wants to find out the real reason for this man's presence. She is not fooled by the captain's weak excuse. Mabel voices his thoughts. A country obsessed with military discipline, like the Empire, would never just allow a soldier to disappear. They carefully track unit numbers, so she concludes that another reason must be behind the man's appearance. His train of thought is broken when the captain suddenly shouts, demanding a moment with Lady Agnes Frisia. The shout catches Thor, Mabel, and the armored woman by surprise. The captain ignores their surprise, instead kneeling before the now hooded Thor, extends a sealed letter and asks to deliver it to Lord Ligas, and Thor is stunned because the man addresses him as "My Lord, Lord Thor Ligas." While Agni watches, the captain explains that the letter contains apologies and a new proposal. He says that Lord Bardoligas was deceived by the border marquis and cruelly wronged Thor. And with a threatening smile, he aloud asks if he should just destroy him. He changes. Despair appears in his nature. He begs Thor not to be suspicious and insists that he is the most reliable assistant of Lord Thorn. In response, Mabel steps forward, apologizes for interrupting, calls herself Mabel Refrain, and then corrects him, stating that she is the most faithful assistant of Lord Thorn. Her message over the communication stunned the captain, his face twisted in disbelief. He desperately tries to comprehend that someone else claims to serve Lord Torligas. Seizing the chance, Mabel addresses the captain with a pleasant smile and, reminding him that he himself called himself the most reliable assistant, puts him in a corner, asking directly what exactly Lord Thor likes. She presses him even harder, searching for details, his hobbies, favorite color, favorite food. The captain begins to sweat profusely, completely unable to answer even the simplest questions. His stammering silence, and she already understood everything. Her facial expression became firm. She says that if he were really close to Thor, he would know these things. The captain is left speechless, his lie fully exposed. Observing the entire exchange under the hood, Thor smiles. He understands that the man stutters simply because he has never paid attention to him before and knows nothing about it. Mabel, with a sly smile, presses the confused captain and asks if secrets can be revealed if Lord Thor allows it. The captain clenches his fist, sweats, and says firmly that secrets of the master must never be revealed, but Mabel, unfazed, simply says go ahead, and he is left speechless. His bluff is exposed. The stuttering captain freezes in shock. At that moment, a calm voice cuts through the tension. Thor appears and tells the captain that he can speak about him as much as he wants, and the captain's eyes widen in disbelief when he recognizes his former master and shouts his name. He approaches the guard with the shocker, his face calm. Thor, with a slight smile, says he never suspected in the Ducal house there turned out to be such a loyal assistant, and he would be interested to hear what the captain says about him, and the captain, caught in a lie, only stutters confusedly in response. Finally gathering his voice, the man hastily refutes Thor's assumptions. He explains that House Gas is no longer a duchy, it is now House Account. He insists that Thor misunderstands the situation. The captain noticed that a lot of time had passed, marveling at how much Thor had changed and how much he himself had changed, and Thor quietly acknowledged this. The captain's words spun in his head, unease growing in his chest. The story did not add up. He recalled times in the Empire how during quarrels he felt worthless, but he pushes that thought away and decides not to dwell on contradictions for now. Unnoticed by the group, two women watch from afar. One notices that Thor is surrounded by demons who respect and protect him, and the other, with a grim face, realizes that this unexpected turn ruins their plan. The commander finally breaks. He rushed forward, grabbed Thor's cloak, and with a venomous tone demanded to know why the demon people trust him so much, accusing him of sucking up and licking their boots to win favor. His aggressive outburst is met with a tired sigh. Thor says that it is precisely because of such an attitude that he and the Empire can no longer speak on the same terms, rejects the captain's accusations as baseless lies, and changing the subject, demands the letter he was told was from his father. The captain clicked his tongue, dropped the hostile pose, pulled out a sealed scroll, and handed it to Thor, saying it was a letter from Count Ligas and should be read alone and carefully. Thor glanced at the scroll and skeptically asked if the letter was addressed to him, then why it could not be opened right there. He confidently takes the sealed letter, does not open it himself. Instead, he slides the scroll to Agni and Mabel and orders them to open and read it aloud. His expression becomes sterner as he clarifies his order, striving for everyone present to hear exactly what is written in the letter. The captain from the House of Ligas froze in complete shock, his face distorted with disbelief at this public order. He bursts out in protest, shouting that for the son of a nobleman it is unthinkable for the father's letter to be read publicly, insisting that Thor must read it with dignity in his room, as if the count is watching, while Thor, unshaken, waves it off and calmly tells the women that everything is fine and let them read. Mabel acknowledges the order as. When Mabel and Agni begin to unroll the scroll, Thor explains his plan. He is sure that any message from Bargaligas will be ominous, likely a conspiracy against the Demon Lord's domains, and by showing it here and now, he can irrefutably prove his innocence and remove suspicion of his involvement in this conspiracy. The captain became confident, somewhat arrogant, and asked if now Thor understands the count's feelings. Thor, with a knowing, subtle smile, replied that he understands them perfectly, loudly and clearly. Hearing the content, Thor froze in a cold revelation and declared that this letter is nothing but pure poison. The true purpose of the letter is revealed. Beneath beautiful words hides a vile series of demands to send intelligence about the Lord of Demons' domains, report on the deployment of his troops, and bring Agni to the Empire as a hostage. He planned to take the letter at the new moon, and worse, Thor understands that these are not his father's words. The captain feigned outrage, begging Thor not to insult the count and insisting that the letter was from the heart, but Thor sees the truth. The handwriting is his father's, but the phrases are foreign, probably from the higher circles of the Empire who forced him to sign. With eyes darkened by the latest betrayal, he declares that he has had enough of the House of Ligas. Determination in him froze like crystal. He was done with the empire that used him for its own benefit, and at this moment of betrayal he does not see defeat but a perfect chance to act. He raised his voice before the crowd and declared that the letter from his father Bargaligas is outright treason. In reality, it was meant to leak intelligence about the domains and betray Lady Agnes to the Empire, and just the thought that such a letter came from his own father caused in him a disgust that was read on the shocked face of the guard Captain Ligas. He continued, his voice ringing confidently, whoever committed such sins cannot be called his father. Hearing this, Agni looked with eyes filled with tears and assured him that she truly understands his feelings, while Mabel watched with deep anxiety. The resolve in him hardened into a grim oath. Whether the Count's house or the Empire itself, if they threaten the people he valued, he will sever all ties with them. Just as they once expelled him, now he will expel them right before everyone's eyes. Since then, he swore to live under the name of his late mother. He turned to the crowd and loudly announced that he would never again call himself Ligas. From now on his name is Thor Canaan. He is simply an alchemist, born in the Empire, but now living in the domains of the Demon Lord, and that is all he will be, as. When he and Mabel were leaving the platform, she accepted his decision. From now on, she would address him as Lord Thor Canaan. She admitted, however, that it was a little sad because their secret name was now known to everyone. He apologized for revealing it, but Mabel's sadness quickly melted into a bright smile. She confessed that she was actually glad because now she could call him by the name she loved whenever she wanted. Her devotion was renewed. Mabel solemnly swore to serve Lord Thor Canaan even more faithfully than before. At the same time, Agni stepped forward and said that his name did not matter, he was the one who saved her, and she would follow him forever. Their devotion was echoed by the crowd of half-humans. They roared approvingly, loudly shouting that they understood Lord Thor Canaan's wishes and that no letter from the Empire would ever shake their trust in him. Two soldiers clad in armor from the Fire Giant's squad decisively agreed. One of them declared that they must respond to that trust where even the name of the Fire Giant was worthless. A wave of fervent support washed away the Imperial envoy, and the captain of the Ligas House Guard only froze in stunned silence, completely bewildered, while the crowd erupted in a unified roar of loyalty in honor of their new hero. The leader of the shock guards watched, and his words fell like a heavy burden on Thor. Tears welled up in his eyes, and behind him Mabel looked gently and understandingly. He quickly raised his hand to his face and decisively wiped away the moisture, and Mabel's supportive smile widened slightly. This act only further enraged the commander of the Liga's house guard. He roared, demanding to know whether Thor truly realized the full weight of renouncing his family name and forgetting his pride as an Imperial, while the night ogre still knelt silently nearby. Thor's face hardened. He said directly that he neither wanted nor needed that name, called himself Thor Canaan from the lands of the Demon Lord, and ordered the guards to return home and deliver this message to their master. He continued, saying that the ghast Torli no longer exists, just as his father threw him away. Now he, in turn, throws away his father. The head of the guard only stammered, completely confused. When everything was decided, his gaze turned to Agnes, who was still kneeling. He wondered how she managed to slip past the Empire's troops and get here, and noted that the leaders of the demonic sphere would be very interested in her story. The Imperial envoy stared, drenched in sweat and embarrassed by this display of power. Stammering asked if this was really Thor Ligas because he hardly resembled the man he knew in the capital. He threw a confident, knowing smile and said the reason for the changes was simple: they had never truly seen him as he really was. Behind him, Mabel and Agnes watched with admiration, while the gathered half-humans joyfully chanted. On the desolate field, Demon King Rookie addressed the assembled commanders, sincerely praised them for their brilliant work, and confirmed that no lost monsters remained. Standing nearby was Flame General Razinga, and the young man in the white cloak Thor added that they were waiting for His Majesty's return. Suddenly, a lone Imperial soldier appeared in the field of vision, his face a mask of horror at the sight of the Lord Demon. He realized he had to escape or die, but when he tried to run, his body froze and he let out a terrified scream, convinced he would be eaten alive. He struggled desperately, but his legs seemed rooted to the ground. He shouted that he couldn't get up. The soldier was caught by a pillow trap, an earth element device made of fabric woven with spells and slalom shells, which hardens upon detecting magic and makes escape impossible. While the soldier was still writhing and pleading for mercy, Demon King Looker, with barely concealed irritation, turned to Rookie and said, "What is happening to him? I ordered to search for lost Imperial soldiers, not to catch someone in such a state." To her question, Thor calmly said that the man was a lost Imperial soldier who was writhing because he was stuck to the rock due to the pillow. Then he looked down at the frightened man and addressed him directly by name, Thor. The use of that name caught Looker's attention. Her face hardened, she stared intently at Thor and made it clear they would have a long talk later. Then she ordered Razinga to take the Imperial soldier into custody and interrogate him thoroughly, while Thor stood wondering if something was going on here. When the matter with the prisoner was resolved, the newly minted Demon King noticed the huge army gathered before him, raised his hands and, roaring, declared that their mission to exterminate the monsters was complete. They had succeeded. His proclamation was met with a loud roar from the ranks of half-humans. Rookie announced that they would now descend to the plains, set up camp, and enjoy a festive meal in honor of their victory. As night falls, the army sets up camp. An endless sea of glowing tents illuminates the plains at the foot of the dark mountains, like a testament to the greatness of the demonic forces. In the tents, the celebration of victory resounds. Minotaurs, lizard folk, and other half-human warriors gathered at tables overflowing with food and drink, joyfully celebrating their hard-won victory. Under the night sky, a tall horned silhouette in a dark cloak addressed Thor and declared himself Alchemist Lige. Thor, with Mabel nearby, seemed to acknowledge him as Lord Rookie, while two large wind barrels stood ready not far away. The true Demon King Lookier asked Thor to relay what the third Imperial princess had said, and Thor agreed this time, addressing Lookier correctly. He recalled his oath before the hooded figure. Desire to become a subordinate, which his lord never shamed him for. He continues the story, saying he sincerely respects Lord Rookieth, best ruler he has known, and it is because of this trust that he is ready to reveal what really happened to the princess. Thor's story begins, and immediately Queen Rayana's demand is heard. The Imperial family requires the alchemist to give himself entirely and create any items for them on their command, and when Demon King Lookier hears this, his face fills with shock. He recounts how the princess begged Lookier to return the wandering alchemist to the Empire, seeing he was from there and surely wanted to return, and confidently added at the end that royal talents are never wasted. But behind these words hid a grim truth. Rayana actually expected the alchemist to serve without question until he gave his last breath for the emperor, who silently stood behind her. The memory of Lookier's response was sharp. Her face turned to stone, her voice became firm. She refused to allow Thor to become merely a tool of the Empire, and in the memory, Rayana could only look confusedly at this refusal. Her rage then burst forth. Lookier roared at the very mention of the princess, amazed that she dared call him a wandering alchemist. She said that if he had truly been her subordinate, she would have noticed his value back when he was on her lands. She did not calm down, breaking into reproaches, accusing Rihanna of not even making the slightest effort. The true princess, Lookyer insisted, would have noticed his brilliance and kept him close, or at least talked to him before sending him as a hostage. When Lookyer's rage subsided, the hooded judge delivered the final verdict, leaving no chance. He declared that Rihanna only remembered Thor's existence when she saw his talents in the demon realm and decided that she completely despised him. The judge's condemnation provoked immediate and varied reactions. Minister Zagran openly wept, mourning what had happened. Princess Rihanna, trembling, insisted she knew nothing and was not there then. The demon leaders remained grimly silent. Her desperate pleas shattered against the cold analysis of the demon king Lucre. She realized that the princess truly knew nothing about the man sent as a hostage, nothing about those deep feelings for the people he was forced to leave behind as soon as he arrived in their lands. She understood that Rihanna also did not grasp the true scale of his power. His abilities could literally change the world, and all he ever wanted was to create useful things for others. This profound ignorance only hardened the determination of the mistress of demons. The memory of Thor warmed her heart, and looking at the distracted princess, she firmly declared to the judge that she would never give Thor to the Empire. But her firm word only inflamed the rage of her subordinate. Lucky returned to General Risinga, who was burning with anger, and begged him to calm down. He, however, did not yield. Burning with heat and fury, he sharply pointed out that this tense atmosphere frightened Princess Rihanna. He was not mistaken. Rihanna was clearly sweating and trembling with fear. When Luckier looked down, her face became unreadable for a moment. When the demon judge saw the state the princesses were in, he intervened. Addressing Risinga, he acknowledged that his anger was justified but firmly stated that their decision was final, and Luckier also begged his general to calm down. Having calmed his general, he turned his masked face back to the princess, closed the matter, and officially addressed Princess Rihanna, stating that no further discussion about Thor was allowed. Despite the finality in his voice, she once again desperately begged them to reconsider. Her words faded, and Thor's credo emerged in her mind. In his lands lived many people from different corners, and once under his command, they became his people. He would never betray their information to outsiders. Demon Judge loudly delivers his final verdict to the Imperial delegation. He firmly states that he will not betray the alchemist because he was personally chosen by the Everguard initiator, and reminds them that it was their empire that rejected and expelled Thor, so now the responsibility for that choice lies with them. Beside him, Queen Rihanna's hand clenches into an irritated fist on. At that moment, the mistress of demons Lucre burst out with her own statement, shouting that Thor will find happiness there beside her. Her passionate outburst stunned the Imperial account. Queen Rihanna, Minister Zagreen, General Rizenga, and Commander Bat all stood as if rooted to the spot, looking at her. Their faces were a mixture of shock and disbelief. She presses her hand to her chest and promises, the justice he brought gave her peace, so she will heal his heart. With unwavering determination, she says that he will stay close and she will never give him away. She clearly states her position. Although the extermination of Hexenbeast can be considered a joint victory, Thor is another matter, and she will not give him to the Empire. When Luckier's intentions became clear, the demon judge turned to the silent princess and proclaimed that he only wanted lasting peace between their countries and nothing more, after which he officially asked Princess Liana if she agreed to such an arrangement. The consequence of those negotiations will soon affect Thor and Mabel. In a flashback, the sweaty, broken Queen Rihanna who stammers as she gives her consent. In the present, Thor does not hide his shock and admits that although he knew the talks would be difficult, he never expected this, and Mabel looks just as surprised as he does. Stunned by the news, Thor staggered, and Mabel thoughtfully repeated Luckier's words. "I will take care of his happiness here." Hearing this from a stranger's mouth, Thor blushed. The camera returns to Luckier, who is now talking to Mabel. The maid smiles gratefully and says, "Thank you, Your Majesty," and Luckier laughs joyfully and declares that it goes without saying she will take care of the happiness of each of her people, including Mabel. She adds, "Oh, and Thor," and upon hearing his name in her promise, Thor becomes completely flustered. He understands that her words sounded like a confession, and his heart begins to beat wildly. The demon in the robe interrogates him, asking if he ever repaired a magical sword in the Empire. Thor quietly replies that yes, he really worked on such a sword at the state warehouse. The official instantly guesses Thor must be the traveling alchemist that Princess Rihanna spoke of. Thor explains that his work in the Chancellery was deliberately erased by people from House Ligas, and all his achievements were attributed to this fictional character. It is precisely because of the risk of deception that Luckier, the ruler of demons, was so frank. she firmly states that she will not deceive or use Thor and says that she openly mentioned the princess's wish because the main thing is she will never lie to a friend. While the tense diplomatic meeting continues, Queen Rayana somewhat uncertainly makes a proposal. If that alchemist is from her empire, then he surely has the same desires as she does. She had not finished speaking when Thor interrupted her with a bright, unwavering look and asked, "Pass this message the next time you meet your princess." He continued, telling her to order the princess to keep her nobles in order and to stop sending unwanted letters abroad. This direct request stunned Queen Rayana, while Mabel watched with quiet approval. Turning his back on the Imperial delegation, Thor addresses the Demon King Lookyer directly and explains that returning is not an option. There he would simply become the Emperor's tool, forced to create whatever is commanded, and he categorically does not want that. The only reason he can now freely create things is because of her. He continued his sincere confession. She gave him a home, a workplace, and the freedom to create whatever he wanted, always gladly acknowledging his works. It was in this atmosphere that he opened an online catalog, and smiling, he concluded that having such a patroness makes life a true pleasure, and his sincere words left the audience momentarily speechless. With a bright, sincere smile, Thor tells the Demon King Lookyer that the Imperial princesses offers mean nothing to him. He is happiest right where he is now, in the domains of the Demon Lord alongside Lord Rukaside. Elsewhere, the new Demon King looked at the moon and confessed to Prime Minister Curve that he feared he was supposedly narrowing Thor's path, but now sees that his worries are unfounded, and a sly smile appeared on Curve's face. The demon judge addressed the crowd of shouting half-humans, praising Thor's clever move how he publicly announced his new name, Thor Cannon. The crowd picked it up and shouted that he truly became one of them, while Lookyer watched with a satisfied smile and said that this was exactly what she expected. Later, high above the clouds, she tells Thor that the mission is accomplished and that tomorrow she will return to the Demon King's castle with an army. Thor gratefully thanks Her Majesty. When they returned, the fiery General Razinga told Thor and Mabel to live for now at his estate, explained that a workshop and home for Thor would be built on a new plot, and asked them to inspect the place. Something seemed to have just turned inside Thor. He clenched his fist, not believing it. Finally, he would get a real alchemist's workshop. His face lit up with pure joy as he imagined his own shop where he could finally hang a sign, "Alchemy Open." The newly crowned Demon King, upon learning this, remarked that the workshop was one of Thor's dreams, and he was also excited at the thought of seeing it. Mabel and Curve listened attentively. She playfully winked at Thor and warned that if he went too far, she would send an overseer from the palace to keep him in check. Smiling, Thor readily agreed. Meanwhile, in a desolate rocky pass, an exhausted Imperial soldier panted heavily, barely dragging his legs forward, while on a ridge above, a lone figure stood before the waiting army. A soldier fell to his knees before Risinga, and she coldly informed him that the letter did not reach the addressee. In the distance, Agni silently watches her victorious troops. In the Empire, Minister Zagron contemplates recent events. He regrets because if everything had worked out, he could have obtained both the informant and the demonic sword, but he admits that the very fact of revealing Thor Ligas as a wandering alchemist is already a victory, and the young man himself confirmed this. It was a stunning public revelation. Among the small curious creatures in the demon lands, Thor announced a new name, Torkanon, swore never to be called Ligas again, and called himself an alchemist from the Empire who came to the Demon King's domain. And Zagron still recalls his shock at Thor reading the letter aloud, clearing his name and simultaneously rejecting his family surname. He steps back, realizing that the young man not only skillfully crafts but also has sharp strategic thinking. He is beyond normal, Zagron decides. The minister resigned himself. Before him is a person who acts with cold, almost surgical precision. In his mind, he quickly summarized the key elements: the expedition's failure, the demonic beast Gardaras, the demon king Ruki Evergard, and now the traitor, Canon Thor. Meanwhile, the retreating Imperial troops do not go unnoticed. In the shadow of the dark forest, silhouettes of rabbit creatures silently watch as tired soldiers make their way through the wasteland. In the expedition camp, Minister Zagron approached Queen Rayana and said that at dawn they would return to the Empire and she should rest. Rayana, with a face full of shame, apologizes and assures that she will take full responsibility for the failure, but Zagron quickly cuts her off. This is not the time or place for such talks. He continues advising, his voice stern, never show weakness before soldiers or the people because fear spreads too quickly. Her only duty now, he insists, is to hold herself with dignity. Her expression changes from shame to understanding. She takes a deep breath to compose herself, raises her gaze, and agrees with his assessment. Zagron looks at her intently, and behind his back the sun rises. He asks one last time, For the sake of the Empire, she must become stronger. A new determination froze on her face. She met his gaze, responded to his words, and quietly but firmly pronounced his name. The moment of her quiet reflection was suddenly broken by a rustle in the nearby bushes. From the darkness jumped a large horned rabbit with glowing eyes and rushed straight at her. While the creature had not yet managed to reach her, Minister Zagran jumped and stood in its way. Suddenly, a blade emerged from his cane. He shouted, asking if Her Majesty was all right. The rabbit howled in pain, and the queen confirmed that she was unharmed. With one powerful slash, he cut the horned rabbit in half. The body shattered into two parts from the force of the blow. As the creature's remains fell to the ground, Zagran's gaze narrowed. Grimly concluded, one of her companions had come to take revenge. Suspecting this, he firmly thrust his weapon cane into the ground and roared an order for everyone to take battle positions, warning that an anomalous creature might be lurking nearby. His soldiers instantly lined up. Queen Rayana, confused, asked again, "Anomalous?" Zagran resolutely replied that whatever the threat, he would protect her. This conviction pierced the ranks like a quiet, shared oath of all soldiers to defend their queen. In unison, the entire retinue formed a protective ring around the queen and Minister Zagran, drawing their swords ready to repel an attack from all sides. After a tense silence, Queen Rayana addressed Zagran and said she did not feel any monster nearby, so it was probably just an ordinary wild beast. Her assessment was met not with relief but with the sharp, mocking laughter of Minister Zagran, ridiculed her conclusion. He forced a smile, sweat running down his forehead. An invasion into the Demon King's domain, he thought grimly, had left a deep and troubling wound in his soul. His grim thoughts were interrupted by the sight before him, a wounded soldier clutching his hand, trying to calm Queen Rayana and asking her not to worry about him. Queen, kneeling in anxiety, insisted that the soldier be examined immediately by medics and called for Zagran. Her voice rose authoritatively, called the medics to hurry. Zagran stepped toward her, gently trying to remind her of royal restraint and the speech she still had to deliver. He looks at her, a complex sigh escapes his lips. Lady Sophia warned the queen not to get attached, but she still calls him Grandpa, and for a moment he wonders whether to ask her to address him more formally, at least temporarily, before his thoughts harden and he begins to see her as a skilled pawn. Memory paints a picture from several years ago, a much younger Rayana, full of childlike energy, joyfully scattering stacks of papers while he, her tutor, looks on with tired irritation. The past fades and returns him to the present. Queen Rayana teases him with a light smile, as if to say, for an old man like him, fatigue is quite natural, and he only wearily admits that he is tired. The danger has subsided and they set off back on foot. The queen talks about the cleaning waiting for them in the Empire and how she wants to return home as soon as possible. I know, he replies, his silhouette under the full moon walking in unison with her step. The day after the defeat of Gardarasi, Thor was summoned to the Demon King Rukey Evergard, who handed him a paper and official permit for alchemy, granting the right to use his craft anywhere in the royal domains. Chancellor Curve added a reminder that this document is also required for the public distribution of his creations, and Thor, overwhelmed with emotions, sincerely thanked the king. He continues to explain, giving things to one or two people is allowed, but if Thor's creations spread massively, it could cause serious and unpredictable consequences, so he strictly asks Thor not to forget this warning. Thor calmly accepted the caution and thanked the Chancellor, and his calm, confused Curve, he suddenly became nervous and admitted that he had provided extra documents that Thor does not even have to show. Curve instantly changed the subject and persistently asked Thor to contact him more often, and Thor simply agreed and promised to remember this. During their journey, Thor sincerely explains to Mabel his intentions. He wants to use the time in the general's lands to see and experience many new things, and then apply the acquired knowledge to help the Demon Lord's domain prosper. The words of the Demon King still echo in his head. Rukey said he was too serious and that this trip should be considered a reward for his contribution to the recent battle, and the king, having Lucy nearby, asked him to just relax and enjoy the journey while raising his territory, and this offer clearly surprised Thor. When their caravan set off, the Demon King and Curve stood watching them leave, and a group of half-humans noisily waved goodbye as a line of covered wagons slowly moved across the boundless dry plain toward the designated goal. When they arrived, Thor and Mabel froze before a formidable figure in heavy armor. He stood with his back to them, gazing into the depths of the mountains. The man turns, and before them stands the fiery General Razinga. With a broad, welcoming smile, he invites Lord Thor to walk through his domain, and when Thor agrees, his face becomes resolute. He has already decided which magical item he will create. They are led to a magnificent castle with many spires, the residence of General's power. General Razinga, accompanied by a woman in full armor, leads Thor and Mabel through the streets. A huge crowd has gathered around, whose shouts echo through the city, greeting the honored guests. He is treated to a luxurious banquet. On a long, elegantly set table lies a variety of dishes. He savors every bite with delight, visible pleasure on his face, while General Rizinga and the young woman watch with warm smiles and Mabel observes with admiration. The general's residence is a magnificent castle. Its spires reach the cloudy sky. It is hidden in the dense forest. After some time, Thor again stands before an appetizing dish, but with crossed arms and a face full of deep, focused thoughts. His pensiveness does not go unnoticed. The young woman asks if something has happened, noticing that he is lost in thought, and General Rizinga also calls him by name, his face suddenly becoming serious. The general's eyes widened from a sudden, burning insight. He asked himself if Thor had already been contemplating the creation of new magical items. Her daughter tries to brush it off, saying that the monster was defeated just yesterday, so it is simply tired. But while she speaks, Mabel and even the general take this possibility more seriously, their gazes fixed on the young alchemist. Suddenly, Mabel's eyes open wide in shock. A memory or insight flashes rapidly in her mind, and she exclaims, "That's it." Her sudden statement caught both the general and his daughter by surprise, the latter turning to her with wide, curious eyes. The young woman turned to Thor with a distrustful expression on her face and said what kind of person this new acquaintance of the general is. He shone with excitement, his thoughts already racing ahead. He turned to the hosts and asked if there was anyone present who knew how to use the power of light. He continued, and with a passionate voice explained that the research he was about to begin concerned the attribute of light and that he would be grateful for any help. Then he noticed the confused expressions on General Razinga and his daughter's faces and asked if something was wrong. The general coughed and looked thoughtfully. As expected, they were already planning a new magical item. He wondered why exactly attacking light magic was needed, and suddenly his expression changed. Perhaps they actually had someone who fit the description. The young alchemist's eyes sparkled with determination as he announced his goal to study the sacred sword of the Empire. He went on, reminding the general that he himself had seen the sacred sword of the Imperial princess and its destructive blade of light, which instantly destroyed a swarm of Gargaros's servants, and the general agreed that its power was truly extraordinary. The general, with a manic smile, said that although the sacred sword was impressive, the magical sword of the demon lord, the laser blade, was even more striking. Thor replied that the so-called laser blade was only a prototype that still required a lot of work, although it showed incredible power. He recalled how its range outshone the holy swords and how with one strike it turned a wall of spiders to dust. So, he said, to create the perfect magical sword, one must first carefully study the sacred sword. He finally revealed the true goal. It was not about attack at all. He wanted to see if it was possible to create something capable of withstanding and deflecting the blade of light, and this statement stunned General Razinga. His daughter and Mebelthi simply froze. The general, with a face like a mask of distrust, noted the boldness of this idea. He said that usually no one would even think of creating something that could restrain such overwhelming power. Thor explained that if they succeeded, it would be a grand achievement. Then, with a slight smile, he honestly admitted the simplest motivation. He just really loved alchemy, and the general, hearing this, softened his expression, slyly smiling, and commented on his deep dedication to research. Shor nodded and confirmed General Razinga's theory. Only the attack of the light attribute would truly reveal the power of the Empire's sacred sword. Increasing his size, he advised the young alchemist not to strain himself, saying that the demon lord had given him a day off. But Thor, clenching his fists with excitement, insisted that he must immediately begin his research while the image of the sacred sword was still fresh in his memory. This passion brings a smile to the general's face. He says he admires this very trait of Thor, turns to the daughter beside him and asks her to agree, and she beams and enthusiastically confirms her father's words. Then she asks Thor if he knows anyone who can use light for offensive magic, noting that their lands are inhabited by many rare races. A bit embarrassed, Thor asks her to inquire among the people for him, and she gladly agrees. She agrees. The pendant on her neck softly glowed. Thor notices that his health recovery pendant is working properly. The general's daughter sighed deeply with relief, grateful that she can finally wear beautiful clothes again and not fear that they will catch fire. But the father glanced at the two anxious maids and, as if reading their worry, understood. Although she is happy, some in the mansion still feel uneasy seeing her without her usual armor. He says that he and Agnes's daughter believe in Thor's pendant with all their hearts, but not everyone shares this confidence. Some still worry when she takes off her armor and wears ordinary clothes. At the neighboring table, Mabel clarifies the source of this anxiety. She explains to the surprised Thor that everyone in the mansion remembers how Agnes often and accidentally set her clothes on fire as a child. To prevent this from happening again, Mabel proudly showed a large, neatly folded stack of fabric and announced that she had prepared a supply of earthly magical claws. They ask if it is similar to tent material. Riesinga explains, tents are made from breathable, windproof, transparent, and lightweight fabric, but this is fire-resistant earth fabric. Then Premier Curve appears and confirms that he has already received the Chancellor's approval for its use. Thor shows the fireproof fabric and orders the servants to sew clothes for Agni from it, and then to demonstrate its properties in front of the entire estate to reassure everyone. Off-screen, Agni quietly marvels at herself. How could Thor take such a step for her? Stunned by this gesture, she folds her hands together, her eyes shining with gratitude. Solemnly introducing herself as Friset Agni, she vows never to forget his kindness and promises to do everything to repay it, and her father, General Riesinga, adds his thanks, waving it off as just a souvenir. He gratefully accepts their kindness, explaining that his workshop is located on the lands of Lisinga, so in fact he relies on the general's help. The fabric is nothing compared to that, and he sincerely thanks in return. After a warm conversation, Thor and Mabel went to their room, leaving Agni and her father alone, and General Riesinga took this moment, looked seriously at his daughter and said he had to apologize to her. He continues, his tone gloomy, saying that he may not be able to support her love. His words hit Agni's like a real blow, her face twisted in shock and despair. She asks what he means. The general says that although he cannot reveal details, he is no longer able to fully support her romance. Incredibly, but even in Agni, the demon lord feels something for Thor. Standing with his back turned, her father only confirms her fears, saying that he swore allegiance to the demon lord and can say no more. He instantly regretted speaking out, realizing that he had effectively confessed. A vivid image of the demon lord Lucy exploded in his mind, who fiercely declared that she would make Thor happy. He had no concrete evidence, only a strong feeling that it was true. Despite the revelation, Agnes's face softened into a gentle, soothing smile. She reassures her father not to worry, and says that her only desire is to give her body and soul to faithfully serve Lord Thor. Her father is still unconvinced. He points out that during lunch her constant glances at Thor reveal something more and asks if this is not the same as love, and the embarrassed Agnes admits that she herself does not yet fully understand her feelings. In response to her father's worries, Agni confessed that she is not sure. She has spent her whole life in armor, looking at the world only through the slit of a helmet, so she does not truly understand the feelings of a girl in love. She explained that her feelings are sincere, but she did not intend for her promise to repay Thor to sound like a marriage proposal, as Mabel once noted. For now, she decided just to help him while he is here, and her father listened and seemed to understand. He looked at his daughter, pride sparkled in his eyes. She had grown so much, and when she finally decided, he realized he had nothing more to say. The only thing left to do, he thought, was to find out what exactly Thor loves. His thoughts drifted to the two women competing for the alchemist's attention, his own daughter passionate like a blazing flame and the demon lord Lucy calm and gentle like a quiet night. He wondered whom Thor would ultimately choose. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed his daughter looking at him piercingly and angrily. He raised his hands in a defensive gesture, surprised by her sudden hostility and insisting that it is natural for a father to interfere in work. Her expression darkened, turning into a frightening shadow as she leaned closer. He, frightened, begged her to calm down. So on Thor's first night at the Lysingham estate, the corridors echoed with lively songs of father and daughter. Meanwhile, unaware of the commotion, Thor comfortably settled in the spacious room allocated to him by the general. By the window, he placed the very special chest he brought from the Demon King's castle. This block contained everything necessary for his alchemical work, which he planned to use until a full-fledged workshop appeared. But before starting work, he had another idea. He took out the one item, a rare chronicle book about the world of heroes called Catalogue of Wonders. He was completely absorbed in the research, browsing the catalog in search of a protective artifact that could block light attacks. When a quiet knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts, it was Mabel, politely asking for permission to enter, which he granted. She entered with a tray filled with honey, tea, and fruits. Thor thanked her, and she, excited, asked if he was tired and even offered a massage. The offer was tempting, but he asked to postpone it. Mabel added that the newly crowned Demon King was also worried since they had just arrived on the general's territory. Her devotion was obvious. She explained that the demon king Lusai himself personally ordered her not to let him overexert himself, and with a bright, confident smile insisted that he fully entrust the care of his health to her. He lifted his gaze from the catalog and directly responded to her concern. He assured her he would not overdo it. He already planned to stop for the day as soon as he reached the right moment. When she asked what that meant, he explained he would rest as soon as he found the thing he was looking for. But his simple explanation seemed to have a completely different effect on Mabel than he intended. He blushed slightly and looked away, while her face froze, her eyes widened in shock, the smile disappeared, and she uttered only one stunned sound. Thor shines with a happy smile and closed eyes, lost in a daydream. He imagines how everyone will rejoice when his work is completed, but quickly reminds himself enough dreaming, it's time to act. His thought was interrupted when the demon king Lucier called him by name, standing next to a surprised Mabel. Lucier recognized him and exclaimed that he was not mistaken, causing Thor and Mabel to freeze in stunned and awkward silence. Lucier shifted to a serious tone and reminded Thor that he was dear to all of them and that Her Majesty would be upset if he returned to the castle. Exhausted, Thor agreed, and Lucier, recalling their daily tea times, realized that these meetings might have been a deliberate attempt to finally make him rest. Later, he picks up a book titled Catalogue of Wonders and with a sparkle in his eyes announces that he is going to find one special thing in it. He asks Mabel to help look through its pages and she cheerfully agrees. Flipping through the pages of the catalog, a thought that had originated during dinner begins to take shape for him. Mabel, glancing at him, immediately understood his intention. She confirmed that she knew there were things of light in the catalog and asked if those were exactly what he was looking for. He answered, yes. He asked why she thought so, then smiled and praised her amazing wit, confidently stating that there was definitely something in the catalog that could block light attacks. Sipping from the cup, he begins to explain his theory. Long ago, heroes from another world often used attacks related to light and had the strange habit of shouting the names of their moves, describing them as beams of light or energy waves bursting from their swords. He continues, it was these heroes who named the technique of the holy sword the photon blade, and the fact that they used this power so often clearly indicates that they had a very high natural affinity for light magic. When Mabel nods, agreeing with his logic, he pushes the thought further. It is quite natural to think that in their native world, light techniques were used regularly, perhaps even daily, and that they could compete with their powers as routinely as people exchange greetings. He continued explaining his theory to Mabel, depicting the world of heroes as eerily familiar in its power. Imagining an ordinary man in a suit loudly saying, "Good morning, photon blade," as if it were a simple greeting. For them, the power of heroes from another world was incomprehensible, and Thor recalled that they even had cloning stations, a technology that nearly cost him his life. Standing over the catalogue of wonders, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a deep sense of everything. He felt small and doubted whether a novice alchemist could ever approach the hero's power. He realized that this book was only a fragment of their incredible might, and his hand trembled, a trembling he initially mistook for fear. But he quickly corrected himself. It was not fear, but admiration. Clenching his fist, he decided to approach understanding the hero's world and declared there was no time for fear, and Mabel, seizing the moment, asked if there were any records in the demon lord's domain about the hero's light techniques. Mabel confirmed this, explaining that the records are still being transmitted. She specifically mentioned the technique that destroyed the barrier of the first demon king, a devastating explosion of compressed light magic, known as ultimate vivid light. He narrowed his eyes in concentration and repeated the name, the brightest light. Yes, exactly, here it is, the most powerful light attribute, which... He explained that heroes often shortened the names of techniques and shouted commands like guard cancel or frame cancel, so it was extremely important to carefully catch their abbreviations. In the hero's language, the name of the spell Ultimate Vivid Light appeared in a different, special font, and its initials were U and V. While he was writing, Mabel watched, not hiding her surprise. She noticed that he not only reads the hero's language but also knows how to write it. Thor explained that the Empire forced them to memorize the names of the hero's techniques, so he had learned to write a little. He gave Mabel her instructions. He would read the catalog aloud, and she had to carefully listen for any related words. She nodded to confirm she understood. And so he began to search, and to Mabel's surprise, they almost immediately came across what they were looking for. He announced that in the Catalogue of Wonders they found two incredibly powerful items, both related to ultimate vivid light, and their stunning descriptions mentioned the keywords strong light, defense, and the same initials UNV. He was silent over the catalog page where a charismatic man in a suit and sunglasses announced that his product had finally conquered the sun itself. First on the list was an umbrella with UV protection. Like a magical item that blocks 90 of harmful ultraviolet rays, and the man sternly warned not to underestimate these rays, explaining that the body accumulates damage over time and that they have a secret weapon to fight it. After the umbrella, the advertisement presented another product, a lotion with UV protection, which was claimed to be gentle even on children's skin and at the same time as effective as the umbrella, so you could walk outside even under bright sun without any worries. Then the figure in the catalog asked a question: why not achieve skin that conquers the sun? The word sun struck Thor. He instantly broke into a sweat and whispered to Mabel that the sun must be the source of light magic. She confirmed his guess. He was right. Mabel explained that when the world first came into being and the sun began to shine, that was when the world received great light magic. The sun, she assured, is the ultimate source. Her words overwhelmed him with a wave of horror. If the sun symbolized light magic, then it meant that people in the hero's world somehow tamed it, learning to block the brightest light with just bare skin. He imagined how they seemingly playfully deflect magic of such power that it could break the barrier of the first demon lord, and the very thought that they do this with only skin frightened him and made him doubt whether another world really had such power. The realization was so strong that he fell to his knees. Mabel rushed to him with concern, but he waved her off and, though it was a shock, said that this was exactly the power he was looking for, and if they had it, in his opinion, it would be enough. He stood up, a new determination flared in his eyes. Tightly clenching his fist, he resolutely said that with these things they would finally be able to resist the holy sword. The catalog aptly explained, UV umbrella, looking like a regular one, just raised, and it already blocks the power of light magic, and the other means, UV lotion, is simply applied directly to the skin. He raised his hand to his chin, turned to Mabel and pointed to the abbreviation UV, thinking it must mean ultimate vivid light. Mabel's eyes widened in agreement, because it could mean nothing else. He admitted that the idea that the very last magic that destroyed the Demon King's barrier could be blocked by a simple lotion or umbrella sounded absurd, but he still knew it was worth checking. Realizing how late it already was, he decided not to bother the general or Ugnis for materials at such an hour. He told Mabel they would continue tomorrow, thanked her, she wished him a good evening, but peeking out the window, he decided to prepare the necessary materials right now. While he was preparing, Mabel asked if he wanted to wash up before bed. He agreed, and she immediately offered her help. She cheerfully asked him to raise his hands, but he sharply objected, insisting he could manage on his own. Left alone, shirtless, he began weighing the pros and cons of each item, trying to decide what to create first, the umbrella or the lotion. His thoughts turned to practicality. The lotion seemed better. Applying it would leave his hands free to wield both sword and shield, whereas the umbrella would occupy one hand and become a major tactical disadvantage. But this lotion had a serious flaw: it easily left vulnerable spots on the back or any other area that could be accidentally missed. It was suitable for a trial at a party, but relying solely on it was too risky. Also, the thought of testing an unknown substance directly on bare skin psychologically scared him. Without absolute confidence in its effectiveness, even he would hesitate, and this made him return to the umbrella, which now seemed the simpler choice. He had already decided. The umbrella gave more confidence. He just needed to open it and hold it. Just at that moment, Mabel said from behind the door that she had come to get water, and he kindly replied that she was just in time, inviting her in. Looking her straight in the eyes, he finally clearly announced his decision. First, we will make an umbrella with UV protection. He stood shirtless and Mabel was completely confused. Her cheeks flushed with a deep blush and she, stammering, whispered yes. She barely pulled herself together and asked Lord Thor why he was still without clothes, and he, as if nothing had happened, indifferently asked her to help the next day, completely ignoring her embarrassment. Suddenly he realized his mistake, apologized, and explained that he got lost in thought while washing. Seeing his distraction, Mabel reassured him that there was no need to worry and offered to wash his back. Her frank offer completely caught him by surprise, and he only awkwardly mumbled confusedly until his face blushed red. A confident smile appeared on Mabel's face when she said she had prepared a special thing just for such an occasion. His curiosity was off the charts, and he asked aloud what it could be. She showed the item, a special swimsuit and a magical horse blanket that repels water, and explained that Her Majesty allowed it for the sake of his health. Thor froze in amazement at the item and at Mabel's stunning appearance, stammering that she did not need to force herself. Despite everything, she went on decisively. Her face was burning, but the decision did not waver. She insisted that she would not allow him to catch a cold. Seeing her unwavering care, he sighed, gave in, and agreed to her help. With his consent, she announced that she was starting. Her closeness made him incredibly tense. His head spun when he felt her approach from behind. She gently began to wash his back, her face focused and slightly pleased. He was silent, sharply feeling her touches. Leaning closer, she gently whispered that she would help any time he needed. When her breasts pressed against his back, he experienced a stunning shock. All sensations were overwhelmed. He barely whispered a quiet "thank you," his face still flushed. Mabel, with her eyes closed in a blissful smile, said that she was happiest when he was relaxed next to her. She steps back a little, and her warm smile still plays on her lips as she wishes him good night. He watches her leave, and a gentle smile appears on his lips. In his mind, he admires how incredible she is. When the door quietly clicked, he said thank you and good night one last time, barely raising his hand. Alone, his thoughts immediately returned to the bath. He realized that when she was drying his back, she deliberately used that object to divert his attention and relax him, and he completely forgot about his alchemical worries. He thinks that she was probably embarrassed too, and decides to try not to bother Mabel so much anymore. His mind instantly drowns in her memory. He blushes, imagining how beautiful and attractive she was and with what tenderness she touched him. Covering his mouth in embarrassment, he admits to himself that he cannot think of anything else right now. He gathered his thoughts and looked at the book titled Catalogue of Wonders, smiled as if one could know in advance how to treat him. A small imaginary copy of her reminded him that she was his assistant, and finishing his nightly tasks, he finally decided to get a proper sleep. Under the light of the full moon, the manor is silent, thoughts are clear, and spirit renewed. Thor feels a surge of determination and vows to put all his effort tomorrow into making items. Soon, in the sprawling Imperial capital, events were already gaining momentum. In a luxurious room, the Minister of War Bardov greeted the newcomer with a broad, triumphant smile, holding a glass and a bottle of wine, and exclaimed, "Welcome back, isn't this the Minister of Military Affairs?" The guest, Minister Zagran, responded with a contemptuous click of his tongue. Vargas's smile faltered when he saw the mess in the room and the fresh wound on Zagran's hand. He asked about the mess, but Zagran briefly waved it off. "Nothing," he said, "just rust that fell off his blade." Despite the tense atmosphere, Barga enthusiastically raises a toast to the success of their plan and calls on the minister to join. Zagran sharply cuts through the festive mood with a cold, ruthless statement. The operation failed. He informs Count Bargaligas that his role in this matter is now over. Words hit Barga like a physical blow. His face pales, his eyes open wide in complete shock and disbelief. He freezes in place, still holding a glass of wine. Barga, stumbling in protest, barely manages to utter a word, while Zagran mercilessly continues. The letter is completely useless. He orders Barga to immediately head to the southern front, and the panicked Count can only ask in horror if this means Thor has refused him. He looks disdainfully at the broken man and asks why he is so surprised. Did Barga really believe that after all the cruelty he inflicted on his son, the boy would still obey his will? Barga exploded, shouting at Lord Zagran that his reasoning was nonsense. He insisted that a child always reaches out to their parents, no matter how strict they are, and that a fallen nobleman would unquestioningly carry out any order if it allowed him to return home. This, he insisted, was the entire basis of the plan. His desperate justifications meet icy finality. Zagran reminds him that he had already warned against using the sun, and reveals the truth. The letter was only a trap to sow chaos in the demon lord's domains. He never expected Thor to actually obey his father's will. It was only Barga's self-deception. He does not relent, reproaching the confused minister. Barga, asking what kind of father publicly humiliates his own child, calls him worthless, and then with a joyful face sacrifices him to the demon lord. Zagran reminds that they have already severed ties with the ducal family, so all this seems even more incomprehensible, and Barga can only moan in agony. Barga demanded an answer fervently why the plan failed, insisting that the letter reached Thor. Zagran agreed but said that if the letter had been opened there, suspicion would have immediately arisen. He began to explain what happened with Torle's gas, but Barga's confusion was palpable. He exposes a fatal flaw in their plan. Thor did not open the letter himself. Instead, he read it aloud in front of everyone. As soon as he received it, he understood their intent. Barga froze in silence, realizing that Thor had seen through their entire plan. Zagran bluntly says that Thor would never have done such a thing if the inhabitants of the demon lord's domains did not sincerely trust him. It is precisely because of this trust, he concludes, that their plan failed, and Barga roars in despair, unable to come to terms with this truth. He continues and says that the decisive blow Thor renounced his family name and declared himself a subject of the demon lord, whose domains are now called Torquenon, so they lost all their trump cards, and Barga is shocked to hear that his son refused the name Count Ligas. Vargas froze, staring into emptiness and slowly processing what he heard. Zagran describes his son as a person of extraordinary caliber, one who acts beyond the ordinary. In Vargas's mind flashed an image of a confident, powerful Thor, a sharp contrast to the boy he remembers. The realization was too painful. With a look of complete incomprehension and defeat, Bart whispered that he does not understand his F. In his head, memories of the younger Thor resurface, a weak and frail boy who fiddled with strange substances, and he then dismissed it, saying it was just simple alchemy. Now he wonders how anyone could trust such a person, and recalls his own disdainful attitude toward his son's hobbies. Memory fades and Barga, hunched on his feet, meekly asks what will happen to him, while Zagran looks indifferent and says that, as planned, he will be sent to the southern front. Barga panics, begs, saying he followed Zagran's orders, and asks what will happen to his house. Zagran coldly adjusts his glasses and says he was told if the plan had succeeded, the punishment would have been softened, but he failed, so he will be sent south, and Barga's face distorts in pure horror at the finality of the sentence. He continues to explain, Thor Ligas, or rather Thor Canon as it is now called, dwells in the domains of the Lord of Demons, and to avoid provoking it further, a specific measure will be taken. The decision is this: the House of Ligas will remain untouched. Minister Barga just stands, unbelieving, murmuring these words so as not to anger him. Barga protests, his voice rising from confusion. He insists he is still the legitimate head of the house. Minister Zagran calmly confirms this and lays out the strategy. If Thor is completely cut off from any chance of return, he will devote all his strength to aiding the demon lord, but leaving him even some connection to the empire can dull his hostility. Sweat drips from his face. Varga desperately asks what sins he could have committed. As he steps back, Zagran's silhouette darkens the door and in a cold tone orders Varga to go, as if for his sins. Zagran clearly said that Barga's role as head of the house ended with the letter he wrote, adding that Barga should be grateful to his son because only through the exiled son does he even retain the title, then enumerated his faults. He humiliated and expelled his son, bred an enemy of the empire within the domains of the demon lord, and sowed discord by involving the burning general in his intrigues. Truth begins to reach Barga and his face distorts in horror. Finally, realization broke him. The cruel irony that his existence depends on the very son he renounced became unbearable. A hoarse, pain-filled scream burst from his throat as his mind completely shattered, and his figure seemed to dissolve in pure despair. On the floor, Count Ligas struggles and stubbornly shouts that this is not the end and that he will rise again. War Minister Barga turns his back on the defeated man and coldly says that the carriage is waiting to take him to the southern front. After these words, the Count collapses into despair, and the guards just watch. After the clash, Vargas plops down on a chair and sighs deeply, thinking that dealing with slow minds is exhausting and a complete waste of time. He paused for a moment, even thought about resigning, but while fools like the demonic judge and Marquis Gros still roam around, he realized resignation is out of the question. First, he must prepare a reliable successor. A knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts, and he called to enter. Deputy Mariella came to him and informed that the Supreme Council of the palace had summoned him. Barguk agreed with the order and said he would prepare everything immediately. Mariella noted that judging by everything, Count Barguk was shouting, and the minister replied that it was understandable. After all, the Count was a proud nobleman. Meanwhile, another figure watches the fallen Count and with a bitter smile thinks about the unbearable irony. His house will be saved only thanks to the very son he expelled. The observer believes that if Thor can turn his anger against the empire, the Count's house will be completely destroyed this time. From the window, Bargo watches as the disgraced Count is led away. The Counts face a mask of despair, but Bargo waved it off. A miserable end, simply the fate of the incapable. Nothing can be done now, he thinks. This cannot be changed. Preparing to leave, he explains to Mariella. Bartoligas had an incredibly valuable card, his son Thor, but did not know how to play it. Bartol says that in his place he would have placed Thor in an honorable position, head of the alchemist, and with regret wonders what a futile matter it was to give such an asset into the hands of the enemy. He further outlines his imaginary plan. First, he would marry Thor to some noble lady for political gain and to secure an heir. If Thor turned out to be useful, all the better, and if not, he would quietly send him to another country. He summarizes, Bargaligas did not even consider such options and adds that Thor is the grandson of the previous sword master, so the chance that he would have a child with combat talent always existed. Short-sightedness, says Barga, doomed the Liga's family. Turning away from the window and finishing his analysis, he tells Mariella that it no longer matters. Aristocrats, he adds finally, constantly disappear. In the magnificent estate called the House of Ligas, a scene unfolds quietly. A sprawling estate stands under a cloudy sky, and a voice thanks for another visit. The voice belongs to a small chirping bird, happily chirping because it has someone to talk to. It rests on Sophia's palm, who smiles warmly and explains that someone very dear will visit soon. Behind her, her twin, Queen Rihanna, looks with pain on her face, covering her mouth with her hand in despair. Sophia's cheerful mood wavered for a moment. She sighed and, sadly saying that her health is worsening every day, was suddenly seized by a strong coughing fit. Trying to pull herself together, she gently said goodbye to the bird, whispered that they would meet again, and it flew out the open window. Then she turned her face and blossomed into a gentle, welcoming smile for the guest. At her greeting appears Queen Rihanna, her face bathed in fresh tears, and Sophia's smile fades as she asks her sister why she has such a sad expression. Rihanna's gaze briefly glances at the wardrobe nearby as she confirms the report was indeed exactly as described. With horror in her eyes, she tells that the Demon Lord's domain has a power she could not have imagined, and recalls how he wields a terrible sword that succeeded where even the Holy Blade was defeated, cutting down monsters and destroying entire ranks of enemies as if it were nothing. Her face darkened as her sister's voice confirmed her fears such power truly exists. The weight of this truth crushes her. I am dead if this is so. I am truly dead, she screams, her face distorted with fear. From the bed, Sophia calls her sister Liana, and Rihanna plunges into panic, thinking that perhaps she has angered the Demon Lord. She raises her eyes and sees her sister giving a soft, understanding smile. Sophia says it's good to think it over and adds that Rihanna now understands there are things in the world much greater than she had imagined. Still trembling with tears in her eyes, Rihanna can only quietly whisper yes. Sophia extends a comforting hand, asks her to calm down, and assures her that the fight is already over. Sophia advises her to make an important lesson out of this experience. Looking at her twin sister, Rihanna is filled with gratitude, realizing that her sister always saves her in such crisis moments. Over a cup of steaming tea, Princess Rihanna confesses to her sister Lucy that this small comfort is all she is capable of now. She regretfully says she ignored Lucy's warning to be careful in the Demon Lord's domain. Concerned, Lucy looks at her sister and asks what happened. She says she learned about an incredible alchemist in that country. Just the news about him made her act recklessly. Recalling that moment, Rihanna, with a sparkle in her eyes, told how, relying on the authority of the Princess of the Empire, she officially asked the alchemist. Now she sees her foolishness. The battlefield is not a place for such demands. She realized that the Lord of Demons sincerely values the alchemist and even shouted at her for that act. Lucy clenches her fist, throws a question to her sister. Where does such logic come from? And loudly points out the obvious, of course. The Lord of Demons would get angry if she tried to take one of his highest comrades. Her calm shatters, she explodes and begins to explain. That alchemist was so strong that he could change the course of the entire battle. She was sure that if anyone could help Rihanna, it was only him, and with tears in her eyes, she confesses a desperate hope that his skills could heal her sister's body. She continues to hysterically explode, imagining how the alchemist could magically refresh Rihanna's body, making it light and allowing her to walk normally again. Rihanna gently interrupts, noticing that Lucy has started talking like a child again. Lucy, blushing, lowers her eyes and quietly admits she wants Rihanna to be able to see the world beyond their walls. Her expression became gloomy and she continued, telling Rihanna that with her strong light, magic, and great wisdom, she herself should hold the entire empire if circumstances were fair. Lucy finally tells where this flawed plan came from. She was going to ask the alchemist to help heal her sister's weak health, but when she shared the idea with Minister Zagran, he twisted everything and advised not to beg the Lord of Demons, but to behave like the Princess of the Empire and capture him. She tearfully confesses everything. Minister Zagran cruelly manipulated her. He said that if the alchemist really annoyed the Lord of Demons' side, he could be lured to her side, presenting it as the Imperial way. Zagran relentlessly pushed her, demanded to follow the Emperor and never retreat, no matter how strong the opposition was, and under this pressure she admits that although she was afraid, she did not want to retreat. Her sister listens as Lucy, hiccuping through tears, decides that she must talk to Grandfather Zagran about this problem. Rihanna notices that although Lucy usually behaves like a true princess when it comes to others, next to her she becomes clumsy and childish. With one sharp word she interrupts her sister's thought. No. Rihanna sternly warns her not to rely too much on the minister. Rihanna continues to warn that Zagran is a person who sees the world only through profit, and such dangerous logic can easily shake Lucy. She insists that from now on Lucy stop speaking with Zagran's or the Empire's words and speak with her own voice, to which Lucy, stunned, protests that Zagran has always been her mentor. The younger princess froze in confusion, not understanding what my words meant at all, while Rihanna explains gently and insists, hold on to your beliefs and do what you yourself consider best. Her sister looks at her with stunning intensity and declares that she is Lucy and that she is not anyone's vessel. Lucy shuddered, puzzled in her own beliefs. She recalls how His Majesty, the Emperor in Zagran, always told her that she must be a perfect princess for the good of the Empire. She slowly absorbs Rihanna's words, acknowledging that although she cannot change immediately, she finally understands what her sister is saying, especially after the events of this mission. With new determination and a hardened expression, Lucy clenches her hands and loudly says that she wants to try a little harder to think for herself. Seeing this profound change in her younger sister, a gentle, warm smile blossomed on Rihanna's face. Lucy's remark sparked her curiosity, and Rihanna admits that she too became interested in that alchemist who caught her attention. A gentle, thoughtful smile blooms on her lips as she contemplates this matter. Elsewhere, a young man with reddish-brown hair stood before a magnificent mansion. He was addressed as Sir Thor and asked if it was true that he wanted to meet this person in person. He firmly asserts that he must. Minister Zagran, his interlocutor, presses further, inquiring whether his goal is truly to create an artifact capable of blocking the highest magic known as ultimate vivid light. The minister, with obvious skepticism, clarified, does this youth mean the legendary hero's magic, the very power rumored to have broken through the impenetrable barrier of the first demon lord? Feeling the weight of his own request, the young man's confidence wavered. He feared in his soul that his proposal would be considered absurd and rejected without even being considered.